The story begins in a metropolis at night, with an emphasis on the enormous hospital building that looms over everything else. Inside, in one of the rooms, there was a young man whose appearance screamed madness. A nervous smile, a glassy gaze, striped pajamas, and ropes on his body. But the worst part was that there were also wires connected to his body, and some gray-haired psychopath with an inappropriate smile was about to activate them. In a dead voice reminiscent of a doll with broken acoustics, the tied-up young man asked to begin electroshock treatments because they would heal his body. Of course, in reality, this was a complete lie, and no one in their right mind should have agreed to or carried out such a thing. But the psychopath was already reaching for the coveted outlet. Again, the main characters in this story are mentally ill, so in reality, such playing with electricity would only lead to a painful death. When the entire room began to flicker with tiny yellow lightning bolts, the self-proclaimed therapist in thick rubber gloves declared that it was time to see the results. So many units of electrical energy ran through his victim's body that the young man's skeleton literally shone through his flesh, like in old American cartoons. After this, the character of the psychiatric hospital was on alert because an alarm sounded indicating that the patients were trying to harm each other. The brunette was incredibly lucky. He wasn't burned to death on the spot, but he was still closer to death than ever before, and he needed to call an ambulance. The funniest thing about this whole situation was that his tormentor was also rushing towards the car, pushing aside the orderlies and doctors because he, quote, needed to know his condition. A person with even the most rudimentary knowledge of biology would have guessed that in this regard, everything was very bad. The poor fellow smelled of burnt meat and he was foaming at the mouth. But in the end, the white-maned madman managed to break through to him, demanding that the administration and therapists also register him as an ambulance client, without any compromises. One nurse sighed in irritation and ordered them to give in to him because there was no time to waste, and this psycho could also be checked at the same time. One can only guess how exactly this trip went for the poor medical workers, but there was no doubt that they would not be able to forget it for a long time. An old man in a business suit was watching this from the window, and he began a measured, quiet monologue about the kind of patients they had in their establishment. For example, one of them, with absolute seriousness, argued that he was an astronomer and that he knew that the Earth was square and that all the myths about its sphericity were invented by real madmen. Another liked to shout that he knew a remedy that would make men as pregnant as women, so let everyone bow their knees before the Great One. The third was more banal. He believed he could see into the future and at least once scared his neighbors by claiming that the apocalypse was near and that only he knew a safe place. In other words, concluded the director of this hospital, She-Hog, each of them had a unique phobia or mania, which he politically correctly called a hobby. This couple from the 666th ward, Lin Feng and Zhang, also had their own hobby, of course. Its typical manifestation could just be seen. Unfortunately, they weren't trying to kill each other. On the contrary, they were trying to kill everyone they could get their hands on when the tiny cauldrons in their heads started steaming. And already in another hospital, squeezing a razor-sharp needle between his fingers, one patient asked another how this poor fellow was feeling now. Looking at Zhang with the gaze of a maddened lamb, Feng whispered that everything went according to the book. He fully opened his inner chakras and saw the end of the universe itself. His older comrade, with the friendliest smile, asked if it was because he had stuck the needle into Lin's head that it happened. And a second later, that's exactly what he did, without changing his expression. Maintaining a truly blissful tone of voice, the brunette whispered that no, for this he should thank the invisible green circle that said something about the system and the Dao Wu. Zhang hypocritically replied that this was truly like nonsense, and then the action moved to Mount Taishan, which looked as if they were trying to destroy it. The unfortunate animals fled from it in terror and panic, while behind them loomed the monstrous figure of a fox, woven from pure, golden crimson flame. There were also people there, but they could do nothing with this creature. With literally one swing of its tail, it threw them away like some kind of pathetic insects. As it turned out from the report, this was a world of cultivators, system users, and levels. And this fire dog was a monster of the 7th rank, unusual for those places. Now all these chakra kings, immortal warriors, adherents of the original Tao, and so on, desperately tried to somehow contain the rampage of the monster before it reached tragedy. And while doctors were running around saving wounded civilians and soldiers, that same system announced that it would make a new person the strongest in this world, but oops, it would be a psychopath. Meanwhile, the doctors were preparing to operate on the main character, but by all possible Buddhas and gods, they were mortally tired of pulling him out of the coffin. Unfortunately, medical duty could sometimes be damned merciless and unfair, so they went to work, administering level 2 anesthesia to the victim. What is characteristic is that Lin Feng himself tried to convince the doctors that such measures were unnecessary because he actually felt great. This was evident from his face. And no, his body is not burnt at all. On the contrary, it has now become completely clean. So, comrade doctors, please be so kind as to let him go. Why should they bother with such troubles? One surgeon literally burst into flames with rage and then growled that everything was bullshit. These two idiots simply tried to turn each other into burnt cutlets. Without the slightest embarrassment, the protagonist said that pain is his path, his method of training his powerful mind and spirit, and mere mortals cannot understand this. So, he warned, suddenly shifting his gaze and adding a much colder note to his voice, if these fools don't understand what's best for them and use this anesthesia, then he simply won't pay them for the treatment. He won't give them even a dime. That's how it is. The chief surgeon, completely unimpressed by this, replied that he, a nameless resident of a mental hospital, did not have that kind of money anyway, and then forcefully lowered an oxygen mask onto his face. While his lungs were filling with invisible gas, the main character tried to prove that it was useless anyway. He would just neutralize it with his own powers. But then he fell asleep. As it turned out from subsequent memories, this boy had suicidal tendencies towards self-harm throughout his life, which he himself took for cultivation methods. Once, he almost burned a certain organ with a burner, but his mother noticed everything in time and saved future generations of the Lin clan from oblivion. But for the unfortunate woman, this was only the beginning of her torment, because her son was placed in a psychiatric hospital due to his destructive, deviant tendencies. He himself had been convinced all his life that he was normal, that he was a real cultivator, but no one listened to him, like now, when he was lying all in bandages and a satisfied Jang was eating. However, for him, this was not a reason to give up when enlightenment was getting closer with every step, so he immediately asked the maniac to poke him with needles again. While the pair were enthusiastically exchanging nonsense, the ominously smiling orderly cleaning the floor in the ward glanced at them very carefully. Meanwhile, the crazy, boyish old man pompously declared that no, he no longer had needles of earth because he literally had an improved version of them. And he immediately stuck all the pins and needles into those parts of the young man's body where, according to the canons of acupuncture, chakra points and other junk should be located. He then asked with incredible enthusiasm how his favorite victim felt after this, just like a little child bragging about something. Upon learning from the stoic Feng that he could now hear voices in his voice, Zhang almost screamed at Kia, shyly covering himself with his hair and asking if those voices were praising his methods. Unfortunately for him, the main character lost consciousness before he could tell his, shall we say, mentor what exactly those mysterious voices said. Hearing the patient's monitor beep loudly and rhythmically, the orderly immediately ran up to him. His jaw dropped when he saw the readings, and then he screamed in panic, calling for doctors. There was considerable panic in the department, because ultimately the loss of any patient could be a crushing blow to the reputation of both individual doctors and the entire hospital. It got to the point where one doctor, in sheer terror, asked to call the head physician, like a child calling for help from an adult or older brother. And, by some strange whim of the universe, it was this insane nothing who received the title of strongest man with all the greatest cultivation techniques. The poor doctors had worked like slaves all night, desperately trying to save Feng's life, and now they felt as if even the dead had felt better. They wanted to rest, they wanted to sleep, and they wanted to eat, but their muscles were so desperately tired that it was hardly possible to even move a finger. But one incredibly lucky little bastard loudly boasted that his wife had made him lunch, which meant he didn't have to go to the store and spend money. Firstly, it turned out that this bastard was the director of the hospital, and secondly, they didn't give him anything to eat because the nurse said that Lin had gone crazy again. The expression that came across his face could best be described as a visual embodiment of the scream of "Are you kidding me?" and a string of salty curses. He became so enraged that he attacked the innocent woman, and she could only mumble that yes, they were dealing with a moron, straight from a mental hospital. The next day, in a completely different place, one employee asked the boss when they could hand over the main character's body. The cemetery director was interested in this. Shihag admitted, not without barely concealed regret, that there was no need to worry because the main character's life was no longer in danger, so the call was false. And the thought of possibly irritating the cemetery director made him really laugh because, you see, he was a boy and easily irritated. The clerk thought it best to remain silent when the telephone lying on the desk of this arrogant old man suddenly and quite loudly rang due to a call. On the other side was Li Laifu, the deputy head of that very hospital for emergency cases, and to say he was furious was like calling the ocean wet. But moments later, Hag smiled so sweetly, almost to the point of tooth decay, and told his subordinate, who was already leaving the office, that they would still need to hold some funeral ceremonies. The poor man simultaneously felt as if he had been dragged into some kind of vulgar farce against his will, and also felt a strong urge to smash Shu's skull. Li Laifu, desperately pounding his fist on his desk, shouted into the phone that he didn't care about any conditions or agreements. When Lin recovered, he would be sent back. When Hag brazenly demanded that they keep the boy, the younger man, beyond his ability, became even more angry and flatly refused. And if those bastards dared to drag his ass into their establishment again, he would break the law and demand that the surgeons permanently cripple Feng during the operation. Even after this, when she readily agreed, the hospital official became so enraged that he completely lost any resemblance he had left to a normal person. But this was largely a game, because these two men were friends, and only for this reason could they allow themselves such aggressive manners of speech in each other's company. Zhang, meanwhile, lay in his corner and tried to understand where his genius could have made a mistake, because all the calculations were correct, and the universe continued its natural cycle. At the same time, he behaved so unpleasantly and vilely that random passers-by glanced at him with fear and disgust, correctly guessing that they were dealing with a psychopath. But that was just the tip of the iceberg, because it was then that the gray-haired guy's mind, torn like an old sock, came to the decision that he needed to cripple himself. He did it very quickly. Fortunately, his hand turned out to be more than trained. But since it was in broad daylight, the alarm was raised extremely quickly. It's not like such a maniac would care about such things, because his mind had almost completely moved into the blissful Valhalla for lovers of lynching. Soon, a certain doctor, in a voice full of pathetic tragedy, announced that he had been invited to work here in order to quickly gain experience in difficult situations. And in his youth, he didn't think about one simple but very important thought, and how could the bosses even know that a lot of hard work would await him here? But in the end, he had to save the life of that little pig, Lin Feng, 48 times, and his hand, clutching the scalpel, literally trembled with monstrous hatred. Now, sobbing loudly and almost eating his own mask, the man understood perfectly well what was actually hidden under those words. What a disgusting underside it was. And while he was sobbing, sniffling and whining, two nurses with highly professional movements wiped all these liquids from his face so that they would not get in the way. No one even guessed that the protagonist only seemed unconscious, because all this time he was pumping himself up at an insane speed in the system, which only he could see. However, even this soulless, inhuman entity felt irritated by the fact that it had to work with such garbage, so it selected all the items by default. Having completed some of the procedures, she began the countdown to the moment when the main character would receive modified characteristics and access to a new location. News, meanwhile, warned local residents that although the monsters had already been mostly defeated by cultivators, the danger from the remaining creatures remained. Li Laifu was outside his hospital at the same time, leaning his back against the ambulance with a very irritated expression, obviously waiting. There were no notices about the end of work, and the watches popular with teenagers and bought to appear younger mercilessly showed how late it was. But very soon a certain nurse, with a false and very tense smile, shouted that the operation was finally over and the patient had survived it safely. The deputy director didn't waste a single extra second, immediately ordering that this bag of psychopathy be thrown into the car and that the gas pedal be pressed. And he didn't even intend to listen to the timid offers of a real ambulance driver to carry out his duties, instead taking the wheel himself. But when he had already started the engine and started driving, belching smoke from the exhaust pipe, another nurse screamed desperately and waved her hands that they had forgotten the second one. With a face that could have scared Dracula to the point of fainting, Laifu leaned out of the window and in an even more terrifying voice demanded that she repeat what she had just said. Gathering her strength, the girl told him that Zhang had also been admitted to the operating room by a doctor named Wang, and that the latter wanted to convey something to his boss. The package in question turned out to be a mask, completely stained with blood, and with the words, "I quit," written on it, a much more creative way to leave a job than just a note. Meanwhile, Shihug, who had a significant impact on all this chaos, was praying in the temple of Buddha Amitabha, begging the great sage for mercy and good luck. But he wasn't begging for some nonsense like extra money or even years of life, but for that pair of murderers not to be brought back to his modest, quiet hospital. And very soon he realized on his own that these were unrealistic hopes, as if that same Buddha had whispered it in his ear through a gust of wind or the chirping of birds. Coming out to life, when the latter stopped the ambulance and rolled out the gurney with the protagonist, the old man pointedly, good-naturedly reproached him for his excessive measures. Ultimately, transporting patients immediately after surgery is too dangerous, as their wounds could reopen from all the rattling on the bad road. But since they were sworn brothers, as was often the case in China, Shihag would graciously leave Li the opportunity to maintain a good face in public, so be it. Now, when he asked in an even more good-natured tone whether Li could still keep these two little ones, the poor deputy almost fell into real hysterics. So great were his pain, horror, and despair that he did something that an ordinary high-ranking Chinese person would never do. He fell to his knees, Naturally, the paramedics stared at this with much greater shock than if the ground had opened up right in front of them, and King Yama had emerged from it hugging a drunken Lucifer. But life didn't give a damn about some pathetic pride, because something much bigger was at stake, the fate of his precious hospital, and for that, he was ready to beg. He didn't want to keep those two bastards under his roof for a second longer because they were literally driving the staff crazy and it wasn't funny. Naturally, Hag didn't care what happened to the other organization, but this behavior was completely at odds with their usual rules of communication. Before the old man could come up with a worthy reason and words for refusal, Lee suddenly stood up, grabbed him by the shoulder and said that there was no need to say anything. He understood everything. And then, with speed worthy of the Flash, he dove into an ambulance and sped off towards the horizon, screaming for the locals to take care of the abandoned paramedics. He was filled with such a childish, incomparable, exciting delight that he began to mockingly shout goodbyes and turn the steering wheel, causing the car to bend. The hospital director watched him go without a word, and the abandoned hospital staff looked at the elderly gentleman in horror, expecting a tsunami. But to his credit, Hag had a lot more self-control than Li Fu, so he simply sighed wearily and asked the protagonist how he was feeling. Lin Feng, whose cultivator rank was already a whopping 28, calmly replied that he was fine, and the paramedics mentally added that they were not. Zhang, with a foolish grin, hastened to add that he too was feeling fine, but no one was going to ask him because no one cared about him here. Be that as it may, the old director sighed wearily and ordered his men to carry the two scoundrels inside after first tying them securely to the beds. It was strange that they hadn't been locked in straitjackets before, but now they did, and while the white-maned psycho was writhing in agony, the protagonist was calmly cultivating. He had no time for insignificant physical details because magic was happening in his head. Some crazy girl was teaching him imbalance techniques and calibrating his endurance. Right now, he felt the energy thickening in his body, and it was so pleasant that it was difficult to even describe in words. Mortal worms could not understand such a thing. Zhang understood very little and simply grasped the essence that they had finally succeeded, and this realization made him joyfully drool and cry. Whether in genuine belief that it had actually helped or out of politeness, Lin Feng agreed that all those tortures and abuses had indeed made him a god. There was such a spark between these two that, without knowing the context, one could easily think that this was a story in the yaoi genre or its Chinese equivalent. And while they were discussing the fact that they should definitely repeat one of the previous experiments, just to be on the safe side, the stern she-hog and the quiet nurses stopped at the door. The old director was very alarmed by the fact that this couple had been alone with each other for a long time, but until now, no strange noise had been heard from the ward. Those same nurses, who were thrown out in the most outrageous manner into a strange institution, like unwanted kittens, did not know what to do with themselves from the feeling of terrible cringing. They knew those two psychos were ready to beat each other in the chest with a hammer. But hey, who cares if they didn't have anything resembling a hammer anyway? Smiling his signature blissful grin, the old director announced that everything was fine. Since peace reigned in the most violent ward, he too could rest easy. It was sheer hypocrisy. In fact, he knew perfectly well that these bastards were just waiting for the moment to cause him problems again. They were simply perfect saboteurs. And at night, a woman wearing a long pink cloak walked through the night alley, surrounded on all sides by high-rise buildings like the walls of a labyrinth. It is unknown what the girl was experiencing at that moment, whether she was afraid of being attacked by robbers or even more dangerous predators since her gaze was glued to the phone. By the time she finally sensed that the atmosphere had become somehow wrong, it was too late. The woman found herself inside a colossal, ominous shadow. For a few seconds, she simply looked up, not yet fully comprehending what had happened, and only then was she overcome by a crazy tremor that made her drop her cell phone. The monster was not only huge, but also insanely fast, its slavering, fanged jaws flashing through space faster than lightning emerging from a thundercloud. And this woman was unlucky. No cultivator could save her, suddenly jumping out of the darkness or descending from the sky. Only a huge stain of blood remained on the asphalt. And then the action returned to Ward 666, where the main characters, as if nothing had happened, were dozing in their beds in straitjackets. Apparently, Lin Feng had started making noise during the night because his head was now bandaged very tightly, especially around his mouth. But then the bandage tore easily. And it wasn't just him, by the way. All the fastenings on his straitjacket, which could easily immobilize a much stronger and more muscular man, were now breaking. A moment passed, and now the main character appeared before the whole world in a completely different form, like a baby who had hit his head in the womb. Without paying any attention to his own flesh, he approached his, shall we say, mentor, and began to gently but persistently wake him up. Zhang, despite being even more wretched in his mind, asked a perfectly reasonable question about why his dear student had suddenly gotten rid of all his clothes. What followed was an incredibly awkward scene, which in polite society it is better not to even describe allegorically. It is so disgusting. The system, of course, couldn't allow its new favorite toy to be ugly, skinny as a skeleton, or fat as a mountain of flesh, so it radically changed Lin's body. And while these two psychopaths were exchanging nonsense, the symbol of the system showed the closest semblance of discontent possible, because it worked, and where was the thanks for that? At the same time, in the corridor, some worker was fiddling with the mechanisms on the wall, not noticing that the atmosphere had somehow begun to become gloomy. He was so focused on the process that even when a large shadow appeared behind him, he didn't notice it and continued to repair and put the wires back in place. However, one would have to be blind to ignore it any longer, so the man finally realized what had happened and began to tremble with sudden clammy horror. In just a few seconds, he remembered that the surviving monsters were operating in the city, attacking people and devouring them alive, and he apparently was destined to become the new victim. And when a limb that was just an ordinary human arm landed on his shoulder, the poor guy finally screamed in utter horror. It took this panicker much longer to realize that in front of him was a person who would definitely not eat him, whether alive or not. Feeling how wet it was becoming not only in his pants but all over his body, the electrician nevertheless breathed a sigh of relief because in front of him was not a monster, but simply a creepy guy. Of course, in reality, it was Zhang and his psychotic friend who were the most dangerous creatures, if not in all of China, then at least in this city, where the monsters were. Even high-class monsters, who in themselves looked like pompous, show-offish people, seemed like insects in comparison, and that was without cultivation. All this was being thought over by that same worker, whose brain worked in zigzags, but very quickly, in stressful moments, especially when a face like Zhang's was in front of him. So, frankly speaking, after this he needed a set of clean and dry underwear even more, and all the rest of his clothes too, to be honest. Watching these two dangerous freaks rummage through his things, taking his working hammer and asking some strange questions, his heart skipped a beat. No, they didn't kill him, and they didn't wound him either. But the poor guy would rather have eaten his own tongue without salt than agree to meet this duo again. For the sake of all the Buddhas, Christ, and Allah, it was absolutely unpleasant and downright dangerous to work here, the electrician thought, finally exhaling the stale air in his lungs. Returning to his suitcase, he began to grumble that only his high salary kept him in this place, until his gaze fell on something unexpected. As it turned out, thanks to cultivation, the main character moved so quickly that a mere mortal could not notice the theft, and now blinked his eyes in confusion. He was torn from his thoughts by a very loud, distinct, and extremely unpleasant sound coming from the room at the other end of this corridor. He both really didn't want to do it and at the same time desperately wanted to do it, to look and find out what all the fuss was about because, well, he was still human. Looking inside, he expected to see a variety of the most unpleasant things, from the summoning of demons to some kind of perverted games of madmen. In principle, the spectacle of one maniac literally smashing a stolen hammer into another, like a butcher preparing a pig carcass for cooking, was an expected scenario. But whether it was expected or not, the poor man was so scared that one wonders how he didn't simply die of shock right then and there. And of course, as is the law of the genre, Zhang certainly noticed that their little ritual had an unexpected witness and made a frightening face. A moment later, the electrician was already running down the corridor, sobbing hysterically and screaming at the top of his voice, simultaneously calling on everyone nearby for help and simply yelling. The system helpfully informed Feng that he had reached a rank where he could repeatedly strengthen one specific part of his body, from his arms to ahem. It was impossible to say. A few minutes later, it turned out that the poor worker himself had become a victim of the orderlies, although he had constantly and desperately shouted that they couldn't take their eyes off those bastards. In blood, he screamed. In that room, everything was splattered with blood, wherever you looked, and he could still hear that disgusting crunch of the hammer on human bones and flesh. Of course, when the director and staff burst into the ward, there was absolutely nothing there, and the main characters were sitting on their beds, cheerfully waving their legs above the floor. And when Shihaga sternly asked what they were thinking of doing there, these psychopaths, with the most innocent faces, answered that they were just drinking lemonade and other fast food drinks. The head of the hospital very slowly but heavily, even loudly, took a deep breath and then exhaled it back, and every cell of his body showed how angry he was. But the man was also a stunning hypocrite, so with his ever-present saccharine smile and soft tone, he explained to the electrician that he had simply imagined it. However, even he did not expect that the man, sobbing like a child, asked to be fired. He didn't need any bonus. He didn't need anything else. He just wanted to run away from here. Although, of course, he would have thought about his decision more carefully if she had doubled his salary and made sure that the protagonist returned his hammer to him. Since the old man knew very well who he was dealing with, the words about a dangerous, crushing instrument worried him much more than the demands for large sums of money. There was no trace left of his former gentle tone when the director sternly and harshly ordered the young men to immediately return the worker's precious hammer. But the Bishunins, of course, very skillfully pretended that they did not have any inappropriate object, and that they did not even have anywhere to hide it in such a situation. Unimpressed by this answer, the old man pointed to the huge bulge in the protagonist's pants. And yes, it turned out to be an item stolen from a worker. There was no way out of it. Again, Hag was a first-class actor, having appeared angry just a moment ago. Now he was back to his kind grandfather mask, demanding the hammer back. However, he knew perfectly well who he was dealing with and what these little freaks were capable of, so he demanded that Lin Feng put the item down on the ground like a gun. The protagonist refused and demanded that the director take the item himself, while his friend continued to shake his head, spraying drool and repeating that they had not taken anything. With each passing second, it became more and more like some kind of bad comedy, which the orderlies, nurse, and electrician had to unwittingly witness. Finally, when it became clear that neither of them was going to make any concessions to the other, a particularly long and awkward silence fell. She was incredibly nervous because it was February 29th, his birthday, and he didn't want it to also be the day his skull was fractured. It was also the first time his authority had been broken by a patient, as he had to agree and bend to Feng's demands. But no one actually judged him or tried to ridicule him. On the contrary, the staff were genuinely amazed by his incredible courage. Oh, if only they knew with what insane force this man's poor old heart was beating now, how it was almost tearing his ribcage apart. The entire universe seemed to stop, and seconds turned into long hours as Shai, with a trembling hand, reached for the hammer that the main character was clutching in his fist. But another second passed, then another, and then the ill-fated instrument passed into the director's hands, after which the ward literally exploded with screams. The orderlies and nurse not only honored their boss for his lion-like courage, but also literally congratulated him for the fact that Hag remained alive after all this. Now the old man, smiling blissfully and sweetly again, could say that all this was a mere trifle nonsense and return the hammer to its waiting owner in the yellow helmet. The worker himself, however, looked at the head of the clinic as if he had not yet decided who he saw before him, a transcendental bodhisattva or an even more insane maniac. Despite what it might seem from the outside, Shah was experiencing incredible stress and panic. He was shaking as if from an electric current, and a huge, sticky sweat was running all over his body. The news that evening reported that yes, the surviving monsters were still at large and dangerous, but there was nothing to fear. They were making every effort to keep citizens safe. This program was watched by two old patients, a skinny one and a fat one, and the first called the presenter his wife, and the other seriously added that she was his daughter. He saw how she grew up, and the first old man, turning sharply to the second, noted with great surprise that, in that case, they became son-in-law and father-in-law. This all led to an incredibly touching hug due to the unexpected but happy family reunion, as well as some very awkward looks from two orderlies. While the family reunion was going on, Zhang asked Feng, yes, they were both in the same room, if he knew anything about that woman from TV. The protagonist, with the same seriousness, announced that she was his girlfriend, which of course caused immediate anger on the part of both the so-called husband and the pseudo-parent. The white-haired patient replied very seriously that he believed this statement, although in fact it was not true. It was enough to understand this from his face. The episode suddenly cut off with a warning that a monster's trail had been found nearby, and then the action quickly shifted to a second-level cultivator. Exuding self-confidence with every cell of her body, she declared that it would be a piece of cake for her and her partners to finish off the second-level creature, since there were 4 of them, and they were powerful. And at least one person happily agreed, because seriously, what could go wrong? They wouldn't even have to alert the department to their mission. They'll just go out for a walk, find that poor, overgrown, mad dog, rip its guts out, and then come back so quickly that no one will even notice. There was no doubt that they would win, because they were the best graduates of their universities, the pride and joy of the young generation of cultivators, diamonds, and geniuses. Meanwhile, the evening in the psychiatric clinic's dining room continued as usual, with some patients watching television and others playing their strange games or staring into space. Zhang, for example, suddenly asked a crazy question about how today could even be February 29th, when it was obvious that it was March 7th. The hero suggested that his watch might be wrong, to which his teacher and tormentor passionately objected that this was impossible, since it was an elite model worth millions of dollars. Suddenly, a third person, a young man wearing luminous glasses, burst into their discussion and, with a promising expression on his face, asked to see the watch. After examining them carefully with a magnifying glass, he confirmed that they were indeed broken, but it was not a disaster since he was able to quickly and efficiently repair the mechanism. Since it was a fabulously expensive purchase of an elite brand, he simply had to carry out a free top-notch repair, for which he licked his finger. Then he took out a very ordinary black felt-tip pen and began to twirl it in the air above Zhang's hand, as if he were an ancient master with a brush writing sacred hieroglyphs. A few seconds later, he finished his work and respectfully released the white-haired guy's hand, asking him to check if his watch was working properly now. As it turned out, there was no watch to begin with. The bespectacled man simply drew it on another patient's hand, and he was only happy about it, because they are all crazy. A little later, he noticed that this, so to speak, watch was not counting the time, and he began to cry because he had been deceived like the last fool, having essentially stolen a huge amount of money. While he was beating himself up about it, his friend slowly rose to his feet and walked over to the drink vending machine, where he pulled out one. It was soy milk with enzymes that gave it a slight date flavor, but Lin Feng called it cola, and Zhang accepted the gift from him with gratitude. And so, while one character was enjoying the taste of what he called not even cola, but Sprite, another melancholically noted that the girl in his head had started talking again. Of course, Zhang was very curious about what exactly she was saying to Lin Feng, but the latter didn't have time to answer because the timer, visible only to him, finally ran out. After that, something truly crazy began. The whole world lost its colors, turning into something insane, and a cold voice warned about teleportation. And if the main character wanted to stop this and return to his normal existence, then he had to complete the task assigned by the system. There was no need to do anything complicated to achieve this. Just help the descendants of the creator of one imbalanced cultivation technique stop being victims of school bullies. Then the action moved to a room that, frankly speaking, even Barbie would have vomited at the sight of it. It was so gilded, pink, and gold leaf shiny. And inside it, floating in rays of supernatural energy, was a creature that could equally well be mistaken for a girl or a very effeminate guy. Oddly enough, the person himself was quite surprised to find himself in this strange place. And when the teleportation ended, he or she turned around curiously. Firstly, physically this person was still a guy. And secondly, the main character was now sitting in her body, because the system couldn't come up with anything better than body swapping. While he was thinking about what kind of sick bastard he had to be to wear pink pajamas, he didn't notice a woman enter the room and immediately leave when she saw what he was doing. Having finished his research, he changed his clothes and went to the dining room, where either the mother or the grandmother of the true mistress of his body had already prepared and placed breakfast on the table. The first misstep occurred a few minutes into the conversation, when Lin called the milk soy milk, not realizing that it was natural, extracted from the udder of a certain cow. The woman, however, did not pay attention to this, and only began to lecture about how exams were coming up soon, and her precious baby needed to focus on them. But no one listened to her, because the mad cultivator in her daughter's body was now more interested in pouring milk into his plate. When he finished, he took the bowl, which is usually used to eat large portions of cereal, porridge, noodles, or other foods, and drank it all in a flash. He later said it was delicious, but the atmosphere of the scene was as if the main character had just publicly ripped out someone's heart and gobbled it up with gusto. The woman was so horrified that she literally made the traditional gesture of protection from evil with her fingers, similar to the Christian baptism of the fingers. For obvious reasons, Lin Feng was very curious about the outside world, as he had spent almost his entire life in the depths of a mental hospital. Since he was now formally not himself, he had to imitate the behavior of another person, namely, go to school, which is what the hero tried to do. So far, everything had worked out for him. The main character waited for the bus, got on, and then sat down in an empty seat, staring blankly at the ceiling. A few seconds passed, and the bus began to fill with new passengers, hurrying somewhere on their business, from work to school. Among them was one little girl who was really so small that she couldn't even reach the handrail, no matter how hard she jumped. Of course, the protagonist, as befits a gentleman, even a mentally ill one, gave up his seat to her and was rewarded with a smile so sweet it was almost tooth decay. Watching this was Zhang Hao, a punk with dyed pink hair and a classmate of the body the main character was currently occupying. Of course, he turned out to be one of those hooligans, so he immediately went on the attack with a claim in the style of, "What are you doing? I told you to take seats for me. I forgot." Having received no reaction from this bio-robot, Zhang, although no, there is no need to remember the name of this scum, came close and grabbed the victim by the face like an animal. He was not a gentleman at all, so he had nothing against beating what he considered a weaker teenager in the face, even if dozens of people were watching. Previously, this had been easy for him because the distant descendant of legendary cultivators was insanely afraid of pain and was ready to do anything, just so as not to be kicked. But the reaction from the schizophrenic was absolutely absent. The bully might as well have been trying to anger a stone statue or even just a piece of wall. This in itself was very strange, but the look on this crybaby's face was now very unnatural, as if there was an absolute void in his head. If you scream, you will cause a long, loud echo. Without having decided right away what to do with this guy, he decided to switch to bullying the child to whom Lin Fen had just given up his seat 5 minutes ago. But before he could even touch her with a finger, a bloodied man burst into the car and started screaming that he was being attacked by a maniac and a psychopath, and that he should step on the gas pedal quickly. And the funniest thing about all this was that this guy wasn't joking. He was actually being chased by a crazy maniac with a cleaver right now, causing the people on the street to run away. Without paying attention to anything, even his old victim, the bald killer burst into the salon and growled, spraying saliva, that now he would dismember everyone into small pieces. Even the pink-haired bully, who had just seemed so big, strong, and scary, could now only widen his eyes in horror and ask what the hell this was. Only the main character, with icy indifference, said that this was not a psychopath, as if he had telepathy and could see the contents of a person's mind at a glance. Meanwhile, Mr. Not a Psychopath, waving as it turned out, even 2 cleavers, was running straight at him, continuing to shout about how he was now going to cut everyone into pieces. But for a moment he stopped, looked at someone and gave that person an incredibly disgusting, vulgar look, and even licked his lips with a disgusting sound. As it turned out, he did this in front of that same little girl, which gave the scene a particularly nasty undertone. A second passed, and the bastard started screaming again and swinging his weapon, intending to split the unfortunate victim's skull and blow out his brains with one blow. After this, a real small wave of blood sprayed into the air, and some people, including the hooligan, looked at it with indescribable horror, while others simply started running. The main character stopped the cleaver with his own hand, not paying the slightest attention to the discomfort, and seriously, calmly asked why the bald man wanted to kill people. The man gnashed his teeth furiously and tried to pull the weapon out, but it was no use. He might as well have tried to get a sword stuck in real stone. The hero refused to let go of the cleaver and suggested that the big guy do it himself, which led to a very comical, in its own way, argument, which those around him watched with shock. The cultivator wouldn't take a single step to the side until the scoundrel explained his motives, and the criminal began to puff angrily like an old, faulty locomotive. After that, he suddenly let go of his weapon, fell on his back and screamed in genuine shock, asking if the main character was really that crazy. And he was damn close to the truth because, seriously, a sane person, even with superpowers, wouldn't repeat his question like a malfunctioning animatronic. No matter how long this scene lasted, which only a very specific connoisseur could call funny, it eventually ended with an ambulance and the police being called. People in simple clothes and colorful uniforms scurried from place to place, while a caring nurse fussed over the very same schoolgirl who had almost been injured. The bald butcher inside the bus, meanwhile, had completely lost his fighting spirit, instead curling into a trembling ball and demanding that the protagonist stay away from him. And no, he didn't need his cleavers. Let this son of a worm-ridden pig and a leprous goat just get away as far as possible, beyond the horizon, and never return. Naturally, the main character still reacted to everything that was happening with a completely emotionless face, as if there was a cheap animatronic doll in his place. As for the hooligan who started it all, he was on the road, sitting on the asphalt in the fetal position and, with a crazy look, asking the heavens who he was. And he would have been even glad if everyone had just left him alone after this. But, of course, some poor little bastards only dream of peace. In his distorted perception, Lin Feng looked like a stereotypical, constantly smiling and giggling maniac, and was even framed in a creepy red color. Of course, in reality, this was just nonsense, invented by the mind of a bully who was so scared that he now clearly needed clean pants. However, he was very afraid of provoking this madman to murderous actions, so in response to his greeting, he extended his own shaking hand. The protagonist shook it with the limb that the bald man had injured, which could even be taken as part of a sophisticated mockery, if not for the knowledge that he was simply a fool. The unfortunate schoolboy, whom fate itself had clearly decided to punish for all his previous sins, could now think of only one thing: how sticky this crimson muck was. Honestly, if it weren't for this paralyzing fear, he wouldn't have been able to pretend, conduct a dialogue with this psycho, or even just stand there. He would have literally fallen dead. Luckily for him, the nurse eventually took the protagonist aside to apply a bandage to his palm, leaving the poor bully to drool and roll his eyes in the corner. As for the main character, in response to the woman's surprise, he simply smiled his signature meaningless smile and declared that pain makes him stronger. The girl wisely chose to agree, but inwardly she seriously wondered what was wrong with this strange boy's head, or if she was imagining it. Oh, And no one forgot about the guy who loved to cut up girls with two cleavers either. This quiet, hunched-over man was now walking between two police officers in steel handcuffs. And there were no problems until he saw the main character and recognized him. This frightened the man so much that he burst into tears, screamed that a real psychopath was standing over there, and took off running, to the shock and anger of his guards. While everyone was watching this latest impromptu circus, a man quietly approached Lin Feng from behind and praised him for his extremely outstanding courage. Then the officer patted him on the head and said that they would definitely talk to the administration of the boys' school so that everyone could know what a hero was growing up next door. He didn't expect that instead of gratitude, the boy would simply wave him off indifferently and say that he needed to be on time for classes to start. However, the man was not offended, because such a powerful spirit and diligent thirst for knowledge deserve only respect. He will have to tell his idiot son about this. However, professional duty and simple conscience forced him to rush in pursuit of the strange schoolboy, shouting that there was no need to strain himself so much. The hero deserved a rest. He choked and almost tripped when the young man, in his signature manner, quoted that pain is the perfect path to cultivation. It tempers his body. Now the officer felt not respect, but the same awkward feeling that the nurse had felt 5 minutes earlier, subconsciously realizing that she was talking to a madman. The high school, it must be admitted, looked luxurious. Even the design of its gates clearly showed a harmonious mixture of traditional Chinese style and Greek antiquity. The place smelled very good of books, and Fen lamented out loud that Zhang could not come here. He would have made a truly first-class teacher. He even imagined for a moment how this gray-haired gentleman would offer help to the children in the form of many sharp needles, and how they would cry with fear. Even his fractured and distorted mind couldn't help but admit that this would actually end in something very terrible. And after that, the hero stepped inside the schoolyard. Since Lin Fen had never attended high school or any school higher than elementary school, he was barely able to navigate this space, having a hard time finding the right rooms. He eventually found a suitable classroom and walked in to find long rows of identical yellow desks and chairs, but only 2 bored-looking seniors. However, the room was filling up with more and more people with each passing second, so the cultivator in someone else's body also decided to do something logical, namely, sit down at a desk. Since he had no idea what to do next and no desire to talk to anyone right now, the teenager simply lay down on the table and stared blankly to the side. He remembered well how his mother had once spoken to a psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist had made it clear that they could not send him to any school. He was still not normal. Naturally, this news greatly upset Lin Sr., as it would any adequate, loving mother in her place. He didn't even flinch when his hand was poked with great force by something sharp, and some girl started screaming at him. How dare he? A pig crossed the line. If that little rat dared to show such insolence even once more, she would simply kill him, the high school girl declared, and immediately turned her face away with the most tsundere look. She was actually bothered by what had happened, because this crybaby should have started crying again in his usual manner and babbling pathetically about how much pain he was in. But instead, she received, yes, another completely indifferent look, which could just as easily have belonged not to a person, but to a cheap doll, for example. Bully stared straight at him for a very long time, trying to find even a shadow of familiar emotion in those soulless and meaningless eyes, but she might as well have burned the sea. Then she pressed hard enough to pierce his hand right through to the flesh, to which Fen only said with a crazy grin, what a cute joke it was, just like he had in the hospital. Blood was already flowing down his sleeves, but the young man remained indifferent to this terrible pain, unlike the evil bully, who was now almost grinding her teeth into powder. She could no longer deceive herself, because she was pressing so hard that she could pierce her hand to the bone, and this bastard, of course, was a real slug, but to ignore her to such an extent. When that bitch pulled the handle, a real red geyser erupted, and several nasty, iron-smelling drops fell straight on her face. This completely destroyed her image of the school queen, causing her to run away in a fit of hysterics, screaming like a pig that had not yet been slaughtered. One hooligan, with blue hair, turned to another, already well known to everyone, with a promising question: is he going to avenge his innocent lover? And no, don't get me wrong, he was a true friend and was ready to bravely attack a smaller teenager and hold him down while his friend beat him up like a real man. After everything he had seen in the minibus, the little bastard flatly refused to approach his former victim under any pretext. It wasn't worth it. Of course, his friend hadn't seen anything like that and didn't take these statements seriously because, come on, for him, this isn't even a crybaby but a real pathetic queer. As they say, talk about the devil, and he will appear. So the main character himself approached their desk, and this crazy, disgusting grin was already on his face. He hadn't done anything overtly dangerous or even strange yet, but frankly speaking, his grimaces themselves were very unnatural and artificial. The blue bully, again, didn't sense anything strange, so he began picking his nose with demonstrative contempt and calling the protagonist an idiot. Naturally, when the pink bully, desperately sweating and forcing a smile, stood up, shook his hand, and respectfully greeted him, the blue one almost choked from shock. However, they were both fortunate that, due to his illness, Lin Feng was not like any other petty, self-centered, and sadistic cultivator, but maintained a peaceful attitude. After this awkward episode, he simply turned around and quietly left, while the blue-haired teenager screamed hysterically and the pink-haired one stood with a dead face. Then the lesson began, and the stereotypical strict teacher, who looked more like a ferocious dragonfly, asked who would have the courage to show the homework first. Nobody did this because, look, making a fool of themselves in front of this vile witch, there were absolutely no such fools in this class. Therefore, the teacher herself decided to choose the first person to answer, and it goes without saying that this person was the main character, temporarily occupying the body of an ordinary schoolboy. The bullies were celebrating because they knew very well how much this weakling was afraid to speak up in class. Now he would definitely have a nervous breakdown in front of everyone. When he stood up and, absolutely calmly, without the slightest sign of horror, admitted that he did not remember the material, the entire class almost screamed, as if the sky had literally fallen to the ground. The tension was such that literally nothing else in the world could compare to this moment in terms of passion, not even the legendary cowboy duels. The exchange of glances between the protagonist and the teacher dragged on, and now anyone could clearly feel how oppressive the atmosphere was that was being created. It is unknown how it would have ended otherwise, but then the young man finally smiled a sweet, curious smile and asked if he could sit back down. This grimace of his literally drove everyone crazy, and this woman was no exception. Nervously adjusting her strange glasses, she gave him permission. If only one of them had known how wild thoughts were now wandering in the heads of the other teenagers, they would have been less surprised by the appearance of the cosmic pink rabbits. But when the lesson came to an end, one might have thought that life had instantly returned to its normal course, with someone chatting with someone, reading books, or simply sleeping. The protagonist, taking advantage of the moment, crouched down by the socket with the key in order to harm himself again, but someone very evil loomed over him like a fatal rock. The gay high school student was extremely interested in how this little brat, the eternal victim of bullying, managed to flip over the table and bully everyone himself. When even after this there was no reaction, the young bandit became so enraged that only a shred of self-control kept him from committing murder. But not at all from grabbing this vile living doll with empty brainless eyes and screaming right in his face, spraying stinking saliva everywhere. Only after this did the little immortal psychopath say that he wanted to shock himself in order to experience pain and, as a result, advance further along the path of cultivation. Naturally, the bully only started yelling even louder in response, as if he wanted to pin the cost of replacing the cracked glass in the windows on the school administration with all his might. Then, Lin Feng inserted the key into the hole and turned on the current, which of course no normal person who was not an immortal cultivator should do. To say the bully was shocked would be a massive understatement because seriously, how crazy do you have to be to do something like that? He also forgot to remove his hand from the victim's shoulder, causing a massive amount of electricity to be transferred to him, much to the delight of some curious sociopath in the background. Although it turned out that this third one was not having fun because of someone else's pain, but because it somehow seemed to him that his classmates had arranged the dance in such a strange way. He was so stupid and blind that, seeing lightning shooting from every pore, he touched the blue bully, and was rightly punished for this with a portion of hundreds of volts of lightning. What's worse, literally the entire class was so catastrophically stupid as to repeat this mistake. These puppies are literally crying out for a Darwin Award. No kidding. The protagonist ended up feeling very dissatisfied because such a pathetic discharge was of practically no use, and he had only wasted his time. He was no better than his classmates in terms of observation, because up until that moment he had not noticed at all this huge number of half-dead bodies. And he also turned out to be just stupid and crazy enough to seriously think about the fact that they literally lay down to sleep on the floor. That's how tired they all were. Overall, he didn't give a shit. And this bruised, effeminate, empty-eyed bundle of optimism jumped towards the toilet. The weirdo teacher, a nerd and a geek from the world of mathematics, was already approaching the class with a very happy look because he was going to torment his students with his material. The banal fact that he wore stereotypical hypnotic glasses, white with black stripes, spoke volumes about this man's sense of fashion. This made the already awkward scene of discovering a huge number of bodies stinking of hot meat completely cringeworthy. But you have to give this guy credit, he was only confused for the first few seconds, and then with shaking hands he dialed an ambulance and gave the address. When the person on the other end of the phone seriously inquired how it all happened, the teacher, cursing, replied that he too was incredibly eager to know. And so, a peaceful day at high school was completely destroyed. and the sky above the building was split by the loud honking of red and white cars with blue flashing lights. Looking at this from the window, Lin Feng seriously concluded that this probably happened because the students disobeyed their mother and slept on the floor. The next logical conclusion he drew from all of this was that high school was, in fact, a very scary place, and one had to keep one's eyes open. In any human group, rumors spread very quickly, and such an unusual incident was simply destined to become the talk of the town. The main character was walking through the park until someone, standing very suspiciously behind a park tree, called out to him by his new fake name. Since there is as little reason in his head as his eyes are large, clear, and unclouded, he said outright that he is a completely different person. But for now, he is still him. There was a schoolgirl behind the tree, and only his mental retardation prevented Lin from simply running away, because her face showed what would happen next. If only she knew what had really happened to the one she had so rashly fallen in love with, she would have preferred to eat that pink letter without salt. But she didn't have time to show it in any case, because someone's hand tore it away in the most rude way, and no one had time to react to that. Another punk, whose name was of no interest to anyone and had absolutely no meaning, cooed in the most mocking voice, asking what he suddenly saw. He was the new school bully whose fashion sense was so disgusting that it alone deserved a life sentence in prison. Naturally, he took great pleasure in mocking this sweet couple and their, as it seemed to him, relationship, and his henchmen were happy to help. The scoundrel used a classic method of bullying not only a weaker, but also a shorter opponent. Namely, he simply raised the stolen goods high above the ground. Oh, the eighth wonder of the world. This forced the main character to do something sane, because in a split second he took the letter away and stood in a heroic pose. The blonde asshole started the evening with a smile, with the knowledge that he could easily bully and humiliate everyone again. And now he had a hard time understanding that he was the one being bullied. Since Feng's coordinate system worked on completely different principles than the rest of the world, he needed to clarify why this guy took the thing from the girl. The passing antagonist, of course, had no intention of answering him. Instead, he gave the hero such a look that if he had been a weapon, the poor fool would have been reduced to ashes. However, he was merciful and noble, so he was ready to turn a blind eye and not beat the schoolboy, on the condition that he himself publicly humiliated the girl after reading the letter. And the main character, with animal-like seriousness, asked the stranger if she would mind if he actually did it, just in case. She, naturally, was completely against it, because someone else's beating was not worth becoming a laughingstock for the sake of it. But the fish-eyed cultivator was not one to take offense, so he quickly said that since she was against it, there was no reason for him to do the same. Of course, he didn't even blink a single eye when the bully hit the tree just centimeters away from his head, as if Lin's face was just an old mask. The punk, whose name was not worth mentioning, tried to look extremely menacing and imposing, as if he had come from a cheap movie about triads and yakuza. His strength was truly superhuman, and he even left a deep, smoking dent in the tree trunk, but he might as well have been trying to scare a mannequin. Seeing this, the schoolgirl squealed in horror for Lin to read, because fear for his well-being still outweighed the instinctive horror for her own skin. The villainous henchman, with an air no less pompous than their leader, repeated the order, ready at any moment to back it up with brute force. But Feng suddenly remembered that he was a cultivator, the ruler of all things, the invincible pillar of the universe, and that, in fact, no one could beat him, which meant there was no need to obey. If there was one thing the previous antagonists could agree on with this blonde schoolboy, it was that the main character's words were excellent at getting on their nerves. Seeing that the expression on the impudent man's face still hadn't changed, the villain's minions became truly furious at the wounded honor of their alpha. And in response, Lin Feng, for the first time in history, showed even the slightest sign of aggression, striking the tree with his clenched palm without changing his indifferent expression. Like any self-respecting cultivator, he wasn't averse to showing off his incredible strength when the opportunity arose, and now he had demonstratively broken a tree. None of these three pathetic hooligans could ever have done anything so epic, and judging by their shocked faces, they knew it perfectly well. Meanwhile, two schoolgirls, almost rubbing their heels raw, finally found the teacher with the red armband and complained to him that bullying had started again. The man was so angry that he almost allowed himself to utter an extremely vulgar curse word towards the blonde, until he came to his senses and chose a more beautiful phrase. Of course, it didn't make him any less eager to take off his belt and give the little bastard a good beating, and he sprinted towards the schoolyard as fast as he could. Of course, when he and the two girls finally got to the right place and saw what was happening there, they felt like they had been struck by lightning. During these minutes, the protagonist managed to completely suppress and destroy the bully, put him in an extremely humiliating position, and force him to bow down to his friend. For anyone else, a primitive repetition of words like taking someone else is bad, bullying is bad, would have looked ridiculous, but for Feng, it came out damn creepy. like a killer robot. And this pathetic punk, who just recently pretended to be almost the king of the triads, could now only sob hysterically and obediently repeat everything that was said. And his gaze kept returning to the tree that had been knocked down to the ground, leaving a stump with edges so sharp that it could be used for perverted torture. And, whether on purpose or because of his own stupidity, Lin kicked his pride even harder by slapping that unfortunate letter on his cheek and affectionately calling him a good little boy. After this, the school bandits finally got a chance to escape, and the teacher, barely finding his jaw on the floor, asked what kind of fucking mess this was. He even asked the schoolgirls if the most insignificant, effeminate, whiny, and soft-hearted boy in the school had just scared one of the worst local bullies. Meanwhile, the main character, paying even less attention to them than to the buzzing of insects, finally returned that damn letter to its creator. Naturally, some god or Buddha thought it was a cliché, so the schoolgirl blushed, petals flew into the sky, and everything turned a disgusting pig color. Hearing that the letter was originally intended for him, the brown-haired man nodded wisely, as if to say, yes, the wise old Jang had told him about such interesting things. The teacher tried to interrupt the saccharine declaration of love, angrily reminding them that they were still children, but he was interrupted by those two schoolgirls who wanted bread and circuses. A moment later, the protagonist, with his signature dead fish look and statue-like facial expressions, replied that no, that wouldn't happen, and the girl almost died on the spot. After a moment, he finally decided to explain that his life's goal was, just a second, cultivating himself into the strongest person in the world, which was more important than anything else. Taking this into account, there can only be one conclusion. They are not a couple and never will be. And the schoolgirl reacted to these words as if he had hit her between the legs with all his might. Needless to say, a woman's pride simply could not bear such mockery, so she began to sob hysterically, run away, and shout curses. Feng only added indifferently that Zhang was right. Women are crazy, chaotic, and incomprehensible creatures, while the schoolgirls behind him cursed him, and the teacher was simply dumbfounded. But wait, he said suddenly, stroking his chin. He only now realized that he must have forgotten something, and it was definitely not common sense. And then, he came to the conclusion that he didn't care at all, and he walked away, not even noticing how the irritated teacher was chasing the still swearing and angry schoolgirls away from here. After this, a flashback began, in which the true owner of the body in which Lin now lives admitted that he was weak-willed and that those around him teased him as a faggot. However, there was a certain girl who never teased him or made him cry, but instead considered him extremely cute. Accordingly, he loved her very much in return, and dreamed of one day getting enough balls to openly admit it. Oh, this poor, unfortunate little fellow. How hard he begged the higher powers to finally grant him courage, to send him a lucky chance for this. But in the end, the system itself bullied him, throwing an insensitive madman into his body, who, instead of agreeing, indifferently rejected the girl's proposal. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the elderly doctor never tired of grumbling about the modern and completely crazy youth who, instead of studying, were doing God knows what. Hearing that his uniform would be cut off to somehow tear it away from the flesh, the blue bully squealed in horror that this couldn't be done. It was a brand. He worked like a convict for this. The expressions on the doctor and nurse's faces made it clear how little they really cared about such things. And when the teenager fell onto the couch in a half-dead state, the doctor clearly felt how his right eye began to twitch at a frantic pace. With the air of an angry bodhisattva, he began to read pompous moral teachings about how insignificant such experiences are, but of course, no one could listen to him. Be that as it may, the medical staff did not ask any more permission, and soon the entire ward was filled with young likenesses of the unfortunate Captain Curly. Oh, how they suffered, how they groaned and suffered in this disgusting state, and even more unattractive place, some even, casting aside their male pathos, called for their mother. Although those who retained the most sanity seriously wondered what the hell they were doing here, and what they looked like the trolls from Homestuck. The electric shock theory didn't hold up to scrutiny because none of them were such idiots as to play with a socket. They were simply touching each other's shoulders. However, they quickly guessed who started this chain, and the blue bully guessed it too, because he immediately demanded to be left alone. Cursing like a drunken boatswain, he growled that he had nothing to do with it. That damned, pretty, feminine bastard who imagined himself a cultivator was to blame for everything. Seeing that his classmates did not reject this version outright, he began to describe to them with even greater fervor what a disgusting, miserable, feeble-minded scumbag the brown-haired man was. This, of course, sounded good, but people suddenly interrupted him with a reasonable question. Where did the culprit of the tragedy himself go? Why didn't any of them see him here on the bed? Snorting contemptuously, the bully assumed that this worthless wretch must be writhing in agony in the intensive care unit right now, and he should have gotten the worst of it. One young man wearing large glasses suddenly and with genuine concern asked if the main character had died after this. This question confused everyone, since no one had the courage to demonstratively throw out something like, "Who cares? Even if he died, that's where he deserves to be." It suddenly became clear that they were genuinely worried, but it was difficult to say whether it was because of the possibility of someone being bullied and having their things taken, or simply out of altruism. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door, and everyone immediately assumed it was either the mandatory patient rounds, in which case it would have been better if there had been a pretty nurse standing there, or the parents. But no, it was the main character, who had been so exhausted during this time looking for the right place that now his gaze seemed even more fishy and abnormal than ever. When his classmates saw his face, they felt something between incredible shock that this particular rogue had escaped unharmed and a deep, dark rage. When he walked inside with the bags, ranting about how they were all so overworked that they had even passed out and gotten burned, no one uttered a word. Everyone was just trying to figure out why this little brat, who even comes to school in a pink sweater, wasn't hurt at all, except for the permanent bruise above his eyebrow. This essentially logical question disturbed everyone to such an extent that no one listened to what the protagonist was babbling, even when he took out food in front of them. It was impossible from the point of view of elementary logic and the basic laws of physics, and no one remembered his words about cultivation, and it's unlikely that they would have been believed. When Lin Feng brought a few things to that same blue-haired hooligan, the latter, snorting and puffing like an angry old badger, demanded that he simply get away from him. He didn't need any handouts, but he was very interested in what this little bastard had planned, how he had pulled off this whole trick, but in the middle of this speech he was quietly interrupted. The pink punk, in the most flattering and humiliating manner, begged the great cultivator not to hold a grudge against his friend. He was out of his mind and didn't understand what he was saying. There was no need to hit him. Watching this, the teenager choked on air once again, and then growled even more beast-like, asking what the hell this was. Did his friend burn out all his brains or something? Then another shout was heard. Some young man, having finally gotten his hands on a phone, called on everyone to immediately look into the community to see what was happening to the boss there. Everyone immediately turned to their own gadgets, and what they saw there made everyone, young and old, drop their jaws to their chests. And there was a reason for that, because someone managed to film from a very close angle how the main character humiliated the worst bully in the history of high school in the most shameful manner. One look at this was enough for the blue punk to finally start fawning over Feng, just like the pink one, because now he saw how this shorty defeated the boss. Somewhere else, a man in the distinctive striped pajamas of a mental hospital patient stood on top of a tall building, looking out at the crimson sunset and the birds. Just recently, someone threw a document in his face with the kind of carelessness and contempt with which people hit stray dogs in the face with urine-soaked rags. The woman who was dear to him was now openly pressing her whole body against the rich bastard and demanding that he sign this document, since he still had one foot in the grave. Looking at the divorce document, the patient in the hat whispered with some strange weariness that she had no shame or conscience at all to create such a scene even before his death. As he took that fateful step down, he wondered if she really didn't care about him that much, even though they had been husband and wife for 10 long years. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Lin's new body's classmates bombarded him with questions about whether he had really broken the tree with his fist and whether it had been difficult and painful for him. Although with excellent indifference, he still answered questions. For example, he pointed out the window and said that that unfortunate plant was about the same size as that one. As it turned out, it was from this building that the abandoned husband decided to leave for DU, and that his problems were limited only to the physical body, but not to the mind. Contrary to all laws of physics, the poor fellow fell so slowly that ordinary school children examined him in every detail and screamed in horror before he had even flown over the window. And it took even less time for the main character to activate his cultivation abilities and become faster than time itself. He didn't ask or say anything, instead simply grabbing the man's hand and stopping his fall long before he should have landed. But biology and physics didn't care whether he was a cultivator or not, because it was because of them that in real life no one tried to catch adults falling with their hands. The mass, multiplied by the acceleration energy during the fall, broke Feng's bones with a disgusting crunch, but he still dragged the man inside the room without blinking an eye. Yes, this led to the fact that his classmates, who until recently considered him an insignificant, whiny, weak creature, began to admiringly chatter and discuss his feat. Lin ignored them, instead wondering why the man had jumped to his death, but the latter countered by asking about his own survival. He had a fatal illness that meant his days were numbered, and his dear wife openly cheated on him with a younger lover, demanding he sign a divorce agreement. Out of despair and mental pain, the poor guy burst into tears, to which the main character patted him on the head and advised him to cry. The director says that this makes his soul feel better. Hearing this, the would-be suicide looked at the guy with such a look that in comparison to him, Puss in Boots would have seemed like a pathetic imitator. And then he grabbed the young man's leg and began not even to cry, but to sob loudly, scream at the top of his lungs, sob and blow bubbles of snot, not caring about the looks of others. The door had already been torn off its hinges, letting in worried medics and orderlies who couldn't understand when this guy had escaped from the ward and how they had managed to save him. Seeing the main character, the senior doctor approached him and carefully asked whether he had saved this patient, already captured by the orderlies, from a tragic death. Before the protagonist could respond, the pink-haired punk pointed to his previously injured arm with dead horror in his voice. The mad cultivator didn't pay any attention to the unpleasant sensation in his left limb, even though it was now bleeding like a waterfall. Just looking at it was enough to make all the teenagers feel seriously sick to their stomachs, because the sight was absolutely disgusting. The doctor also noticed this and was speechless for a long time, while Feng, without any expression on his face, said that it was just a scratch, no need to pay attention to it. Everyone was dumbfounded when he added that this injury would heal, as had happened many times before. Even by their standards, this was pure madness. But the punks, those cunning little opportunists, immediately declared how cool this was and solemnly acknowledged the former victim as their new big boss. The hospital staff, however, had the opposite opinion, and they practically dragged this weirdo into the operating room by force, ignoring his delusional words about cultivation. Unfortunately, they hadn't thought to gag him, and because of this, they were even more upset when the teenager started talking about the ward as if it were his home. The surgeon, stoically rolling his eyes, came to the conclusion that the extensive blood loss and severe pain, shock had damaged the boy's mind, causing him to babble incomprehensibly. Lin didn't have time to warn anyone about his lack of money for the painkiller because he had already been injected with the potion as quickly and unnoticeably as if it were a mosquito bite. He still managed to croak out the cherished word, money, but the anesthesia proved stronger than the cultivation and sent him to the valleys of the god Morpheus. The system, having waited for the right opportunity, announced that the task was technically completed, since now no one would dare to bully this guy anymore. Moreover, since the protagonist completed this quest in the best possible way, with a solid 5 out of 5, he additionally deserved a special reward. After that, nothing forced Feng to continue to remain in this pampered body of a feminine teenager, so the all-powerful demigod went home. The system violated the laws of the space-time continuum so easily that from the point of view of Zhang and the other inhabitants of the mental hospital, nothing strange happened. Only the main character himself was confused and now shook his head with slight curiosity, trying to figure out where all these doctors, children, and other strange characters had gone. But then, with an indifferent look that even a dead fish might envy, he asked again, "What? The older adopted brother wants to know what his voice is chattering about in his head?" Naturally, he wanted to, so he nodded, waiting for his younger comrade to finally continue the conversation. With a dumbfounded expression, Lin explained that he found himself in a different location, in the body of a mentally ill boy who wore women's pajamas, and Zhang admitted that this was perverted. But in that very so-called other location, the teenager continued to lie unconscious with his arm bandaged, while his mother sat next to him. Of course, she was very worried, but fortunately, the young man finally woke up, with difficulty opening his leaden, heavy eyelids and squeezing out one hoarse word. A second later, he looked down and saw that his hand, his precious, tender, dear hand, was locked in a cold, hard, rigid cast. This worthless guy threw such a cartoonish tantrum over this that one could even understand the people who had previously treated this guy like a chew toy. After some time, he was already standing in front of the gates of his high school, but he looked at them as if it was the entrance to hell, where brimstone, fire, and gnashing of teeth began. He really didn't want to go to this scary place full of hooligans, alone, and he desperately tried to understand where his dear mother was, why she hadn't come yet. A small, silent army of school bullies had already formed up in front of him, and the teenager felt the icy, sticky sweat turning his clothes into tight, suffocating rags. Looking at how every person cast a cold, meaningless glance at him, the teenager was already mentally prepared for the fact that it would be better to dig his own grave, and he, as one might expect, was incredibly shocked when the entire gang simply fell on one knee in front of him, addressing him respectfully, as if he were an emperor. And if he had also heard how his newfound fans had composed a whole poem about him, a complete dithyramb, he would certainly have had a heart attack on the spot. However, a moment later, his face, pale as a porcelain mask, completely changed, returning to its natural hue, and the guy's entire posture began to radiate pathos. The same girl, who apparently had a subscription for endless water in her body, was also watching this, like a seasoned stalker, as she cried so often. And what was her reason this time, right? The realization that her crush really turned out to be the legendary military leader of the school, and she was now unworthy of him. In the city of Yanhan, in the Special Forces building, someone shouted indignantly when he was told that the demons, the bastards, had begun to become much smarter. An old man in the stereotypical clothing of a Taoist magician, a representative of a stereotypical Taoist organization of magic cultivators, repeated that this was nonsense and absurd, that such a thing could not happen. Another cultivator said with a blissful grin that the demon's stupidity was their only major advantage, and now they could write farewell notes en masse. The man sitting at the head of the table, wearing casual business attire instead of traditional Chinese dress, confirmed that this was not some kind of silly joke. The only woman present, looking down sadly, asked what they should do if the creatures of darkness soon reached their peak of development. She shuddered all over as if struck by an invisible whip when someone brought their fist down on the table with a crash and growled that there was no point in talking. All this was happening already, right now. The representative of Buddhism, sadly stroking his long and thin beard, began to read prayers to higher powers, asking to give them enough courage to resist evil. He jerked his head reflexively as the same voice, in the rudest possible terms, ordered him to shut up. Looking at the analytical data collection screen, the evil screamer proclaimed that in just a little while, the demons would learn to fight like humans, and their cultivating troops would be in danger. The only thing his colleagues could add on this matter was that they had sent warnings to everyone who needed to know. The man with the pipe, blowing out whole clouds of smoke, muttered that since the youth were not fit for such serious and risky work, then they, the old men, would have to take it on. He had barely finished his speech about how it was better to die fighting as warriors should before a huge, energy Buddhist emblem slammed into him. As it turned out, it was created by the same man in a simple business suit who was sitting at the other end of the table, and whose face was not even shown in detail. He was the strongest cultivator in the city, and one of the greatest warriors in all of China, and he sternly told them all to pray that there would be enough strong warriors here. Since February 29th was the director of the mental hospital's birthday, the entire staff now tried to properly congratulate their boss. The old man was extremely pleased, and a deep blush spread across his face as he read a short speech of welcome and thanks in response. Soon after, the staff again exploded with joyful congratulations, and some even began clapping their hands, singing simple songs and tapping their feet on the floor to the beat. Hag was clearly about to ask the higher powers that at least this day of his would pass calmly, cloudlessly, and completely happily, but he was again interrupted by someone's frightened cry. The orderly shouted that the main characters had started a riot and were inciting all the other patients to do the same, and she wanted to curse so badly, but the situation didn't allow it. And in the outer hall, a whole crowd of crazy people were pressing the guards, shouting that they needed it, and the protagonists were also waving posters with images of some kind of circles. The orderlies, deciding that they were demanding more eggs, potatoes, and sausages, were willing to give them some supplies, just so that these lunatics would not spoil the celebration. But of course, that's not what the main characters wanted, and they emphasized their point by shaking their heads so fast that drool flew in all directions. When asked what the hell they wanted then, they simply pointed once again to their posters, which depicted, well, the devil knows what that even means. Seeing this, the orderlies and nurses clearly regretted that they were not given firearms along with permission to shoot to kill if they wanted to. But they were glad that the director at least came here, which meant that all the responsibility and headaches could be legally shifted onto his shoulders. Hag didn't even say anything when Lin Feng and Zhang again said that they needed it, and slipped him those same posters with the spheres. After looking at this for a few seconds, the old man, with an open severity that was unusual for him, sternly said that he would not give it to them, no matter how much they asked or rebelled. The psychopaths exchanged glances, in a manner typical of characters who are capable of conducting a silent dialogue with each other on any topic, simply through facial expressions. So they simply collapsed on the floor and began hysterically repeating their desires, but while Zhang did it as if there was no tomorrow, Lin was as cold as a robot. The hospital had incredibly lenient and liberal morals because sure, instead of ordering them to be tied up in straitjackets and locked up, surrendered. This in itself was not unbelievable, but the problem was that the staff still had no idea what they were supposed to give these schizophrenics anyway. As it turned out, they didn't need food or even anything vulgar, but the most ordinary training items, and the director, again, was so gentle that he obediently gave them up. For an ordinary person, this would have been the test of a lifetime. The dumbbells alone that Feng lifted with ease weighed hundreds of kilograms, yet he smashed them into rubble. And the sandbag, which was designed to withstand the most powerful blows from hands and feet without difficulty, was now simply torn to pieces. Even the hero's clothes were torn from the excessive effort, but otherwise they were completely unharmed, and Zhang even happily shouted how great he was with his training. If only they could feel the incredible disappointment of the system, which single-handedly did the real work of turning Lin Feng into an invincible imba, sigh. Meanwhile, in the sewers, a whole pack of demonic rats with large red glowing eyes squeaking desperately ran away while the tunnel collapsed behind them. As it turns out, the all-powerful and brilliant young cultivators couldn't think of anything better to do than engage in the classic quest of old RPGs, rat hunting. And now, one of them, reading prayers addressed to various Buddhas and deities, was throwing glowing and explosive talismans at the monstrous rodents. However, they destroyed not only demon rats, but also larger creatures, for example, a second-level hellhound, which quickly turned into a stinking burnt heap. Or rather, it seemed that way to them due to the bustle of the battle and the semi-darkness of the dungeon, because the huge dog soon turned out to be alive and practically unharmed. This was clearly a very tough nut to crack, so the same cultivator healer who initiated this expedition decided to resort to more radical measures. Casting a simple spell, she bombarded one of the party members with so much regenerative energy that it nearly started leaking out of his ears. And now, this young swordsman began to recite a pompous recitative, preparing to use one of his most powerful fencing techniques on this demonic spawn. Whoosh! And there you go. A huge blade of pure energy erupts from his outstretched fingers and heads, straight for the monster's heart. This was no longer a mere kick in the ass, because the supernatural metal penetrated deep into the monster's flesh, causing it to growl and squeal in pain. However, even after causing such damage, the devil dog refused to safely go to reincarnation in the dog paradise, and only became even more angry at the pathetic humans. He was about to trample the swordsman, frozen in horror, into the ground, raising his giant paw higher, when a bald guy with sacred beads stepped forward. In his hands, they had the power to summon Buddhist miracles, and now, for example, he created the illusion of an ancient bodhisattva, a protector from evil, holding the paw of a dog. It was hard to believe that the demon could be made any angrier than he already was, but it worked, and the expression on his face seemed to scream, "Who do you take me for, you puppies?" The hound freed its paw in one motion and prepared to bring it down on the bipeds again. And at that moment, the first cultivator screamed in fear, warning his teammates. The monster, however, proved to be more cunning, because it did not waste its energy fighting the biting and strong enemies, but instead deprived them of a healer, throwing the girl away. Cultivator or not, user of the power of heaven and earth or not, but when you weigh no more than a fragile teenage girl and you are hit with the force of a ramming truck, you fly into a wall. And this collision with the hard reinforced concrete surface was crushing enough that the internal organs turned to mush and blood poured from the mouth. No one tried to help her, because everyone was surprised first and foremost by the fact that the creature turned out to be smart enough to understand the principle of the first bay healer on its own. But then the leader of the squad came to his senses, ordered that the girl be taken away from here immediately, and that extreme caution be exercised with this unusually intelligent hellhound. And he was quick to set an example for his comrades, a moment later throwing 3 huge paper talismans, spewing lightning, towards the monster. However, they barely managed to scratch the skin of the demonic beast, which was still focused on fighting the Buddhist cultivator and his charms. And then, after a few seconds of tense confrontation, the monster simply grinned, as best as its long, sharp-toothed muzzle would allow. Just one look at that disgusting grimace sent strong goosebumps and cold sweat running down the back of the believing warrior. When all that was left of their friend was a pair of legs and a huge pool of blood, the 2 remaining youths were struck by a terrible realization that the enemy had been holding back all this time. And now, from their faces, one could very easily read their internal monologue. What self-confident idiots we were to climb into the beast's mouth on our own. Faster than a human eye could blink, the massive demonic wolf struck again, but the blue-robed swordsman still managed to save his commander by pushing him away. This poor guy had his chest completely destroyed and a huge part of his back, but he somehow managed to wheeze so that his last brother-in-arms would run away. He had no intention of running away, choosing instead to freeze in a shaking fighting stance and yell at the unconscious and likely long-dead healer. More than anything in the world, he would have liked her to now soar above the ground with her usual grin, resurrect and heal everyone in a couple of seconds, but this did not happen. However, it later turned out that she was not dead. Her eyes were directed straight at the back of the last young man. He himself no longer tried to portray a cold and majestic Asian warrior, but simply rushed at the enemy, waving his blade and with tears in his eyes. Barely clinging to life, through sheer force of will, the woman extended her hand and croaked out a spell that could temporarily strengthen the yellow swordsman many times over. The cultivation energy was fully activated, and the man felt incredible power begin to flow through his veins along with his blood, healing injuries and relieving fatigue. That was the last thing she did, because literally a moment later the girl dropped her head onto her chest, like a puppet whose limbs had been broken and whose strings had been torn. The mystical sword belonging to the last warrior performed the most incredible cults in the air, which would have been simply impossible with an ordinary weapon. The boost was wasted because the huge dog, with the same contemptuous ease, tore the guy to pieces and then pathetically crushed what was left with its paw. Desperately reaching out his hand to the dead healer, He croaked a curse so that the higher powers themselves would punish the vile hellish spawn, bringing down upon him all the forces of heaven and earth. And it was not empty despair, for his eyes, already bloodshot, now turned into coals emitting a terrible orange light. His entire body also began to emit exactly the same fiery light, after which he grabbed the huge clawed paw on his chest with an iron grip and announced the execution. The space around was literally drowned in fire. Giant clouds of hot gas rose to the height of multi-story buildings, and their hissing howl was echoed by an agonizing cry. When the curtain of fire weakened a little, it became clear that the cultivator's body had not been damaged any further, but his hand lay lifelessly in a pool of flame, unlike the demon. The hellhound was still alive, but the fight had taken its toll, its hide covered in numerous wounds and scorch marks, which only further enraged the monster. If there was anyone alive near him, this monster would not hesitate to pounce on that poor guy, just to let off some steam by crushing someone's bones. But there was no one nearby, and the fresh wounds were making themselves felt, so the giant wolf, growling dully and limping on at least 2 paws, crawled as far away from here as possible. While some mental hospitals are a living hell of concrete, steel, and barbed wire, this one even allowed them to walk in a beautiful park. The psychos ran across the soft green grass, screaming and waving their arms. Zhang counted ants with the most concentrated look, and Lin Feng, detached from everything, meditated. Naturally, he had risen so high in his cultivation that he could now absorb an infinite amount of energy, literally absorbing it into every part of his body. He would have continued until he had acquired enough power to crush the entire universe with one hand, but unfortunately or fortunately, he was pestered too persistently. Zhang was preoccupied with much more mundane and important matters, and so he pointed out that one ant appeared to be crying bitterly in its insect-like way. As it turned out, even cultivating with the system had its price, and endless amounts of leveling could easily lead to the protagonist being torn apart. Someone else would have stood there with his mouth open and his eyes wide, but the white-haired psycho knew exactly what to do. So, without further ado, he jabbed the needle deep into his skull. With a maddening speed that would have outpaced any automatic mechanism, he thrust enough needles into Lin's head, neck, and shoulders to kill an ordinary man. And at first it seemed that it had no effect, because his face was still so red, as if he were suffering from the most terrible constipation in the world, and grimacing did not help. Eventually, he did come back to life, but only to throw his head back to the heavens and scream hysterically, as if all this pain had finally caught up with him and forced him to react. Most people would have died on the spot after this, because the needles flew out of the brunette's body with the force of a bullet flying out of a machine gun. But Zhang immediately fell on his back. But who in particular was so unlucky was that very crying ant, who was pierced through and through, like a man from a ballista. The system eventually managed to nip the disaster in the bud and tried to reach the main character, who looked like he had run a marathon. Rubbing his head, which no longer had a single scar, the main character admitted that he had just heard the voice again, but Mr. Zhang saved him, thanks for that. Naturally, this maniac was only concerned with how cool his acupuncture technology turned out to be. His eyes literally lit up in anticipation of flattery. Lin Feng didn't want to disappoint him, and for the first time in the whole story, smiling at least a little, he admitted that yes, it was really amazing, thank you again. But now, a much more serious problem awaited them on the agenda than some pathetic cultivation and voices in the head, namely, the fact that the hero's stomach was growling from the city. Luckily for him, the great master of acupuncture, scientist, physician, and simply master of everything in the world, Zhang, already had a solution prepared for this nasty problem. He quickly found a very large ant in the grass, a real giant by the standards of its species, after which, completely ironically, without a hint of irony, he ordered the young man to eat it. A normal person would have turned the psychopath's face into one huge bruise for this, but Feng was also crazy, so another delusional conversation began between them. And the longer these two idiots talked, discussing how tasty ants were, even if they were sour, the more Lin wanted it, and the insect cried in fear. Luckily, the nurse announced that the patients were to be collected and returned to the hospital before anything terrible could happen, and the ant survived, albeit injured. People later watched with great interest as the main character literally devoured all the food available in the cafeteria, not hesitating to covet their portions as well. Hearing Zhang's suggestion to simply vomit it back up, even the other lunatics croaked out that no, thank you, they'd rather stay hungry. One young nurse, who in her naivety did not even imagine that she was talking to a new earthly god, the ruler of space and the ocean, demanded that Feng stop eating. In response, he began eating the stolen portions like a pig, stuffing huge pieces into his mouth and resisting attempts to take them away from him, so the girl called the boss for help. When the man, who looked like a rejuvenated hag, approached, Lin had already eaten everything that was in the room and was demanding more, which aroused the medic's serious professional interest. Then he began to gnaw on the spoon melancholically, like a beaver on wood. And the doctor, having overcome the initial shock with some difficulty, admitted that it could be a serious illness. This was the result of reaching the next level of cultivation, which essentially turned this psycho into a perfect devourer of everything, especially energy. The bad news was that now he would be absolutely always hungry, as if he were carrying billions of worms, and only the most powerful artifacts would satisfy him. Meanwhile, victims of the mysterious monster in the city continued to arrive, and another bloody young female body was now found by a man with a camera. And that was by no means the only grisly discovery, for a whole squad of police were now at work in the place where the Hellhound had massacred the young and daring cultivators. While ordinary investigators collected bloody pieces of clothing and bodies, tried to find traces of the animal, and carried out other routine work, someone else was watching them. It was the same one-eyed man who had chaired the meeting of the city's supreme cultivators, the strongest among them, and now it was clear how dissatisfied he was. Having dialed someone important on the phone, he was forced to tell this person the unpleasant news about the death of 4 of the best young warriors at once and confirm the rumor about demons. They were already busy reconstructing the course of the battle and knew that their enemy was only a level 2 hellhound and that the group had been let down by a lack of good coordination. The boys also discovered that the monster had been seriously injured and had escaped pursuit through sewer tunnels, disguising its presence in the big city. Having warned the second man that the sewer was close to him and that he needed to be extremely careful, the one-eyed man threw away the half-extinguished cigarette and brought his foot down on it with all his might. After finishing the conversation, he, with a heavy heart, told one of the employees to let the information department know that now each creature needed to be given one more threat level. The bespectacled young man reluctantly informed the warrior that they had another problem. The families of the victims had already learned of the tragedy and were calling their organization every single time. After calming him with a gentle touch on his shoulder and tone, the cultivator ordered the remains to be carefully collected and given to the hero's relatives, offering even more apologies. As he left, he added that the dead were the true pride of their ranks. Brave, but at the very end, he added, unforgivably stupid, which was what destroyed them all, as it turned out. Oh, of course, these words of his must under no circumstances be conveyed to the grieving relatives. Otherwise, it will be extremely inconvenient for everyone. In another place, an old man was almost tearing an ancient telephone from its wires, rudely demanding through it that at the slightest sign of the presence of that demon, warriors be called. As it turned out, it was Shihag. He still knew how to swear excellently, but his fiery speech was interrupted by a worker with more sad news about the main character. Hearing from the poor guy who was just a messenger with bad news what Lin Fen had done, the poor director literally clutched his frantically beating heart. But then his dismal despair gave way to volcanic anger. And in a voice as icy as Arctic ice, he demanded that the soldier tell him exactly what had happened there. 2 hours ago, the doctor declared that it was necessary to urgently take the protagonist for a special examination, because, as it seemed to him, his hunger disease was only progressing. When one patient anxiously asked if they would give him his food back, the protagonist grinned in the most terrifying way one could imagine. But then he exchanged glances with Zhang, and in the distorted minds of these two maniacs, another, undoubtedly brilliant but terrible idea was simultaneously born. Anyone could ask Lin Feng after this, but not him. Great senior brother Zhang, he knows exactly what he needs to do, and no orderlies will stop him. And he immediately sprang into action, approaching the table with such a sinister and villainous look that it became incredibly scary. And then he pounded on the same table with crazy force, as if he was trying to break it into pieces with his bare hands, and loudly demanded that everyone present look at him. He continued his hysteria, banging his head on the table, to the great joy of random lunatics. But the doctors and orderlies, of course, were not at all amused. While several huge men grabbed him by the arms and legs, while they tried to tear him away from the wooden surface, and while they demanded a straitjacket, Lin quietly walked away. However, he also demonstrated that he wasn't a literal insensitive jerk by instead giving his friend a thumbs up. And Zhang, who had literally smashed his head so that his friend could steal another huge portion of food, showed the same sign in response. The women working in the hospital kitchen, with all this mountain of meat, fish, vegetables, and fruits, had no idea yet what a terrible mess they had just gotten themselves into. They both froze like deer in the headlights of a moving car as a huge black shadow loomed over them, and the eerie voice of "I'm hungry" rang out. Both ladies turned around in horror, but what they saw only filled them with even greater fear and disgust. This was the main character, but as all gods and Buddhas know, he had never appeared anywhere in such a vile form before. He had red eyes, an unnaturally long tongue and teeth. He wheezed about how much he wanted long pork, and thereby scared the unfortunate cooks into hysterics. Although this, as it turned out, was simply a brilliant pretense. However, the women would have been terribly frightened anyway because they immediately recognized him as one of those disgusting patients from Ward 666. A few more seconds and they both collapsed to the floor with such a crash as if ancient trees had been felled by a lumberjack, and they also raised a cloud of dust. After hearing this whole story, director Shihag sighed heavily and then ordered that these unfortunate cooks be given a large compensation of 300 yuan each, to which the servant nodded. However, the anger did not cloud the old man's mind to such an extent that he did not ask himself the reasonable question of why, by the way, the protagonist suddenly turned into a living black hole. The young nurse admitted that this issue was currently being investigated by the venerable Dr. Wang, and the protagonist was under his supervision. Late in the evening, the heavy hatch, resembling an ancient throwing disc, slid open with a strain, submitting to the paw of a hungry demon seeking new hunting ground. The hellhound was still seriously injured and needed a place to both recuperate and avoid further attack from humans. No matter how intelligent the creature was, it still followed its basic predatory instincts, and its attention was drawn to the largest, most populated building. Seeing a colossal storehouse of food in this human anthill, the demonic wolf revealed the most monstrous and creepy grin imaginable. However, the creature did not attack the place openly or even stealthily. No, it clearly decided to try a much more cunning approach and raised a cloud of smoke. He turned into a puppy because other demons once told him that people literally lose their heads when they see something small, cute, and preferably fluffy. The insidious monster had no doubt that any person would drop everything just to help him. A beautiful, harmless plush puppy who had been injured by some bastard. Casting a huge dark shadow with ominous red eyes, the werewolf wandered off to the side, already anticipating how the thick-headed people would, in fact, climb into his mouth. That night, Zhang and Lin Feng sat on the bed and had another delirious conversation about the drawn clock, which again couldn't work correctly. Such a hack job. The white-haired madman should have taken his wrist to a repair shop to have a new watch painted on, but he didn't have the money, and frankly, neither did his friend. And the distorted minds of these two fools came to the ingenious, in quotes, decision that in order to quickly get money, it was necessary to kidnap some person. Zhang, as usual, came up with a solution that was truly brilliant in its absurdity, namely to kidnap the main character himself so that they would both be paid money for his return. The plan was supposed to go without a hitch, steal Lin so that his girlfriend could take the watch to be repaired at her own expense. But the problem was that Fen didn't have any woman. Unfazed, Crazy Number 1 remembered the presenter from TV, to which Crazy Number 2 objected that she was his wife. That was a completely separate topic, not to be confused. The needle lover finally became embarrassed, looked away, thoughtfully rubbed his chin, and admitted that his head was probably all mixed up, since he had confused his wife and girlfriend. The poor demon had no idea that he had chosen the worst possible window in the world to enter, because only countless nonsense and humiliation would await him there. This naive fool thought that he had found suitable prey that would fill his belly with its vital energy, that he would become powerful and great again. What an idiot he was. However, his trick actually worked in part, because Zhang fell in love with his puppy-like appearance at first sight and began to coo at him in the most disgusting way. The funniest and creepiest thing at the same time was that the demon actually continued to stand on the ground, and he extended his body many times to the height of many floors. And when they dragged in what seemed to them to be an adorable, albeit battered, little puppy, the protagonist suggested sticking it with needles to make it feel better. It would be logical to assume that the monster would be frightened and panic at the sight of sharp metal, but no. In fact, the hellhound almost gave itself away from pure delight. So he obediently lay down on his stomach, waiting for these strange, old-fashioned people to finish the operation. Then he would eat them with even greater pleasure for this small service. When the needle entered deep into his skull, releasing a long stream of blood, the creature's eyes rolled back, and it was difficult to say whether from bliss or from terrible pain shock. It soon became clear that Zhang had stuck his weapon in the exact spot that would paralyze the subject's body, and now the monster puppy could only tremble slightly. But the psychopath, of course, was absolutely certain that he was a true god of acupuncture, and that now it was he who would help this beautiful creature to fully come to her senses. Now it's time for a banal comedy with a frightened, dim-witted demon who, through his own stupidity, finds himself in the hands of much more deadly people. Within 10 minutes, this poor fellow felt himself suffering from both heat and cold, and in general, a little more, and it seemed he would kick the bucket. When this, so to speak, acupuncture session came to an end, the cute puppy looked even more like a cutlet that some pervert had wrapped in fur as a joke. But then a loud sound was heard, and Zhang immediately forgot about this sacrifice of his, because his friend was hungry once again. The young man, with a sad look, stroked his flat, ironing board-like stomach and, with a complete lack of emotion, said that yes, although all he had done all day was eat. And right after that, the system helpfully transmitted that high-energy food, capable of satisfying the protagonist's hunger for 3 whole days, was just 0 meters away from him. Someone else, in a different situation, might have wondered what this meant, but right in front of him lay a dog, big, fat, bleeding. A normal person, even if he was a 3-time cultivator and an Asian, would have seriously considered whether it was worth doing, but the main character was a psychopath and he didn't hesitate. Moreover, the same system took great pleasure in describing what kind of snack it is and how to prepare it, so that your mouth will definitely water, even if you are the best gourmet. The main character's eyes lit up with an ominous red light and he began to rise, and the demon, stupefied with fear, did not understand what all this could mean. However, nothing terrible happened after this. Instead, the guys began to repeat with shining eyes how cute this puppy was, just a little god of love. But, naturally, after that, everything around turned red, as if an invisible special effects master had turned on a special light bulb as a cheap way to increase tension. The laws of the genre worked like clockwork. The stupid demon got into something he shouldn't have, and for this, a very humiliating and extremely vile fate now awaited him. And of course, the disguised hellhound was horrified, asking the cliché question, are these really people that they would seriously want to eat such a cutie like him? It was completely contrary to everything he knew about people. It was like suddenly discovering that fish actually swim in the sky and birds fly in the sea. Then, with one sharp movement, all 3 needles were pulled out of his head, causing him to let out a piercing whine or even a scream. The pain was so intense. Throwing them away, and all the other needles, Zhang stated with authority that if he did not continue to insert new needles, this poor, unfortunate creature would not be able to survive and recover. After a short discussion, they came to the unanimous conclusion that they should wait until the little one died on its own, after which it could be cooked and eaten. After that, it finally dawned on the hellhound that he had the misfortune of encountering these damn psychopaths whose brains were completely out of whack. But then he remembered that, for a second, he was a powerful second-tier demon, a monster that terrified armies, and he could heal himself. Before he could finish his mental self-praise, one of the main characters touched him, closing his eyes and forcing him to rest in peace. Zhang called for his death with such bone-chilling seriousness and pathos that even the most unclaimed critic would have been sickened. And yes, the hellhound almost threw up too. He still tried to maintain his disguise because it was vital to him now, but he simply couldn't stand such disgusting disrespect. When the poor, mentally ill bastard bewilderedly complained that the dog was still alive, the demon didn't even turn around to glare at him. Lin Feng began to rise from his feet and muttered with barely noticeable enthusiasm that it didn't matter at all, while the pseudo-dog scratched itself behind the ear in an exaggeratedly calm, even indifferent manner. No, the cultivator didn't kill anyone with his own hands. Instead, he pointed his finger at the dog's bleeding scratches and indicated that it would soon die on its own from blood loss. They again, for the second time, just like a broken record, started this song about how to let the puppy die and feed them, irritating the demon more and more with each passing second. To his credit, the evil spirit had held himself back incredibly well, reminding himself until the very end how important it was to remain incognito, but for the love of all the devils, how difficult it was. But, as all gods, Buddhas, devils, and whoever else there are can see, it was becoming harder and harder to endure this disgusting nonsense with every second. Even the demon's teeth were growing sharp. And eventually, it became so unbearable for him to listen to this crap any longer that he took on his true form and growled that he had put up with this abomination for too long. What infuriated him most, frankly, was that these 2 idiot bastards even dared to think about hurting such a charming little boy as he was. But, naturally, nothing could penetrate the huge, thick, like a sack of hay, shell of Zhang's foolishness, who continued to shake his head, babble nonsense, and spray saliva. Feeling both his eyes twitching, the wolf simply tried to devour this despicable, crazy degenerate who dared to anger him to such an extent. Naturally, he was unsuccessful because there was an almighty cultivator nearby who, with a casual movement of his hands, caused the huge beast to fall on its side. Easily holding his fangs and jaws, Lin Feng said with a high moral tone that this was wrong. Good dogs should never bite people. It was very bad. This left the poor spirit so stunned that for a moment he completely forgot about anger and any other emotions at all, leaving only an empty, dull feeling. But then the monster became even more enraged and gathered all its available strength in one point to rise and once again curse the degenerate, stupid mortals. The creature's jaws were the most terrifying biological weapon imaginable, capable of tearing any tank to pieces. Logically, Lin's hands should have turned into pathetic, bloody rags with bits of bone, but it simply didn't work out that way. The bones weren't crushed, and the skin and flesh weren't torn. Even now, when this poor fellow had assumed his true form and was pressing with all his might, they continued to mock him, treating him like some pathetic pet dog. The same Jiang made completely disgusting squeaky sounds when Feng, still showing absolutely no emotion, ordered him to pet the hellish beast now. Anyone would be disgusted by the sight of a slobbering, insane idiot coming at them with his filthy hands outstretched, so it was very hard to blame the demon in that regard. No, seriously, it was such a disgrace that he, a second-rank spawn of hell, a great monster, was treated like some kind of pathetic lapdog or corgi. And because of this, he became so angry that he was ready to use all his strength to the very last drop to turn into one continuous clot of infernal rage, but the main character somehow read his intentions, so he sternly raised his hand and delivered a crushing slap to the wolf's face, which could have shattered a boulder. This creature ignored attacks from ordinary young cultivators, except for the strongest ones. But this attack was stronger than anything in the world. It crushed many of its teeth at once. Meanwhile, the main character, with the sternest possible expression, said that Jiang was his friend and no one should offend him, and that good boys don't do that. If the action had taken place in another place, where the demon was alone, there was no doubt that he would have literally burst into tears from the humiliation and despair it had generated. The most shocking thing for him was also the realization of what a colossal force he had encountered, completely by accident, by a cruel joke of damned fate. He thought he had encountered a warrior of the 4th rank, perhaps the 3rd, or even a nugget of the 2nd rank, an uncut diamond unnoticed by others. But no, he knew with some part of him that this creature with a cute doll-like face was much fatter and more dangerous than anything the poor hellhound had ever dealt with before. And while the unfortunate demon was going through the most severe existential crisis possible, the two deadly psychopaths continued their delusional conversations and actions. Of course, the humiliation wasn't going to stop there because Zhang, with a satisfied and at the same time very threatening tone, noticed that the animal's tail was also fluffy. Oh yes, now he wanted to see how this living fluffy cloud wags its tail, to which the indifferent protagonist replied that a big dog could do it itself. Well no, thought the hellhound, he was never going to stoop to such humiliation no matter what beating these perverts heaped on him, but he would do nothing more. But after a few seconds his pride was shattered. He obediently did what was required, and consoled himself with the thought that he just had to wait until he could escape. After all, revenge is a dish best served cold, and for every moment of shame now, he will take revenge on the human race 1,000-fold in the near future. If he had still had his fangs, he would have gnashed them angrily when Jiang, in the tone of a spoiled little girl, declared that he wanted to see how the Great Dane wagged his tail differently, and if it weren't for the last remnants of pride, the creature would have openly burst into tears, because this was a crime through every possible lens, hellish abuse of animals. Taking the huge wolf by the fang, the invincible youth, with the most casual look, began to twist its head up and down, like a child who was given an unknown rattle. Looking at the dumbfounded demon with the gaze of a stunned, or even dead and long-decayed fish, the cultivator tried to force him to fulfill all of Jiang's whims. And to get his words across, he began to slap the monster on the head, but each such touch carried much more striking force than, for example, an attack with a sledgehammer. Giving up again, and no longer trying to hide his tears, the poor villain began to wag his tail in a circle, hoping that at least after this they would leave him alone. Jiang squealed and beamed with joy when the big sweet dog finally did what he asked of her, and it was simply stunningly beautiful and touching. Unfortunately for the monster, the main character still intended to eat him, which he spoke about quite openly, continuing his delusional conversations with his friend. The white-haired psychopath repeated once again how lucky they were that the little puppy had disappeared, and now there was enough meat for both of them, as if this hadn't been discussed many times already. The creature felt as if it had been struck by invisible lightning, the only thing that could be compared to the shock it had experienced. Jiang started screaming, throwing his stinking drool everywhere, asking how best to eat this four-legged fluffy thing, because he liked shashlik, for example. In another situation, the brunette would have preferred boiled meat, but that same female voice in his head said that the best way would be to fry this creature like a cutlet. "Oh, what a shame," said the white-haired man, "that right now they don't have any source of fire on which to put a frying pan or a pot." The intelligent wolf breathed a sigh of relief because he considered himself saved. If they couldn't roast him, then they wouldn't kill him either. He didn't even blink. So strong was his latest shock when one degenerate asked another if they could use electricity, considering how it killed moths. Naturally, his grimacing friend immediately declared that this was a great idea, and they could use this method to make themselves a first-class dinner. They had already tried this when they were learning cultivation techniques through electric shock, and it smelled very much like fried meat, and this should work too. Still feeling both in mortal danger and the victim of the most stupid farce imaginable, the beast wondered where he had ended up, for this could not be the human world. And yes, they did try to electrocute him. Lin Feng grabbed him tightly by the jaws, while Zhang, like the previous times, ran electricity through his friend's body. Watching this from a safe distance, the white-haired psycho chuckled in the most vile and disgusting way, and muttered that electricity was a first-class substitute for fire. In his opinion, it was cool, but he was a degenerate with a broken, crippled mind, so his opinion should not be trusted under any circumstances. The other psychos looked out the window, thinking that there was clearly some kind of fancy party going on there, but not a single vile dog had even bothered to invite them, which was a shame. Despite all the circus he had put on, not a single orderly, doctor, or nurse noticed that the wiring was going crazy, and no one seemed to care about Zhang's shrill screams either. The main character had never been truly injured by electricity before, and now he stood as if he was under a warm shower. The demon, to his credit, was still alive, and now he was not shy about insulting these two little, smelly, sick, disgusting bastards. With great difficulty, he raised his clawed paw and tried to bring it down on his tormentors, along with curses, crushing their heads like rotten pumpkins or eggs. But, naturally, nothing worked out for him, and the monster simply died ingloriously, paying for all those people he had previously eaten. This was followed by a surreal scene where his soul went to heaven with angelic wings and halos, and a damning inscription remained on his tombstone. As for his body, of course, no one had gutted it beforehand, removed its skin, drained its blood, or gotten rid of the excrement in its entrails, but the heroes didn't care. They were, after all, mentally ill in the most severe degree. They would have devoured without hesitation even a worm-infested, rotten piece of a dead body with exactly the same appetite. Meanwhile, one of the hospital staff members was making his usual evening rounds, gradually walking one corridor after another and lighting his way with a flashlight. Naturally, the director and the rest of the staff were very interested in why the hell the electricity throughout the hospital had died. And he wasn't even particularly surprised when all the evidence eventually led him to that very room numbered 36s. Well, of course, where else if not here? However, this guy was clearly a newbie, since he had only heard legends about two psychopaths from this department who were crying out for a lethal injection. Of course, when he entered inside, he saw these two monsters who, with the calmest look, were feasting over the body. No, not of a man, but of a huge demonic dog. It was, frankly, astonishing that this kid didn't wet himself right then and there. Deep down, he must have been a cultivator himself, an adherent of the iron butt path. And of course, he saw them as stereotypical, cliched red-eyed maniacs with idiotic grins and red eyes threatening him. This was already too much, so the nurse lost all semblance of calm and most unceremoniously fell on his own butt, losing his flashlight. But this did not last long. After a second, he began to run away, knocking down rare furniture in his path and screaming at the top of his voice that there was cannibalism there, that they were eating people like pigs. He quickly found the director, assembled a small team of thugs in white coats, and now, all the way, tirelessly, he repeated to them that there was a head there, with eyes, a real one. And they all looked straight at him. Oh my god, it was so scary. They looked straight at him. Mommy, he won't be able to sleep now. He's scared. Do something. They were able to restore the power supply fairly quickly, and when Shihag saw the completely torn wiring on the ceiling, he was not at all surprised. He had foreseen everything in advance. But, of course, the main characters lay calmly and, in Zhang's case, smiling in their beds, as if nothing terrible had happened at all. Looking at the couple as if he was trying to burn a hole into their souls, the old man asked in a menacing voice what they had just been doing, but did not have time to finish. Hag saw something that made him lose his composure for the first time, and openly, showing an expression of genuine shock and horror on his sweaty face. Without even trying to hide their faces, stained with pieces of meat, the protagonists unanimously declared that it was a carpet made of the wool of a large dog, as if they were predicting the weather for tomorrow. It wasn't a joke, these clinical madmen really did skin their prey, but instead of hiding it away, they just left it lying around in the open. Having torn off a piece of this crap, he tried to understand what it was, although deep down he understood perfectly well that these damn pieces of shit were not lying. However, any Buddha would have envied this man's stoicism. The strongest emotions, from bitterness and horror to rage, swirled like a storm in his soul, but outwardly he smiled calmly. Then, in the same calm voice, he asked what these two precious angels were doing, to which they, in unison, even in melodious voices, answered that they were sleeping. Then he asked in a slightly sterner voice if they were trying to be disingenuous, if they had left their beds to do, well, anything. Lin Feng indifferently repeated that no, and Zhang, in his signature manner, began to twist his head from side to side with such force as if he was trying to rip it off. Shai looked at them as if he was desperately fighting the urge to rip each of the two men's insides out, and the orderlies who accompanied him, except for the newbie, did the same. Now the good-natured director finally broke down, openly showed his anger, and in a growling voice demanded that the protagonist answer what he was hiding under the blanket. The main character, displaying uncharacteristic emotionality, simply threw the blanket off his feet so that every picky official could see a whole nothing there. barely restraining himself from tearing off the little bastard's head, arms, legs, and everything else. Hag ordered him to finally get it out. It was still glowing. It turned out to be a nurse's lost flashlight, which Lin, for lack of better alternatives, had stuffed into his pants, leading to an extremely awkward situation. No longer having any doubts or fears about Feng's attack, the old man approached and demanded the gadget back, and the brunette easily made concessions. After that, he was going to have a proper talk about this huge piece of fur, but the crazies sent him away in the most brazen manner, pretending to go to bed. Luckily for everyone, Hag didn't have the temperament of a concentration camp warden, so he didn't order the boys to be tortured, but simply sighed heavily once again. He was incredibly tired of being in the company of these living stress bombs any longer, so he left with his guards, turning off the lights, and the heroes immediately perked up. The very first thing the white-haired madman asked the main character was whether he was full now that he had finally eaten the meat of that huge dog. Yes, that was true, but the newly minted cultivator had certain questions about this phenomenon, and Zhang demanded that he ask them. No, it had nothing to do with that incident. Instead, the brunette couldn't understand why the director could never find the blonde's needles. The white-haired guy immediately began to flex, in his signature manner, like a show host preparing to put on a great performance. As it turns out, he used his own hair as a makeshift bag, and in doing so, he even ended up looking like a character from a silly romantic manga. This so delighted Feng, who usually had no more emotions than a dead fish, that he seriously considered whether he should grow a mane like that. Meanwhile, the system sent a notification that the meat had finally been digested, and now the protagonist would receive further buffs and would remain well-fed for another 3 days. In a completely different place, on top of a huge skyscraper, a smoking man was muttering bitterly about how sick he was of the crying and screaming of the family of the dead. But never mind, let them just wait a little while until he finds this four-legged creature, then he will skin it alive and crush every bone. Here he received a warning through his earpiece about a call from the old man himself, and the one-eyed cultivator did not immediately confirm that he wanted to talk to him. As it turned out, he was talking to the director of the psychiatric book, who was trying to warn his old friend about what she saw in the ward. Needless to say, the one-eyed man didn't believe that 2 psychopaths could defeat a monster of the second, or technically even third rank, but Hag had already hung up. The man shook his head irritably, like an angry old elephant who was tired of the company of overly annoying flies who did not know what a sense of tact was. Then he approached the wall, on which there was a panel with buttons glowing with a typical, futuristic blue light, and entered a certain code. The man didn't open a secret portal to some dungeon, hidden base, or anything like that. Instead, the cultivator simply opened a skyscraper window. After this, he did exactly what one would expect from a man of his message and status. Namely, he jumped down without fear, and in the most pathetic pose possible. While he was rushing at full speed to the hospital, thinking about how low he had sunk, that same unfortunate new guard was trying to prove to himself that he was not crazy. He knew for a fact that he had seen those 2 bastards eating the huge head, and he was going to find proof of it, and unfortunately for him, he did. Right in the backyard of the hospital lay huge bones, a skull with broken teeth and disgusting scraps of meat tissue that those bastards had not eaten. While the nurse felt his own head turning into a mixture of a bell and a cauldron of bombarding acid, another bone flew out of the window of a certain room. The man looked at this with such a stupefied expression, as if some insidious alien had taken the brain out of his head, leaving only his empty eyes bulging and drooling. But then the nurse felt a strange movement nearby, similar to the movements of an inexorable night predator, and his entire body became covered in beads of icy sweat. He literally blinked an eye, and in that time the surrounding environment changed dramatically, and to be specific, the huge mutilated skull simply disappeared. The poor fellow began to literally go crazy, and now, raising his trembling hand and speaking in an even more trembling voice, he wondered if the skull had suddenly run away on its own. A few more seconds of very nervous giggling, and then the young man simply collapsed onto the ground backwards without making a single sound or moving. In fact, he almost died, and one could easily imagine his soul, with its halo and wings, preparing to go to heaven. Meanwhile, others were carefully examining the hospital's surroundings, trying to figure out where the monster had come from, and they quickly found the hatch with the lid so rudely open. Director Hag, oddly enough, was much more worried about this than the fact that a huge devilish spawn that devoured people had infiltrated his establishment. While he was carefully examining the open hole, kneeling down, that very skull was rushing straight towards his back, just like a bowling ball thrown by a strong man. Old man Shi, despite everything, managed to hear something strange and turned around, clearly about to ask what the hell was going on here. Before the huge, disembodied wolf's head could strike down the head of the mental institution, it was easily stopped by one very familiar hand in black. The one-eyed cultivator could bet his own mother's honor that this was their mysterious second or third-tier monster. But hey, what happened to it anyway? Rising casually to his feet and brushing the dust off his pants, Shurihag, with a tired look and voice, repeated that he had told him that he was not joking when he spoke to him. Of course, the man in the cloak still didn't believe him, because no ordinary person could defeat a hellish creature of that level, even if he was a completely crazy maniac. Well, with all his hidden hatred, the old man could not claim that the protagonist was an ordinary mortal man, and he already had evidence. He wasn't going to spend a lot of time explaining anything to his friend. It would have been much easier and faster for both of them if the cultivator had simply read the contents of the folder he had handed him. After leafing through the contents of the journal of the 666th ward, he was forced to admit that it was indeed shocking, and even asked if it was all true. And his surprise was understandable, considering that Lin Fen, an ordinary person without a drop of supernatural powers, had maimed and tried to kill himself so many times that it was hard to count. But even if we assume that two completely insane guys were able to kill a huge hellhound, a completely different question remained. How exactly did they do it? Shihag, with a disgustingly happy and carefree smile, admitted that he had no idea how it was supposed to happen, but he knew for sure that those bastards ended up eating the dog. The one-eyed cultivator asked with great shock what this even meant, and the sarcastic old man, as if taking it out on him for all his own discomfort, repeated what he had said. After a few seconds of very heavy silence, the brown-haired man, with a predatory, razor-sharp grin, whispered that he had to talk to these nuggets. The next day, both main characters were lying on the grass in the hospital park, as if nothing unusual had happened in their lives. They were currently having another crazy competition, and the one who first looked away from something above was considered the loser. For someone like the main character, this was a completely elementary matter. Compared to his mindless face, even fish showed real miracles of play with facial expressions. It was a different matter with Zhang, who, on the contrary, couldn't sit still for even 30 seconds without starting to make monkey faces, and now he was forcibly holding his own eyelids from blinking. Since this psycho was perhaps the protagonist's biggest soft side, he almost immediately admitted that he lost, even though it was a blatant lie. So, as always, he calmly allowed his friend to reap the fruits of an undeserved victory, to jump and dance for joy and shout at the top of his lungs. From a distance, sitting on a bench, Shurihag and the one-eyed cultivator watched them closely, just like two mothers who brought their children to frolic in the sandbox. As it turns out, the main characters decided to look directly at the sun, which can easily lead to blindness. But the protagonist's visual organs were completely unharmed. There could only be one conclusion. Lin Feng, without any training, simply by nature, had colossal talents for cultivation, a kind of uncut diamond among people. The old director of the hospital had remained silent all this time and kept that same mockingly kind grin on his face. So the younger man decided to speak first. Hearing that this poor fool was going to take his worst, walking headache for himself, Hag became overwhelmed with the strongest emotion and euphoria possible. The poor guy had no idea what kind of monster he would now have to deal with, so he added a conciliatory, "Okay, if you don't want to give it to me." He didn't have time to finish, because Shi started to beat him on the back in a fit of incredible joy and squeal at the whole hospital that there was no need for any more words. However, the cunning old bastard had two conditions. Firstly, Zhang would also have to be taken away somewhere far away from him, and secondly, Hag would never, under any circumstances, agree to return them. But the more he shouted about all this, about how they would need to make a deal to waive liability, the more the cultivator felt like such a stinking trap. He also had such a poor understanding of the genre that he sincerely believed and assumed that his friend was worried that these two young men could get seriously injured during training. By this point, Shi had already controlled himself enough to bite his tongue, and so he didn't say anything like, "No, you idiot, I'm worried about your safety." Seriously speaking, the one-eyed man sighed. The situation is simply desperate. Cultivators are dying like flies, demons are crawling into the city like flies to honey, and everything is getting bad. Hearing how desperately his old acquaintance needed at least some kind of reinforcement, Shur muttered, shook his head and broke out in a sweat from monstrous awkwardness. As it turned out, the hospital's cameras captured everything that happened to the wolf demon, thereby providing physical evidence that these bastards have truly gotten smarter. Still not looking up at the younger man, the elder sighed heavily and croaked that he was worried about the future of their species. It clearly didn't look bright. As he walked away, the one-eyed cultivator urged him not to worry about even one thing. He was a warrior of Yanhai, one of the greatest in the country, and this city was not just his territory but also his burden. It doesn't matter how terrible, strong, and brilliant the spawns of hell and darkness will be in the future, because he will fight them to the very end, without a doubt. However, he was not a romantic fool, and he understood perfectly well the basic truth that one person cannot save the world, so you need to find as many allies as possible. Yes, there are allies who run around on all fours in the grass and lick themselves like animals, but desperate times, as we know, require the same measures from people. So the man, approaching the couple, said in a calm, absolutely affirmative tone that last night they had killed and eaten a cursed second-level monster. He loomed over them like a rock, and at that moment the atmosphere literally screamed that any careless movement or action could start a real fire. One Eye asked how exactly they had dealt with such an enemy, and the two psychopaths exchanged glances as if they were having a telepathic conversation. They both couldn't think of anything better to do than to unanimously declare that they didn't do anything. They don't know anything, and they have nothing to do with anything, so they should just be left alone. The senior cultivator simply continued to stare at them, without a single change on his face. A few moments later, the man did something very unexpected. He pulled his hand back only to shoot it forward, covered in flames. And the most amazing thing about this was that it was precisely this, for the first time in this entire story, that was able to frighten Zhang, who in normal situations would have been flexing over everything. He even turned away. But the main character didn't even blink. As always, instead, he stared straight at the open palm and started babbling something about golden light in a stupid voice. The man didn't show it, but he was incredibly disappointed. He had faked a direct attack, and this idiot didn't react at all. He would make a shitty soldier. Most likely, after this, the warrior would have simply turned around and left disappointed. But Zhang, realizing that neither he nor his friend would be burned, leaned forward. Ignoring the bystander who was surprised by this turn of events, he quickly whispered in the protagonist's ear that this guy apparently wanted to teach Lin Feng everything. After that, they both widened their eyes, made them tear up, turned red as if they had a fever, and started babbling in touching voices. "Thank you. You are a kind person." Naturally, the old warrior did exactly what any person unaccustomed to the delirious manias of these two would have done. That is, he stood dumbfounded in deep shock. In a different situation, they would have been happy to agree to this undoubtedly very generous offer. But alas, they are simply not suited to each other, like fire and water. And what argument did they use to infuriate this cold-blooded soldier so much that his head almost burst? That's right, that he was one-eyed. And then Zhang once again tried to pull all the attention onto himself, joyfully squealing that it was okay, he could cure his injury, and everything would be okay. Hearing that after this he would, well and good, be able to help the protagonist cultivate, the poor fellow fell into such a deep shock that he even lost the ability to blink. But they, absolutely without irony, as is typical of schizophrenics, confirmed that everything was so, Lin was divinely strong and he needed to level up further. And Feng then added that Zhang was the best at using acupuncture and could definitely fix something as trivial as a lost eyeball. It was worth trying. And the white-haired maniac immediately began running in circles around the poor man, emitting shrill vanitry cries that, frankly, would give even a seagull a headache. The old cultivator became even more furious because even the recognized healers of the highest national rank did not dare to show him such disrespect. However, he had no intention of punishing them or even leaving right away because, after all, they were just unfortunate madmen. So why not just play along to make their lives easier? Again, this man could easily, without any harm to himself, stop an armor-piercing bullet with 2 fingers, so he even demanded with a smile that the operation begin. Several minutes passed. His head was already covered with needles like a cake with candles, but the man did not feel any pain. On the contrary, it was some other, strange feeling. Zhang, meanwhile, continued to spin around in place, making impromptu hand movements and shouting the names of his magnificent healing techniques to impress the patient. The man refused to be impressed, on the contrary, with the most caustic and dry sarcasm. He asked her to simply admit that the guy was just poking needles everywhere. He ignored this unpleasant remark, but he took the mockery about his, technique having a name seriously and began to show off again. Now he, the great master, the god of the use of medical needles, will apply his most advanced technology, which he developed over many years of great cultivation. Thanks to this divine technique, people almost rose from the dead, and Lin, the only one who allowed himself to try it, readily confirmed everything. The older man admitted, almost without mockery, that Zhang deserved respect for the fact that he was able to make him feel at least something, even in a relaxed manner. But before he could finish speaking, the madman, with a warlike cry, announced the use of his latest technology and plunged a large needle into the patient's nose. After this, the poor guy was literally overcome with fear, because he felt that something had invaded his brain, and it was clearly not a beautiful figure of speech. For a few seconds he continued to sit with one bulging eye, and then slowly began to fall forward, like a rubber figure from which the air was gradually released. Luckily for him, the main character was kind and merciful enough to catch the poor guy before he could have the disgrace of falling on his face. He also showed fear for the first time for someone other than himself or his friend when he confirmed that the cultivator, no, had not died, but had fallen into a deep faint. But Zhang himself, in the best traditions of psychopaths, was only worried about what was wrong with his damn technique, and that it was good that this one-eyed stranger became the test subject. And in general, there is no longer any reason to worry, because he has clearly understood what the problems were and already knows how to solve them. There is no doubt about that. The blonde began to beg the hero to let him test this statement on him, and the young man, as always with the utmost apathy, made it clear that he believed his master and that he had no objections. But in the end, it all led to the usually invincible and invulnerable main character also losing consciousness, which made Zhang think hard. Well, he will still have to work a lot, improving his already excellent, to be fair, techniques, but who should he choose as the next guinea pig? With no suitable candidate nearby, the gray-haired modernist acupuncturist decided to drill a hole in his own head and also fainted. Shahag, who was watching this as calmly as always, only sighed and quietly muttered that now he finally knew where this weirdo hid various sharp objects from the guards. However, what a shame it is for his friend, a great warrior, a living national treasure, to fall for the delusional ideas of this couple and lose consciousness because of it. After lamenting out loud that Yanhai's future was in far greater danger than previously thought, he decided to once again resort to emergency services. Anyone who had served there for even a few months already knew that when one special big black phone rang, it could only foretell terrible trouble. Nobody wanted to take the call, nobody wanted anything to do with those same patients from that same mental hospital, because, for heaven's sake, they were pissing everyone off. But when someone finally decided to pick up the phone and Hag began to explain who he was and what he needed, a lifeless mechanical voice interrupted him. They knew everything, and the carriage was already on its way. Smiling radiantly, the old man added that this time there would actually be not 2, but 3 patients, to which the respondent angrily replied that he already knew about it. The unfortunate paramedics acted with the utmost speed and professionalism. In a matter of seconds, they arrived, took the patients, and left without even saying a word. Someone said that the strongest steel comes from the forge where the hammer strikes hardest, and unfortunately for these unfortunate workers, it was absolutely true. No one was even bothered by the seemingly important fact that the ambulance driver turned out to be, damn it, a blind man with a bloody bandage on his eye sockets. This is if we talk about the staff of the emergency hospital. The staff of the hospital were still shocked, although the driver tried to assure them that everything would be fine. This man didn't even need eyes to travel this route. He had done it so many times that he could now do it reflexively, like breathing. Of course, in a normal situation, this would still be nonsense, which is what Shi and all his subordinates clearly thought. But when it comes to saving the lives of cultivators, you can do even more than that. And when one of the 2 carriages began to weave and turn as it drove, as if it were being driven by a disastrous drunk, things became even more awkward. The awkward thing was that the clumsily wobbly machine belonged to the man who had both eyes perfectly fine, but was much worse than a blind man. Naturally, Li Laifu was raging and throwing things in his office like an enraged tiger, unable to believe that this damn thing had happened again, like some kind of curse. Right now, he was ready to beg the higher powers to finally bless him, and for those 2 pathetic bastards on the operating tables to finally die in hellish agony. A second later, he gave himself a resounding slap in the face. After all, he was a doctor. He had taken a solemn oath that he would save people's lives, and to think such thoughts was blasphemous. But for heaven's sake, they really got on his nerves, got him fed up, pissed him off, and drove him to a white heat. He hated the protagonist with every cell of his body. Having hit himself in the face again, he, in order to somehow let off steam, dialed Hag's number and furiously screamed that he had begged, had been on his knees, just so that these morons would not be here anymore. But that old, constantly smiling bastard not only flushed his hopes down the toilet along with the shit, but also hung the responsibility for the 3rd idiot on them. And she, with great pleasure, retorted that he, just for a second, was saying that they shouldn't have taken Lin from Zhang from this hospital. Then they would have saved time and effort. A heated and bitter scandal erupted between the 2 friends, in which one accused the other of the planned destruction of his hospital, and the other justified himself. In order to somehow calm Life's rage, Hogg transferred a large sum of money to his account under the guise of a gift, and after this, the second senior doctor's mood immediately improved. Along with the cash package, the old man also sent a message in which he asked not to bother his head with high matters, and to simply keep the patients with him for a little while longer. And to prevent the younger man from refusing at the last moment, the older man brazenly threatened to report the bribery to the police, especially since Li had accepted the money. Such a vile and disgusting betrayal from a man who, after all, was considered his friend, wounded Lifa to the very heart, literally killing a part of his soul. While he was screaming, splitting the sky itself, and confessing his hatred for this old bastard. Lin Fen was lying on the table, and the system was congratulating him on another upgrade. Naturally, being unconscious and mentally ill, he could not give an answer, so the all-powerful artificial intelligence had to take over all responsibilities again. Meanwhile, the local nurses were pushing a cart with various medical instruments and happily gossiping about the poor security guard who had been frightened by the heroes. He was also sent here when he was found, and frankly speaking, for now he was happy, because he was being looked after by a woman who looked like Guanyin, the great goddess of mercy and beauty. Having finished feeding him, she suddenly announced with a calm smile that she had gained a lot of weight, but that it was okay, because in just 5 months, she would have a wasp waist. Without really listening to her, he assured her with the same saccharine smile that she would always be perfect and beautiful, no matter what she thought about it. They continued to flirt and coo like two lovebirds, and if there had been a person with serious diabetes nearby, the poor guy would have urgently needed a doctor. Oh, they were so serious, even though they had only known each other for a few hours, that the guy was seriously worried that she would turn him down because of the problem. It was about infertility. He couldn't have children naturally. That's the unlucky card he was dealt. Naturally, this constantly smiling creature was not against it, because it is always possible, cynically speaking, to buy a child that no one wants from the nearest orphanage. He was as delighted as if he had been informed of the right to inherit billions of yuan, and answered the question with an enthusiastic shout that he would like to have a daughter. The woman, with a sunny smile, retorted that she dreamed of having a son, so he immediately gave in to her, declaring that he was ready to provide for a bunch of people of both sexes, if only she would agree. This endless stream of molasses was finally interrupted by the doctor, who calmly concluded that the patient was actually fine, he just needed to avoid serious stress. Then a nurse poked her head in the door and announced that more patients had just arrived from the operating room, and the man had ordered them to be brought inside. Oh yes, baby. It was him, Lin Feng himself, the great cultivator and master of driving people crazy, sleeping peacefully on a hospital gurney. The mere presence of this nightmarish, mentally ill guy, even in a sleeping state, was enough to destroy this damned, sugary, carious atmosphere of romance. The guard was yelling, screaming, shaking his whole body like a wet rabbit, that this bastard, this psychopath, this scumbag and maniac from the ward with 3 sixes, he, damn it, ate a man. His hysteria and panic did not last long. The young man very quickly lost consciousness, leaving the poor doctor to wonder what had happened that led to this. The system continued to read out instructions and the levels the hero had reached, but even it was deeply shocked when it discovered how far Feng had progressed. The main character became a real living god at the moment, which genuinely surprised even this impartial artificial intelligence, and he was awakened from his sleep by screams. That same guard, having come to his senses, now begged the doctor, literally clinging to his leg, not to leave him in the same room with those scumbags, anything, but not that. He stopped and froze with huge white eyes of fear when the main character indifferently declared that he was hungry without even looking at his neighbor. Although no, then he looked at him, as always, so detachedly that even a dead fish would have seemed like a grimacing and screaming clown against the backdrop of this cultivator. This time, the romantic, amorous poor fellow didn't even have time to scream anything. He simply fainted, leaving the doctor scratching his head once again. In the same way, the one-eyed warrior tried to understand how he had ended up in such an absurd situation. Even a large-caliber armor-piercing bullet could not have penetrated his head. He couldn't take his eyes off his 2 neighbors, who were the reason he was there in the first place, as they discussed yet again what they wanted to drink this time. No, it was still pure nonsense. He, a national-level warrior, one of the greatest cultivators in modern China, was actually defeated by some psychopath. But when it seemed that the situation could not become any more unpleasant, life demonstrated that it could, and the main characters noticed that their new friend had woken up. With great difficulty restraining himself from attacking the pair with his fists, he tried to withdraw deeper into himself, while Zhang began to whine about his failure with his eye. But instead of learning from the previous time and simply sending him on an endless journey beyond the horizon, the man immediately changed his mind and allowed him to try again. Of course, after this, Zhang stopped making a fuss and looked at the older man as if the latter had just confessed his love to him. However, the longer the warrior remained a participant in this farce, the more the expression on his face read, "Oh great Buddha, why are you punishing me like this for what sins?" As it turned out, the guards at the mental hospital were so irresponsible and incompetent that they did not remove all the remaining needles from his hair. The logical result of this incredible irresponsibility, for which Old Man Hag and his entire staff should not even have been fired, but imprisoned, was yet another tragedy. While the entire hospital desperately fought for the life of this great but extremely dim-witted warrior, the main character consoled his friend, proving that everything would be all right. This time the one-eyed warrior didn't just pass out, he suffered a dislocated neck, and all this, damn him, just because of some not very deep injection. It was incredibly stupid, considering that this man had fought a 9th-rank demon, taken the beating of his life from him, and even then remained conscious. As soon as the staff left, Zhang immediately entered the room and tried to beg forgiveness from his, so to speak, patient, and find out why his eye was not growing back. And he himself was ready to admit that after such catastrophic failures, no one would trust him with their treatment anymore, but for some reason the one-eyed man again declared that he wanted to try. The white-haired psychopath looked at him as if he was barely holding back from attacking the man with a deep kiss and a marriage proposal. He was simply incredibly happy that, even after everything that had happened, this noble, generous, and undoubtedly very wise man continued to trust him. But it wasn't his pitiful eyes that were the issue. The cultivator simply wanted to figure out whether the needles were the cause, since it was his dignity that was ultimately damaged. It is possible that a little later, he would even have changed his mind and taken his words back, but it was too late for that. Zhang had already begun his favorite operation. This time, everything worked out, declared the white-haired young man with the most pompous and serious look, as if he were leading a detachment of brave soldiers before storming an impregnable fortress. Everything ended exactly as expected. Another fatal situation, another intensive care unit, another panicking doctor, and someone's heart-rending cry, "Take these needles away already." Zhang was morally destroyed because life once again proved that his methods were absolutely useless, and Lin Feng, as best he could, tried to console him. While they were crying on each other's shoulders, the nurse was trying to find, with the speed of a clockwork mechanism, the place where these psychopaths hid all these damn sharp pieces of iron. For the third time, the man suffered temporary paralysis of his right leg, and although doctors tried to calm him down, he felt so furious that it was difficult to describe in words. But, for all its merits, the staff of this hospital was not much smarter than those in the mental hospital, because they, damn it, allowed the main characters to see him again. The cultivator raged and raged, proving to himself that this was impossible, that some pathetic psychopath couldn't have wounded him so seriously, that this was beyond any absurdity. Seeing him gritting his teeth and grimacing furiously, Zhang began to whine, and the protagonist tried to console him again, assuring him that the one-eyed man still believed in him. Hearing such a brazen lie, the traumatized warrior turned around with a terrible creak and looked at them in the way only a very angry and hateful person looks. After some time, the main characters were given drinks, but after trying them, they unanimously came to the conclusion that it was some kind of disgusting nastiness. It didn't remind them at all of what they regularly stole and drank in their own mental hospital. It was some kind of pathetic fake that tasted like urine. This meant they had to buy something else, but how to do that if they were left as patients without their own money is a good question. They began to glare at the one-eyed cultivator, who had been in a blissful swoon the entire time, as the next round of needles and delirium had driven him crazy. Actually, no, he was just pretending, in the desperate hope that in the future they would just leave him alone. But the guys didn't know this and started pestering him with their cringe again. Without trying to play the good guy anymore, he very succinctly, rudely, and sternly explained to the two who they were and what they should do, and then get out of here. Naturally, no one was going to listen to him. On the contrary, the characters began to bother him with redoubled force and bargain for the painted watch. When the one-eyed cultivator realized that Zhang literally had a replica of a wristwatch, albeit a good one, painted on his wrist, it was as if lightning struck in his head. Barely restraining himself from growling and cursing, he offered the protagonists an alternative. They would tell him how they killed the Hellhound, and he would pay them. You had to give these guys credit despite all their problems. They were able to think at the speed of light, and they had learned to understand each other perfectly without words. But upon hearing the explanation in the style of, "He was such a good boy that he killed himself for us," the man could not bear it, and openly broke into furious screams and curses. Even the spirit of that very beast, who was somewhere far away, heard this conversation and also burst out with angry curses addressed to this pair of brainless psychopaths. Surprisingly, if these characters were here and now, they would easily find a common language, simply because these two degenerate morons are infuriating to the point of white heat. Finally tired of the stormy and expressive speech, filled to the brim with obscenities, the one-eyed man exhaled and admitted that he would simply ask other people from the hospital. Hearing the word psychos, Zhang didn't understand who he was talking about so disrespectfully, and Feng, with his signature stone face, said that he was probably talking about himself. One-eyed looked at them like they were pieces of shit, but then decided to try to sleep again, but it was no use. They were all around him with outstretched hands. They were not going to back down under any circumstances because they had fulfilled their part of the deal and wanted to get their precious money back from it. Many people would have simply sent him to hell, but the cultivator, despite his hot temper, had an ironclad code of honor, so he stuck to his principles even now. With a detached face and look, he tossed them a credit card which even looked like it was made of gold and told them the password and the amount of money. The piece of paper had a colossal sum of 50,000 yen written on it, but it was too little for him, so he parted with the card without a fight. While this man read a pompous and tragic speech about how alone he was and how he was destined to die in the war with demons, the heroes looked at the credit card as if it were something incomprehensible. They ended up shoving the card in his face with such force that it made him throw his already broken neck back because it wasn't money. Using an ancient human technique called rage, the man forced himself to rise up on his elbows and growl that money is being withdrawn from this card at the bank, you morons. When the main character started looking back with meaningful glances again, it infuriated the poor old soldier even more, because it was humiliating. These two psychos, completely ignoring everything the one-eyed man was telling them, turned around and started to leave, accusing him of meanness, pettiness, and a vile character. The cultivator was overcome with such monstrous anger that he didn't even have the strength to swear. No, his mouth started bleeding, and his head turned into one solid ball of pain. Who would have thought that not only people had heard about the shameful and cringe-inducing death of the Hellhound, the demons also found out about it and sent their agent, the Dark Python. This creature was obviously much smarter than the four-legged one, because it immediately sensed the presence of a very strong person with whom it had no chance of dealing. With such an aura nearby, it was impossible to act using the usual methods. The risk of death was incredibly high, and oh, if only those two themselves decided to come out to meet him. Suddenly, a loud and suspicious rustling sound was heard very close by, which made the cold-blooded demonic snake widen his eyes in shock and freeze in place. Luckily for him, it was just a moth and her client, so the snake simply lamented that he couldn't take on his true form to devour these monkeys. Soon it was all over. The man left, the satisfied blonde began to count the money, and the python poked its head out from its hiding place, its eyes glowing ominously scarlet. People like her were literally called fallen women. No one would give a single penny for their lives, so even a great cultivator nearby would not notice anything. In a matter of seconds, the monster assumed its true, enormous form and ominously loomed over the still unsuspecting blonde, ready to swallow her. But even after that, the reptile was unable to do anything because the aura that remained from the Hellhound suddenly became closer, as if he had somehow come to life. In less than a second, the python shrank to the size of an ordinary small snake and hid behind a tree, while the woman, unsuspecting, complained about her poor earnings. It goes without saying that the source of the supernatural stench turned out to be the main characters, in whom the demon immediately recognized his targets and the blonde new potential clients. She didn't notice that they were coming from the direction of the hospital and were wearing their distinctive striped pajamas, so in her usual sweet and seductive tone, she invited them to play. But these two, of course, were only interested in where they could get something to eat, and they didn't even notice that the stranger wasn't acting like the nurses they were used to. She, in turn, mistook the two of them for gays, and only sighed in irritation, as if to say that she had just wasted her time trying to get through a door that had no lock. The mechanisms of the comedy of delirium were launched and working at full capacity because the two little schizophrenics stubbornly could not realize that this was said specifically about them. Instead of going any further, they, in their signature manner, pestered the stranger in the dress, demanding to know where the snack machine was and repeating how hungry they were. The blonde's face turned ashen with disgust and fear, but then she took a closer look at them and finally realized that they weren't wearing the uniform of the local medical staff. Looking even more closely, she realized that the main character's clothes had special symbols that allowed the right people to immediately understand who they were. It was enough to realize that she had unwittingly attracted the attention of two mental hospital patients, and it was a complete and utter disaster. Instead of simply leaving, she went back in time to when she was a younger girl and ran down the street in fear, calling for her sister. What she saw on the way was absolutely disgusting. A man was mercilessly beating a fragile and short girl wearing exactly the same gray striped pajamas. This filthy bastard was practically bursting out laughing. It was so funny, just look. The sick creature considers the old crooked doll to be his living child. And then this son of a bitch, with an incredibly satisfied laugh and deliberately slow movements, began to tear the unfortunate toy, clearly sewn by inexperienced hands, into pieces. What for an ordinary person was simply a manifestation of a bastard's nature, for that poor woman was a real horror, because she really thought that her son was being killed. She was quietly sobbing, so overwhelmed that she couldn't even find the strength to scream. And this creature was bursting with laughter, watching such a magnificent performance. That's right. This was the very sister the future night butterfly had been searching for so long, and she, unfortunately, could do nothing to protect or comfort her. This sad memory was more than enough for the initial bewilderment and slight fear to be replaced by deep pity. She even started to cry now. After this, a surprisingly touching moment occurred when the main characters unanimously declared that for each other they were family, although Feng still had a biological mother. Okay. However, these confessions not only failed to touch the girl, but also made her even more despondent. Because, seriously, how else could he react to the fact that Linya had abandoned his mother? As a result, she decided to do something that none of her colleagues would have ever allowed under normal circumstances. She gave her hard-earned money to the young men. However, not only Zhang but even the brunette this time shook their heads with such speed that their faces turned into blurry spots, for even they had their own principles. Feeling her pride strangely begin to crack and her smile become more strained, the woman nevertheless repeated her offer. It was not a burden to her. And the dark python, by the way, didn't disappear anywhere. It had been hiding in ambush the whole time, waiting for an opportunity to attack. But of course it was easily caught, like some kind of cheap thing. Everyone was shocked. The blonde was shocked to see a real demon right next to her, and the demon was shocked that he was able to be neutralized so easily. Of course, how could it be otherwise? The two schizophrenics immediately began discussing how long this snake was and how cute it was, their sick minds interpreting everything in the most distorted way. But what was just incredibly funny was that the python himself actually genuinely liked these words. If he had a human body, he would have blushed very noticeably. But he made a fatal mistake, exactly the same as the hellhound, when he remembered the words of the elder demons that in the company of people, it is better to pretend to be a cute animal. He also had a flash of memory of finding another person, a little boy playing with a ball, and himself taking on the form of a tiny big-eyed snake. But that boy was very lucky that he turned out to be a herpetophobe. So instead of being touched, he was horrified, jumped up and screamed so loudly that the glass almost cracked. Stones flew from all sides, each trying to hit the little demon in order to hurt him, scare him, and force him to hide as far away as possible. When this failed, the boy and dozens of other children he was playing with ran away in panic, screaming non-stop about there being a terrible snake there. Oh, after that, the dark python tried very hard to maintain a stern and cold-blooded face, as if to say that these pathetic human scum, due to their feeble-mindedness, could not understand anything. However, this really offended him, because he could be a bloodthirsty man-eating demon, but he still remained a living being with his own pride and soul. And yes, this was also enough for the python to now completely forget his original mission and to become inflamed with a completely sincere love for this pair of mortals. To demonstrate this, the reptile not only made the most adorable eyes it could, but also wrapped its body around Lin's arm. In some other world, this might have been the beginning of a great friendship between man and demonic serpent, worthy of legend, but not in this one, for the system was honest in its decrees. Just like last time with the hellhound, she described in detail how beneficial this food would be for him, while the little snake himself was building pink castles in the clouds. All this time, Night Butterfly, with a shocked face, watched in complete silence what the protagonists were doing. Fortunately, Zhang was ready to immediately help Feng with something. The smell coming out of the window of the cheap apartment was so overwhelming that even some children looked out of the neighboring windows, unable to hold back their drooling. The main characters ate with great pleasure what the mistress of this modest dwelling, the same blonde, cooked for them, and she still continued to work at the stove. Yes, that's right. It was snake meat that she marinated in wine, added various spices and lots of green vegetables to better complement the already excellent taste. The only thing left of the second-tier demon was its head, casually shoved into a jar, bloodied, and with an expression of incredible shock on its scaly face. 30 minutes ago, this little devil simply couldn't believe that someone was willing to do this to him, because he was cute, and these same people said that he was handsome. But even lying on the cutting board, crushed by the steel hand of the cultivator, he desperately fought back, wriggled, and looked for an opportunity to break free. An ordinary person might as well try to lift a mountain or wade across an ocean, and Lin Feng's merciless hand brought the steel cleaver down on the python's neck with a crash. Oops! It suddenly turned out that ordinary metal, no matter how strong and sharply sharpened it was, could not cause the supernatural creature any harm, to its glee. Since the hero's emotional spectrum was roughly the same as the machine's, he threw away the damaged cleaver without a word or grimace, while the snake continued to have fun. Like a soulless meat puppet, a mindless marionette, the main character slowly raised his hands, tightly clutching the warlike python, confident in his invulnerability. His head was torn from his body so easily and quickly that the unfortunate demon did not even have time to finish his initial, boastful thoughts about his immortality. Thus, having committed both a flagrant act of violence against animals and just retribution against the man-eating monster, they began their meal with pleasure. Without false modesty, the woman confirmed that she really is a very good cook, and her daughter really likes it when her dear parent works her magic. But the most incredible thing, More unheard of than the sky falling to earth was that Lin Feng, that log, smiled sincerely when he and Jiang offered her something to eat too. The lady modestly declined such a generous offer, and this time the guys didn't insist because, seriously, it was impossible to resist such a scent. Watching them literally devour the portions provided, as if they had not eaten anything for many people, Night Butterfly smiled like a proud and satisfied mother. Well, reasons for such smiles in the place where she lived were clearly a great rarity, considering that it more resembled a rotting corpse of stone and rusty metal. Be that as it may, the young men soon prepared to go home, not forgetting beforehand to thank this beautiful woman with a truly magical gift many times in a row. The lady, with the same smile, assured them that it would not cost her anything and let these wonderful young people finally return to their hospital. However, the main characters just couldn't stop showering her with compliments, and even Lin Feng continued to smile as if he were a normal person. Hearing their essentially banal compliment, she literally burst into tears from an excess of emotion, because she too rarely heard such things in her life as a night worker. After this, the protagonist finally said goodbye to her, and then walked through the rusty, dirty slums as if it were a beautiful, green and blooming park. On the way, they encountered a group of young people, but they did not pay any attention to Lin and Zhang, unlike Feng, who watched them go. There was something about them that made him feel strong emotions for the first time in a very long time, if you don't count the recent joyful dinner with his new girlfriend. But then it turned out that it was, of course, not the main character, but one of these strangers who felt an aura of colossal power, while the protagonist did not care about anything. Of course, the main character had no right to be afraid or to lose, ever, under any circumstances. So the guy in fashionable clothes could only look at his back. And this detachment was present here, of course, not to look at the customs of the local residents. They were combing the area in search of demonic signs. They soon discovered that the dark python had died and reported this to their one-eyed boss, who was naturally, but very interested in the news. Even after everything he had been through, he couldn't believe that such a monster could be killed by some random passerby. It would be the most unfunny joke in the world. While he was giving his subordinate his trademark debriefing, the main characters finally entered the room and warned that they had brought a lot of tasty things, including for him. It was done out of the kindness of his heart, but the man, logically, stared at them as if there was a large bomb ticking very clearly in their bag. As soon as they opened the pot, releasing that mind-blowing aroma into the atmosphere, the cultivator's single eye bulged out of its socket in realization. Overwhelmed by emotion, he could only swear loudly, as filthily and rudely as possible, and his unfortunate subordinates on the other end of the line thought it was addressed to them. Having retrieved a small spine, the man placed it in a special box, which, after analyzing the remains, created a hologram of a second-level dark python. So there can be no doubt that these two fools, who were just now carefreely devouring the snake stew, actually finished off and devoured the mighty demon. Unlike that beautiful woman, they did not beg this one-eyed cracker to join the meal, and even gladly took his share for themselves after the first refusal. Shedding huge drops of sweat, the cultivator desperately tried to understand how the hell this could even happen, how they could kill such a beast and now eat it without a care in the world. He quickly regretted asking the question out loud, because the main characters told him quite honestly how it happened from their point of view. But there was no need to think that they were some kind of cruel and heartless assholes. Not at all. They were deeply grateful to the reptile for its truly luxurious taste. And somewhere in the demonic heavens, as oxymoronic as it may sound, the soul of the serpent continued to rage and rage because of such a vile deception, while the spirit of the hellhound consoled it. Yanhai's chief guard, for his part, was simply incredibly furious, so much so that he would rather jump out the window in his current state than believe the heroes. One should envy the strength of his teeth, which he ground so desperately, listening to comments like, "Why is he so angry? The director said that psychos are evil." But then he realized that it was just damn absurd. Too absurd for his poor, rational, and tired mind, and he immediately deflated, becoming like a balloon without air. However, until late at night, he continued to think that this was simply nonsense. Even if these two madmen were very strong and powerful, they did not know how to fight. And so, they somehow killed two second-level demonic beasts and remained alive and unharmed after that, and the devil knows how that happened at all. Having come to terms with this mystery, he tried to fall asleep, but even this the cultivator failed, because his neighbors began to make a very suspicious noise. The protagonists, without much concealment, stood up and went off somewhere, and the one-eyed man really wanted to find out what they were up to in the middle of the night. As it turned out, they didn't leave the ward, but quite the opposite. They approached him, because Jiang again wanted to pierce the poor guy's skull with needles. And the elder warrior clearly had some suicidal tendencies, because he was going to let them do it again, supposedly to solve the riddle of their power. However, some time passed, there was still no pain, and the white-haired maniac honestly complained that he was not able to see the chakras well in such pitch darkness. But Lin Feng, that fish-faced bastard, reminded him that Zhang was capable of doing such things without eyes, using only instincts, and the latter immediately agreed. It would be difficult to convey in human words exactly how it felt, except for one thing. This time, all the one-eyed man's sensations were much more intense. And there he was, a man with a nearly impenetrable, invulnerable, semi-divine body, clutching the edge of his blanket with desperate force because, damn it, it hurt. Zhang loomed over him and ominously whispered that the last thing left was to stick the needle into the last, most important point, and that there was no way he could make a mistake with it. Of course, according to the laws of the genre, it was at this very moment that the staff with flashlights should have burst into the room, forcing the acupuncturist to miss at the most crucial moment. The nurse, which would have been more than logical for a normal person, was in an incomparable shock from what the main characters decided to do. As for the man, he now felt even stranger than before. When he felt simply very strange, it was something incredible. And, probably, in a normal situation he would never have taken such a step. But now he began to openly beg, at the limit of his strength, to somehow help him, save and protect. However, a few moments passed, and his hand simply fell limply from the bed, literally turning pale before our eyes and acquiring the color of the belly of a fish beginning to decompose. The woman then dropped the lantern and started screaming at the top of her lungs, as if she was about to bring it down like the famous walls of Jericho. This time, the cultivator's condition was worse than ever. He was as close to death as possible, and the doctors understood perfectly well the girl's panic. But Zhang was still worried that he had made a mistake, that he had stuck the last most important needle in the wrong place, and this was the mess it had ultimately led to. However, Lin Feng's periodic sociopathy was simply unmatched. This heartless bastard simply declared that it was bullshit. His friend would do everything right next time. The doctors finally got tired of putting up with their crazy antics, so they forgot that this couple were the main characters and tied them to their beds so tightly that they couldn't move a finger. But then, turning away so that his friend could not see him, the protagonist showed his true emotions, how worried he was about the man, and how he hoped for his survival. The operation, meanwhile, had already begun, but in order to treat such numerous and deep wounds on the patient's head, doctors had to shave his hair completely. Like stern angels indifferent to everything, they announced that since the area of the skull opening was known, they could begin the actual work. But before the surgeon's finger could even touch his skin, the Yanhai High Guardian opened his one eye and stared straight into the doctor's soul. The surgeons winced in shock, and then, realizing what had happened, broke out in a cold sweat, unable to tear their eyes away from their bewildered patient. The head of the team finally exhaled and thanked his luck that the patient had woken up before he would have been cut open like a chicken, although the junior surgeon noticed that he had been given an anesthetic. The medication had no effect, and all his vital signs had somehow returned to normal, so it was decided to send him to Palau for further observation. The one-eyed man rose very slowly, as if with difficulty, while the young doctor literally bombarded him with questions, and even casually called him a psychopath, like the other two. The warrior didn't answer, but he thought sullenly that this pathetic little doctor was the only madman in this room. From the side, his gaze was so scary, even demonic, that the young man almost put down the bricks and thought that yes, psychos really do get angry too easily. Looking at the X-ray, the third doctor shouted out whether his colleagues had mixed up the images, because the cervical spine and leg in them were completely healthy, which is impossible. By the time the man turned around to talk to the cultivator, it turned out that the latter had already disappeared somewhere, completely quietly and without a trace. This man's bald head was as perfect as a smooth, hairless head could be, and the sun's rays themselves reflected off it with pleasure. Wearing his old pompous raincoat and khaki t-shirt, he stood in front of the bed with Zhang, who was sleeping soundly and blowing bubbles, to deliver a ceremonial speech to him. But don't be fooled, although he might verbally show some respect and gratitude, deep down he was literally seething with hatred and indignation towards this couple. What angered him most about this whole situation was his newfound baldness. It was so humiliating that the cultivator would now be physically unable to forget what had happened. Suddenly, just as he was about to leave with his shoulders hunched, Lin Feng woke up and advised him to wait a little longer, because next time Zhang would not make a mistake. The older man looked at the younger in a way that only the tragic music playing in the background, like in cheap TV dramas, was missing to complete the picture. Not wanting to talk about anything more with this guy, he went to the window, opened it to jump down despite the rain, and only said a short goodbye. Although no, to put a clear end to this whole cringe-inducing story, he expressed the hope that the two of them would never have to meet again. The nurse, who happened to witness all of this, once again dropped her jaw to the floor and then gave birth to monstrous screams. Honestly, if this woman ever lost her license, she could easily get a job somewhere as a human siren. she would be very effective. The ordinary passers-by below, however, were also incredibly shocked, and some even fell off their feet, since cultivators are not an everyday occurrence in this world. And the bald and one-eyed warrior, taking out his phone, continued to say that they might be very strong physically and have great potential, but it was impossible to negotiate with them. As it turned out, he was talking about this to Shihagu, whose hopes were trampled into dust in the most cruel, bloodthirsty, heartless, and merciless way. Dropping the phone, he cowered like a small, frightened child and simply began to sob, cursing everything in the world, including his now former friend. After this, Laifu spent a long time trying to call Shihag to tell him that the third patient had escaped through the window, since no one recognized him as a cultivator. The old man first mentioned that this was the first good news in who knows how long, but then he stopped himself and asked what the circumstances of the death were. Lee, adjusting his umbrella to shield himself from the heavy rain, quickly reported that the mysterious man had not died, but had simply disappeared without a trace. The poor guy sighed heavily once again, devastated by the fact that neither Zhang nor Li Feng had gone to see Lord Yama, and then added that there would be no complaints about the hospital. This patronizing treatment made life truly furious, and he yelled into the phone that of course it wasn't their fault, they were their damn patients. But he had a question for Shai. The one-eyed man ran away without bothering to pay for the treatment, and considering that they were planning to perform a fourth operation on him, someone had to shell out a tidy sum. The old director could usually easily, with a smile and polite words, get out of any awkward situation. But now he simply muttered that Lee had mixed up the number. While the unfortunate deputy chief physician was crushing his innocent phone with his fingers, the ambulance, its characteristic flashing lights, was racing along the rainy road. Zhang was very unhappy when he learned that his new favorite test subject had survived, but he left without not only giving him another try, but without even thanking him at the end. And even his eye never grew back, to the great chagrin of the white-haired man. But the main character calmly added that next time everything would work out, for sure. However, his friend was still sobbing, sniffling, and babbling in a pitiful, thin voice about how bad he was, how much he had disappointed and offended the client. No, the protagonist dismissed this. The one-eyed man simply said goodbye. And what is also characteristic is that both main characters were still inextricably tied to their beds. Lin didn't even bother to remember that the man later made it clear that he hated their company and never wanted to see them again, lying with his usual indifferent expression. In any case, Zhang now calmed down because if that guy said goodbye, it means it's just a short separation. Then they will definitely finish treating his eye. Then the conversation died down on its own, before moving on after an indefinite period of time to the baskets of apples, the sight of which had made the white-haired man hungry. Reaching for the apple, the main character easily broke the very strong bonds because, after all, he only continued to play along with the people because of the rules of good manners. Because his friend was in need, he abandoned the mask of a simple weak psychopath, and it was worth it to see the joy that lit up Zhang's eyes at the sight of the fruit. He ate very disgustingly, like an animal, splashing saliva and pieces of apple pulp in all directions, with smacking sounds and other unpleasant things. Since the whole half of the apple remained whole after this, and judging by the blonde gourmet's reviews, it was delicious, Feng began to eat it without any disgust. The ambulance driver, whose eye patch had already been removed, addressed Li Life with respect and reverence, saying, "Mr. Deputy Chief Physician is so selfless." He again personally drove the main characters to the hospital, but made it clear that he did this only for safety reasons and a desire to finally get the debt out of Hag, not wanting this disgusting procedure to last even a second longer. In order to get the money as quickly as possible, he made the car rush at lightning speed. Meanwhile, another disaster was occurring at the city port, namely, an attack by a huge demonic octopus, which the guards had difficulty resisting. This creature was much more dangerous and powerful than the Hellhound or the Dark Python. Both of them were only the second level of danger, and this one even reached the fourth. Despite this, the local cultivators resisted desperately. They unleashed everything at their disposal on the demon, right down to the kitchen sink. But this ultimately had no useful effect. They could have tried to stun this kraken with a pathetic set of firecrackers with the same benefit. However, the huge cephalopod did not strike back. It acted much more cunningly, simply releasing huge clouds of inky liquid as dark as the night itself. People were truly horrified because at first glance they realized that it was not just toxic mucus, but a real fog of deadly poisonous gas. The creature they were fighting was not even a fourth-level threat, but most likely a fifth-level threat. So the young warriors made the most prudent decision, namely, escape. It would be hard to blame them for this decision because any contact with this muck would lead to certain death, and it was rapidly pursuing its goal. One young man turned around and saw this supernatural, poisonous canopy very close to his face, and it made him think that he could die now. But no, an unknown supernatural force completely shielded him from this horror, as well as from the huge tentacle. as if covering him with a transparent but invulnerable dome. Standing high on the building spires, a mysterious man in a fluttering cloak quietly announced that he was not in a good mood at all, not even close. In a matter of moments, he covered all the team members with similar domes, whose spirits instantly perked up, because this was none other than their precious boss. His bald head still shining in the rays of the sunset, he quietly said that he was incredibly angry, so he would be very grateful if the demon died slowly, having withstood a lot of blows. This would have been a very pompous moment, if it weren't for the fact that the junior cultivators immediately noticed that their leader's head had changed, and they decided to celebrate it. It would seem that it would be physically impossible to become even more angry, but no, something in the one-eyed man's soul burst, and he used his most powerful and terrible attack. One shot of this golden energy was enough to simply tear the huge octopus into small pieces, after shaking it from top to bottom, as if during an earthquake. And then the action moved to a large suspension bridge, along which an ambulance was moving at a snail's pace, tirelessly honking its horn every 10 seconds. In a normal situation, of course, this would never have happened, because hospital transport had the right of first pass everywhere, but this time something strange happened. People ran away in terror, from random passers-by to drivers who had abandoned their cars and jeeps to their fate, and they all screamed in panic that a demon was chasing them. Laifu blinked, sweat appearing on his face as the situation gradually dawned on him, but his subordinate, judging by his deathly blue grimace, had realized everything even earlier, and a moment later, a human corpse crashed into the windshield of some car with terrible force, its body having a huge through hole, like from a cannonball. Of course, it turned out to be an ambulance, because how could it have happened otherwise, given the luck of the main characters and those who were forced to deal with them? The action briefly returned to the past, in the midst of the battle between the Great Cultivator and the multi-legged demon, who, thanks to regeneration, restored his body anew. The man fought as casually and calmly as if it were an ordinary day at the office, and what bothered him far more than the huge tentacles was the feeling of a strange demonic force. This really scared his subordinates, because when their boss says something like that in such a situation, it definitely can't mean anything good. Soon, Yanhai's high guard was able to finish off the monster, but that was not the end of an already unpleasant day. As it turned out, another demon was moving towards the center of the city. Without wasting time on unnecessary explanations, the young employee showed the bald warrior a tablet, which contained a military map of the entire city. It was this very creature that was now raging on the bridge, tearing trucks to pieces, throwing cars away and forcing people to run wherever their eyes looked for their lives. Naturally, this unfortunate creature had to be devoured by the protagonist, which was greatly facilitated by the fact that the cultivator's hunger within him had once again flared up with terrible force. There was also some psychopathic voice in his head, nagging about some kind of human level and other complex terminology, but he was only concerned about his hunger. Outside, chaos continued, with every person trying to save themselves at any cost and avoid the crushing blow from which no one would ever rise again. But the strangest thing was that the demon, another huge, creepy octopus, suddenly gave a voice, and it spoke like a small child who had lost his father in the crowd. And Life, despite all this, refused to run and save his own skin. Instead, he was completely focused on saving the life of that same poor guy with a hole in his torso. He ignored his own workers' cries to leave, ignored everything around him, and instead only tensely demanded medicine. But the driver was so frightened that he froze in the ambulance door, unable to run or hide outside, and only able to scream about the approaching danger. Refusing to listen to him, the man simply threw his watch to the worker, ordering him to keep it for him, and finally bring the damn medicine, then let him run like the wind. Looking at the dial with even greater fear, the boy told the boss that they were in critical condition and that he would die along with them if he didn't get up right now. Without stopping digging around in someone else's entrails for a second, Leifu replied that the watch was a gift from a child whose life he saved during his very first operation. He was still a very young and inexperienced doctor at the time, but it was this small miracle that made him realize forever that no matter what happened, he would never abandon a patient. He was clearly afraid for his own life, as was everyone else in the area, but Mr. Vice President refused to show it to anyone. He winced as if struck by an invisible whip when the driver reminded him that there were 2 more patients in the car, and it was them they were obliged to save if it came to that. The guy was completely dumbfounded when, after this touching story, Life responded with incredible hatred and contempt that he didn't give a damn about these 2 bastards. He would even feed them to the monster to buy some more time, so the driver, against his orders, rushed in to untie Zhang and Lin Feng. Naturally, the main characters didn't need his help. After they briefly exchanged glances, the black-haired cultivator simply tore the white-haired one's ropes. Every time this couple appeared, the situation turned into a silly comedy, and now they also began to squeal cheerfully about wanting to ask a question. Lin Feng had to find out what kind of demon was on the other side of the bridge, and his friend, with maniacally glowing eyes, asked if he was cute. The poor man clearly thought that perhaps the deputy chief physician was even right about something. But in the end, he managed to squeeze out of himself that perhaps he was. Of course, that's assuming anyone in their right mind could find anything cute about a colossal octopus with a mouth on the outside of its body, bulging eyes, and a bloodthirsty disposition. Shining and smiling so brightly that stars came out of every crack, Lin Feng assured him that, in that case, they basically didn't need to run away from anyone or anywhere. Yes, they will go and devour the demonic animal once again, there was no doubt about it. Rather, the sun will suddenly change color to purple. But the poor employee didn't know the basic laws of the genre in which he existed, so he reacted like a normal person, with the greatest disbelief and shock. The little demon, meanwhile, was still trying to call out to his dad, unaware that he had been mercilessly killed by a one-eyed warrior who was very disappointed in life. And Lin Feng finally started to act as one would expect from a cultivator, with a dangerous aura. He gave a pompous speech about how he would come for the monster instead of his daddy. All this time, life continued to struggle to save the life of that random man with a hole in his torso, and he demanded new medications from the driver. His name was Juan. Since he was truly immersed in the process, he only noticed at the very end that this guy had already disappeared, running so far away that even his silhouette could not be seen. Without a hemostatic agent, without a timely operation, the poor man's condition worsened, and he quickly became so weak that he could only thank Li. Salvation, as it seemed to him, was impossible for the simple reason that the enormous monster had finally gotten close to them, and there would be no way to escape from its tentacles. As the huge boneless limb was about to crush them, the dying man croaked for Laifu to save himself and not risk himself for him. But the verdict of the vice leader of the emergency hospital was still the same, a tense, metallic proclamation, "I am a doctor." As it turned out a moment later, the octopus was not trying to kill these two, but was only waving its tentacles in different directions. Until that moment, it had not even known that there were still people left. The doctor, even as he continued to work, was horrified by the realization that here and now, they would both die. And he was not at all prepared for the peaceful question of whether he had seen the father of this monster. Without waiting for an answer, the demonic child irritably declared that if they did not know what he needed, then he would crush them to death right then and there. The wounded man demonstrated his nobility until the very end, and instead of begging for mercy, he again thanked Lifa for his great selflessness. Li's face was as dark as a thundercloud, and he didn't respond to this. And then the huge demonic octopus finally prepared to crush both of them into a pancake. Both men squeezed their eyelids so hard that their heads ached, and their imaginations vividly depicted in those seconds how their bones were crushed into powder, and only mush remained from the meat. However, a considerable amount of time had already passed, and death had not yet occurred, because the tentacle itself, for some reason, had frozen in the air without moving. The past few days had greatly affected Lin Feng's perception. If before he simply casually killed or maimed demonic opponents, now he decided to put on a real show. Small for its species but gigantic for humans, the monster was genuinely shocked when some bipedal insect easily grabbed it by the tentacle and began to pull. From the outside, it looked very much like a scene from old American children's cartoons, where a small but very strong character could throw a large enemy across an entire room. But the funniest thing was that Life and his new patient genuinely didn't notice it, because both were too scared of possible death to open their eyes. Eventually, however, it dawned on the hospital's deputy director that he was still alive and completely healthy, so he opened one eye with great apprehension and turned around. Juan, it turns out, didn't run away and abandon his boss to his fate. Instead, he'd been looking for a smaller car to get across the bridge the entire time. Laifu was not at all soft-hearted. He was used to looking at the world through jade glasses, but such an act of devotion still moved him almost to tears. However, this did not stop him from snapping at the driver when, in an emergency situation, the latter began speaking sharply and giving commands like, "Don't forget who you're talking to, kid." The young man calmly agreed that yes, he was the deputy director of the hospital, but he implied the situation now was such that it didn't matter at all, so let's run. As it turned out, the protagonist decided not to kill the demon right on the bridge. Instead, he moved them both away with such force and speed that the octopus even became confused. Still high up, Zhang enthusiastically shouted that he wanted to play too, and while the monster looked at him curiously, Lin simply suggested that his friend go down. Since the main character has already managed to catch a really big octopus, it won't be difficult for him to grab his adopted older brother in the same way. If the puppy dog's joy could be turned into a real cake, it would be the biggest, fattest, most delicious, and unhealthiest treat in the world. Without thinking for a single second longer, the second protagonist jumped off the bridge with a joyful squeal, shouting once again to his friend that he too was joining the game. In another situation, the curious, huge demon would have immediately grabbed him with its tentacles, but this time, a certain cultivator stopped him, and Zhang calmly fell onto the octopus's head. Without even trying to think about what terrible danger he had escaped thanks to his friend, the fair-haired patient began to scream with even greater joy at how soft it was for him. But the monster itself was still alive, and it still had many free tentacles. So it tried to kill the vile mortal creature that dared to treat it with such disrespect. Of course, Zhang could not be harmed in any situation, so he rolled down easily like a flea, while the poor animal received the most terrible blow in his life. Arrogantly placing his foot on the now motionless tentacle, the protagonist sternly told his friend that this octopus was behaving like a very naughty boy. It dared to offend his friend, so Lin Feng, with a fury and pride that was completely uncharacteristic for him, decided to press it back a little. But not only that, no. He had also torn off that particular limb, so that it now writhed reflexively and sprayed blue, copper blood. But the hero did not want to cripple the enemy so quickly. Zhang, as always incredibly wise, declared that this was unlikely to be a serious problem, because this naughty child still had plenty of arms and legs, enough to last him a lifetime. The hellish, multi-limbed monster that had caused the nightmarish panic and carnage on the bridge was now hysterical with fear and pain, calling for its daddy's help. Watching it wave its remaining 7 tentacles and counting their exact number with the speed of a modern computer, he melancholically declared that his brother was right. Meanwhile, the demon calmed down a little, and the initial animal horror was replaced by the same wild anger. It rushed to attack the insolent people with tripled force. It would be a real humiliation for him to realize that at this moment both main characters didn't care about him. Zhang just saw something in the distance and ran there, and Lin was looking at him. Without putting the slightest physical or mental effort into these actions, the brunette grabbed another tentacle and pulled it forcefully to the side. The octopus lost another leg and began to cry in panic again, not understanding where his precious daddy was, why he was not responding to his child's signals. While the black-haired schizophrenic was once again performing a feat with an indifferent face, the white-haired one was jumping around the rusty barbecue grill like a contented monkey. The severed tentacles fell behind him and landed with a crash, one after another, and the air split with the screams of the unfortunate little demon. But Zhang didn't care. Desperately straining his strength and his last limbs, the demon tried to turn the vile human bastard into a shapeless mess, a bloody scrap of meat. Naturally, nothing in the world could hurt the protagonist cultivators. It was the great law of the universe, they always win, so Feng simply grabbed him with his teeth. While the monster desperately fought for its life and demanded to be released in good health, the main character lost his already frail sanity from the wonderful taste. Then a smell was added to it, and it was so strong and pleasant that even the octopus immediately stopped struggling and looked into the distance with curiosity. Yep, as expected, the psychopath was frying those very same severed limbs on that dirty, rust-smelling frying pan with legs, and in a way that Gordon Ramsay could never have dreamed of. Thanks to the magic of silly Chinese comedies, Zhang even managed to get hold of cooking tools and spices from somewhere, even though he was wearing absolutely nothing but his pajamas. Not only the protagonist, but the octopus was also fascinated by this spectacle. But this was not something strange. Real cephalopods often try to eat lost limbs. But those were ordinary animals who would do anything to improve their chances of survival, while this undoubtedly intelligent creature ended up in shock and true horror. The poor guy started shaking so violently that it would be difficult to understand what exactly caused this nervous tremor, panic in front of the little maniacs, or volcanic rage. In the end, it turned out to be despair, as the poor little demon raised his last limbs to the heavens and screamed as if he were trying to wake up Buddha. What was most disgusting and humiliating was that the main characters no longer paid any attention to him at all. They were completely focused on their next meal. The main character ate simply disgustingly, just like a pig from a trough, gnawing at the food with a greedy purr, smearing juices over his clothes and face, and speaking with a full throat. However, only a few minutes had passed, and an outside observer would not have had time to understand how everything could have ended so quickly. But the facts were undeniable. The tentacles had ended, and the realization of this made Zhang feel very sad, much more so than, for example, the possibility of some strangers dying on that same bridge. Lin Feng was also only worried about his stomach, which still did not feel full, as if a real kingdom of huge tapeworms had nested in it. As it turns out, behind the scenes they repeatedly beat and maimed the octopus, tearing off its last limbs while it was still alive, but their scent still came to an end. And what had recently been a formidable third-level demon could now only humbly beg, hopelessly continuing to call on its dead father for help. It goes without saying that no one was going to spare him. On the contrary, the guys only glanced at this last main part of the body, the head, with a predatory and appraising look. While he was thinking about it so seriously and carefully, his friend, without any expression on his face or in his voice, declared that it was, in fact, a very tasty idea, in every sense. As might be expected, they understood each other at a glance and a word, and, as always before, were in complete agreement with the new plan of action. And so the little demonic octopus died, and his last thoughts were of his father, who would never again see his precious child. But, characteristically, when the white-haired madman saw that the head's eyes were still open, and thoughts were flickering in them, even he felt uneasy at the thought that they would have to eat this. Like a model sociopath, the main character simply turned the piece over so that the eye was roasting on the metal surface and was not visible. Now he could eat without regret. Before finally giving up the ghost, the little octopus turned to its parent one last time, thinking that they would only meet in the next life. Only after this, when everything was long over, the one-eyed cultivator and his servants finally reached the bridge and tried to figure out where the second demon had gone. The same young man with a tablet, in glasses and a blue suit, shouted that they had managed to find energy traces of a demonic animal. In less than a second, the man covered a distance of tens of meters, ending up right next to his subordinate's shoulder and staring at the screen with his only eye. The map showed that the creature did not vanish into thin air or run away somewhere far away. It simply descended under the bridge. And, needless to say, this gradually cooling trail led him to a couple of people whom he could not call anything other than damned bastards, even in his thoughts. The young man looked for a long time at the snoring protagonists with their bellies swollen from gluttony, then at the screen, and then back at them, unable to believe what he saw. Unfortunately, no matter how unpleasant the reality was, it was still reality, so the official could only state that the demon was no longer there. There were only two people, and the poor Yanhai Supreme Cultivator looked at them as if something deep inside him had died, and now only a body was left of him. The young official had no idea what a storm of emotions was raging inside his boss, and continued to ponder the mystery of the demon's disappearance out loud while the one-eyed man trembled. He was shaking with anger, with fury, and also with the realization that that disgusting brazier that smelled of burnt meat was the answer to the very question that was troubling them. One of the warrior girls asked if they should somehow help this sleeping couple and asked them about the demon, to which the bespectacled man only shrugged, as if there was no point in talking to psychos. When asked if she would believe their stories, the woman admitted that she would not, and her face clearly showed how uncomfortable she felt for even entertaining such a thought. However, the cultivator with the bandage could no longer stop. He was so overcome with rage that now his bald head looked like a ham. He was so red. If he, the man shouted, heard such a crazy proposal from anyone even once more, he would simply shave that moron's head bald so that everyone would know. Naturally, the girl was frightened, but then she fell deeply in love with her master because he knew their native Yanhai so well that he immediately recognized the escaped madmen. However, some people simply didn't know how to read the atmosphere and adapt to it, so the bespectacled guy asked what they should do since the demon was nowhere to be found. For a moment, the leader looked at him with an attentive gaze and then walked away very quickly, not paying attention to any of his stunned companions. His face clearly showed that he himself could not believe what he was doing, but the fact was that he leaned over the main characters and asked if the octopus was tasty. They lived up to his expectations. Even in their sleep, these two fools wheezed that yes indeed, and so much saliva flowed from their mouths that it could have moistened a large field. Yes, everything turned out exactly as he thought, but by all the gods, the last thing he wanted in the world was for it to be the real truth. After this, the action moved to the skyscraper where all the cultivators were holding meetings, and the speaker began his speech by saying that their warriors were increasingly losing to the cunning demons. They become smarter every day, kill human defenders, pretending to be weaker than they really are, and expand their territories over a vast area. While listening to this, the one-eyed man, however, was completely focused on what to do with the two idiot heroes, because, after all, they had already destroyed 3 monsters. Then he imagined how these 2 idiots were given needles again, and how they surrounded him from both sides, and a cold chill ran through the seasoned warrior with vast combat experience. The panic attack was so strong that when someone said something about preparation, the Supreme Protector of Yanhai asked in horror not to do it and just forget everything. Naturally, everyone else looked at him as if he were crazy, because it seemed to them that he had ordered all military preparations to be cancelled, and they were left defenseless. The woman who had been conducting this entire monologue and analytical analysis coldly asked if the man really doubted her thoughts and ideas so much. Only after this did the traumatized poor fellow gradually begin to return to reality and realize where he was and that there were no idiots in pajamas nearby. The sanity of this lady, however, could indeed be questioned, because in order to toughen the minds of the interns, she decided to send them to a mental hospital. And since she had a very vulnerable ego in everything that concerned her decisions and competence, she directly asked the one-eyed warrior if he had any questions for her personally. Any sane military leader would have called this alternative to psychological training the ravings of a gray mare. But there were cultivators here, so they liked the idea. Again, it was also a matter of incredible obsequiousness towards all her superiors, because this red-haired girl was a big shot from the capital's headquarters. And the one-eyed warrior, having finally come to his senses, only quietly and wearily asked whether this would not be a heartless mockery, since the interns were not sent to a random hospital. They were supposed to get to the main characters, but the other leaders didn't know this, and were simply silently amazed by the iron willpower of this man, and how easily he openly lies. The woman, still holding his head like a dog, replied condescendingly, like, "Well, I thought you would say that this test was too easy." In any case, warriors could not be coddled like children. They had to risk their lives on the battlefield, but before that, their minds had to be tempered. As for why she chose some mental hospital, the answer is very simple, because demonic spawn are just as unpredictable as human psychopaths. The fact that the one-eyed man supposedly understood her thought the first time was able to return some favor points to him on her part, as if to say, there was at least one insightful person in this headquarters. If someone decided to feed him truth serum, he would very vividly and colorfully describe why he finds two specific schizophrenics incredibly scary. But all the other fools on the council were now openly rejoicing that someone had found an easy solution for them, so that the responsibility and consequences would not affect them. Then this arrogant lady began to explain to everyone that the demons were currently trying to exhaust their military forces before the real attack, using the ebb and flow method. This meant that the demons already had military leaders who had learned tactics and strategy, and now they were leading their lower, beast-like relatives. Needless to say, no one liked this news, but people, being trained to save face in any situation, said nothing and did not even blink. The advisor then explained on her fingers that they had never encountered such a threat before, and that they had no idea how powerful the demonic general was. Therefore, like any army, it is vital for them to obtain as much information as possible, as quickly as possible, in order to be prepared for new enemy attacks. 3 days have passed since then, and the action shifts to a silly cartoon scene where a sentient and talking ant has returned home to his beloved, but only for a huge, terrible hand to descend upon them, like the palm of an all-powerful deity who had decided to punish the impudent mortals for their crimes. The humanized ants cried, screamed, and called to each other, but they could do nothing against this force of nature, so the male ant was captured. As soon as Zhang placed it on the surface of the book, he used all the strength of his insect body to instantly reunite with his frightened friend, and only for the same huge fingers to gently but firmly grab his little body again and lift him into the air, leaving not a single chance for a successful escape. Even the ant woman was now trying to shout at the protagonist that this kind of bullying simply crosses the line between good and evil. But, of course, no one understood her. The white-haired patient was only distracted when Lin Feng appeared on the scene, having lost his friend and now trying to find him, shouting his name. The needle-sticking man immediately released his victim, forcing her to curse mercilessly in her ant language, and focused on her friend. As it turned out, he was conducting very important experiments to discover an incredible fact. No matter how far you take an ant from its home, it will definitely find it later. He also told the protagonist that the latter had not woken up for 3 whole days, that someone had returned them to their home hospital, and that the sleeping Lin looked incredibly like a pig. Hearing all this, the cultivator began to think very seriously whether he really was an animal that only needed a snout, a tail, and hooves to be fully similar. But no, he finally declared, he hadn't actually been sleeping. It was the psychopath's voice in his head that was saying something about forced hibernation, about the next level and trying to do something. The ants, meanwhile, had reunited, and while the female was simply hiding deep in the hole, her friend was enthusiastically saying that they were now safe from everything. If he had known that one of these 2-legged, 2-armed giants called humans would summon a real laser from the tip of his finger, he certainly wouldn't have said that. This wasn't a cheap and simple trick like other cultivators used, but a virtually invincible weapon of mass destruction, a stream of pure nothingness. Zhang was incredibly amazed at the level of strength his friend had achieved, and was now happily running around him congratulating him, while Feng couldn't care less. But the unfortunate tree, whose trunk had just been torn into small pieces by a stream of blue-white flame, began to fall with a tragic crash right on top of the ant. Any real insect would have easily hidden underground without wasting a single second of time, but its own mind failed it. It froze in shock, and when the roar died down, the whole insect world heard the cry of the widowed female ant, cursing those 2 damned psychopaths, and even the system itself felt sorry for the baby. And Zhang, being true to form, immediately declared that it must be thanks to his excellent acupuncture techniques that Lin now had the power to blow things up. The protagonist may have been a completely sick bastard with good sociopathic tendencies, but he was also a friend, so he agreed with a smile that this was true. The system, which alone was responsible for the protagonist becoming something more than a despised madman with self-harmic tendencies, silently screamed. The ant widow, meanwhile, stroked her late husband's head and cried, saying, "Why did you leave me? Why is fate punishing us like this?" Sob, sob. Here, most likely, literally from underground, another ant-man appeared, who with a sad look called on his fellow tribeswoman not to cry. The ant known as Number 1 had gone to heaven, but she had a whole army of new ants to replace her, and every one of them was ready to love her and speak kind words to her. This moved her to new tears, and she thanked all of her new husbands for such incredible kindness, and there was no need to be surprised, because they were, after all, insects. If anyone was to be pitied, it was the medical staff who now had to not only remove these tens of tons of wood, but also figure out how they collapsed. The two maniacs, meanwhile, approached the power line, and characteristically, even Zhang looked worried and tried to dissuade Lin from such a stupid idea. Even funnier were his subsequent words to the brunette's assertion that the psychopathic voice in his head allowed him to do this. The director said that psychos cannot be trusted. Invisible, inaudible to everyone, even to the cultivator, the system could only desperately issue messages that these were two disgusting, completely intolerable bastards. And no matter how crazy Lin was, he had studied his friend very well, so he exploited his greatest weakness, arrogance, and faith in his skills. Hearing how the brunette firmly believed in his ability to save his life even in a critical situation, the platinum blonde instantly changed his mind and enthusiastically supported him. True, the question remained as to how exactly Feng would be able to reach the coveted shield, but the cultivator calmly answered his adopted brother that he was capable of jumping there. The existence of cultivators opened up simply limitless possibilities for Flex, which this young man demonstrated by easily jumping to a huge height in a pompous style. But instead of a crowd of faceless secondary characters who existed only to admire his skills, he had one Zhang, and his support was the most precious thing to the protagonist. Here and now, this gray-haired man did not look like a maniac or a self-proclaimed guru of various arts, but like a child admiring a circus strongman. None of them had yet paid any attention to the stunned headmaster Wang, who was about to treat Lin after he had single-handedly eaten all the food in the dining room and kitchen. Seeing what those damn gremlins in long pajamas were doing now, he could only hoarsely squeeze out a cry of "President," hoping that at least Shihog would cope with the problem. The main character, meanwhile, had already completely destroyed the mechanism's defenses and, ignoring the lightning piercing his body, shouted that he had succeeded. It seemed to him that right now he felt an incredible, incomparable divine power, and it even made him feel like Vegeta, the great prince of the Saiyans. In reality, of course, he was just sitting astride the shield and yelling nonsense like a fool, not noticing his own burning clothes or his hair curling into balls. Wang quickly realized that his mortal mind was not large enough to accommodate this spectacle, so he simply took out his phone and called Shihagu through it. However, orderlies were already flocking from all corners of the hospital because the main character's outrageous stunt with electricity had painted the entire space orange. The head of the department didn't believe that the emergency hospital would help them this time and advised them to immediately call people from the cemetery, and right in time with his words, the generator started acting up. The most trivial human technology, which is available in any more or less large settlement, managed to accomplish something that even demons have never managed to do. The exploding shield sent Lin Feng flying like a pathetic doll with broken limbs, black smoke billowing from his clothes and body, and his head looking like broccoli. By the time he landed, he looked even more like broccoli, though not the kind that had been in the hands of the worst cook on earth. Naturally, everyone was sure that he was dead and were afraid to approach, fearing to catch a residual electric shock. But this black smoking piece of meat quickly and clearly began to cough. But after that, there were no movements or words. Lin Feng simply continued to lie there, emitting stinking smoke and scattering small yellow lightning bolts in all directions. Suddenly, a thin, long-haired man burst out of the crowd, and no amount of shouting or orders to stop could stop him from trying to help his best friend. This could have been a great opportunity for Zhang to show off his talents. But no, Lin Feng turned out to be completely alive and well. He was just a little tired. So he decided to sleep a little on this soft grass, and when the fair-haired young man finally tried to touch him, it caused a real shock reaction. Their fingers didn't even have time to touch when the discharge produced such power that the gray-haired madman was thrown high into the air and then thrown away like a sack. After this, Zhang did not get up or move at all, and while the orderlies watched this with their jaws dropped, Wang quietly stepped aside and dialed Director Haga's number again. Needless to say, the chief surgeon was completely hysterical because Seriously, how much longer was he supposed to endure this mockery, huh? Crying and paying no attention to the blackened half-corpse, he shouted that he was only a doctor, not some kind of god, and that he did not want such difficult cases. The doctor on the outside was telling Life that Lin was alive, contrary to all laws of biology and common sense, and that the senior surgeon had very inopportunely lost his scalpel. In another situation, Lee would have been the first to order the hero thrown under the bus. But while he remained on his operating table, it was necessary to honestly fulfill his medical duty. And since the head of the department washed his hands of the matter under a plausible pretext, this deputy chief physician decided to remember his youth and personally do everything, to the admiration of his junior colleague. It took 10 whole hours, but he successfully completed his task and ordered the main character to be prepared for returning home before he was told about the visit of an old friend. That cunning, slippery old director with the smile of an enlightened Buddha was right now outside the operating room door, waiting for the opportunity to talk to Life about important things. The mere news of this was enough to literally drive the younger man crazy and make him swear, paying no attention to his subordinates. "The vile bastard," he growled, tearing off his mask. "How dare he come here? It hasn't even been 3 days since he loaded them with work again, letting them go mess around with electricity." Honestly, when he threw open the doors and burst into the corridor, it was very easy to believe that in a fit of such terrible rage, he would try to kill a man with his bare hands. "Let that wrinkled bastard go to hell," he growled, not letting Hag get a word in. But before that, he would definitely pay for the treatment, including that one-eyed one. She, without allowing a single muscle to twitch on his face, simply asked what he called his respected colleague Lee whether he could get an annual membership here. If previously one might have thought that it was simply physically impossible to anger a person even more, now Life has clearly demonstrated that it is entirely possible. His face was distorted in the most unnatural ways. His voice became hoarse and dropped many octaves, and his red demonic eyes turned to the fire extinguisher standing by the wall. Grabbing it like a club, he rushed forward at his old friend, screaming at the top of his lungs that he would kill him right now to hell, and the entire staff of his mental hospital too. Junior doctors had to literally hang on to their boss, grab him by the arms and torso, and remind him that killing people is a serious criminal offense. Gently but firmly, they dragged him away. But this did not stop Life from continuing to shout that Hag should just wait. He would give him such hell that he would never forget. And then he deflated like a balloon, dropped his shoulders and head, released the fire extinguisher, and cursed heartily at the hated old man. She took it stoically, like a grandfather dealing with a bratty and rebellious grandson, and only sighed that he had only wanted to sign up for a membership to save money. The next morning, it turned out that Zhang was still alive and well, and he was sleeping touchingly next to Lin Feng's bed while the system announced that the latter had successfully leveled up. Immediately after these words, he calmly opened his eyes and stood up, as if nothing terrible had happened, just that his skin had been burned so much that it had become like chocolate. Moreover, even though he was a madman and his new skills required a perfect state of mind, he still mastered them faster than any other known person. And to make his life even more wonderful, the system performed skin regeneration for him, causing the old, burned skin to crumble into a fragile crust. After that, the cultivator very gently patted Zhang on the shoulder, trying to gently wake him up. He did it quickly. The fair-haired patient came to his senses in a few seconds, rubbed his eyes, driving away the remnants of sleep, and then looked at his friend with admiration. He never even doubted that everything would turn out well with his friend, because he was an elusive and invincible cultivator, and Feng's nakedness had not bothered any of them for a long time. The same could not be said for the unfortunate nurse, who expected to see her friend Zhang sobbing over his mutilated body, but instead saw such surrealism. The entire hospital staff was in an uproar because it was beyond sci-fi. In just one night, the protagonist's skin had completely recovered and improved. Oh, and of course, these professional doctors just couldn't resist stroking the hero's sense of self-importance by loudly telling him how handsome he was. Such a cringe-worthy story could not go to waste, and very quickly reached the ears of interested people, and to be specific, one particular person. Even after everything that had happened, the one-eyed cultivator had considered the possibility of taking the teenager under his wing for training. But now, frankly speaking, it made no sense. They were psychopaths and he feared and hated them. But like any man with a good code of honor, he would simply have to go to the temple afterwards and honor their souls. Suddenly, his earpiece beeped with a very obscene version of the ringtone, and the supreme protector of Yanhai immediately realized that Shihag was talking to him. Damn him, the bastard. When he heard from him that both young men remained completely alive and well, he experienced such a shock that it would be difficult to say what he felt stronger, joy or disappointment. For him, this was pure nonsense because it was clear to everyone that even third-level cultivators were not capable of surviving such serious damage. A fourth-rank cultivator was needed. at a minimum. In other words, a monstrous, shocking realization pierced him through and through. These two crazy idiots with mush in their heads surpassed even the fourth level in strength. But then his single eye turned a predatory and ominous red, demonstrating his self-interest in the possibility of convincing the main characters to fight on his side. She, in turn, was openly triumphant, realizing that he had caught an old acquaintance on the hook, and that since heroes so often survive, it means they have the will to do so. Then he walked away until he was overtaken by his discouraged subordinates, who did not understand why Hag decided to leave without having managed to get an annual subscription from Life. With the same smile, he replied that it wasn't worth it, because his friend, when he finally woke up and regained his strength, would tie him to a car and drag him around the hospital. The orderlies, to put it mildly, were skeptical of this news, but on the other hand, they would both be lying if they tried to claim that this was unrealistic nonsense. The director of the mental hospital just laughed, as if it were an incredibly witty and sparkling joke, behind which there was no negative subtext. After that, the action shifted again to that disgusting new security guard who had charmed that fat woman so much that she was now feeding him with a spoon. Seeing that his woman's bag was now torn, he very demonstratively activated his night mode, declaring that he would never allow such a state of affairs, so she can use his credit card to buy herself a new one or anything she wants. He won't dare say a single word against it. Needless to say, she didn't refuse. In fact, she almost snatched the card from his hands, although she said in the same sugary voice how good he was. Quickly putting it in her breast pocket, she also added that precious Uncle Wang was going to visit this young man while he was being treated. He didn't mind because, after all, it was this young man who introduced him to his future wife, so it was just a simple thank you. Honestly, if at that moment there had been some unfortunate patient suffering from severe diabetes lying in the ward, he would have already had to be taken to the cemetery. The boy had no idea that Wang was on his way to the hospital right now, complaining about his poor fish diet, and that he was not at all the imposing gentleman he might have imagined. Demons came in all shapes and sizes, and they weren't always huge, scary monsters. Among them, there was also a small, evil spirit in the form of a three-headed fly. She sat astride a piece of fish that had been eaten by this scruffy fat man with a bandit's gold chain around his neck, not even suspecting that she would become a puppet for a terrible creature. Even the incredibly thick hint of a shadow, repeating the shape of a huge insect, escaped his or anyone else's attention. However, the entire ominous atmosphere disappeared when it turned out that Wang had been wandering around the hospital for hours, unable to find the person he needed anywhere, and was cursing because of it. And he felt incredibly ill, sweat was pouring off his body, and a huge, dark, and incredibly smelly stain was spreading under his armpits, like from spilled sauce. This was already completely disgusting, but what was even worse was that his back was covered in lumps that burst with a disgusting crack, tore his clothes, and grew. The wings. They were the real wings of a fly, transparent, covered with a mesh of lines and slowly moving as they moved. And, what was most terrible, the metamorphosis was not yet over. The creature, which was becoming less and less human with each passing second, walked out into a deserted corridor, where only a random nurse noticed it. Initially, the woman did not see anything scary because she simply did not have time to process the information. It simply seemed to her that there was a strange man standing in the distance, and she stopped. And then, when I really got a good look at this vile creature, I was so terrified that I couldn't even find the strength to scream. Before her appeared a real human fly, a huge hunched insect with a black fat body and bulging red eyes looking in all directions. The creature that was Uncle Wang, with a creepy voice that was reminiscent of both human speech and insect chirping, said that he would kill her for screaming anyway. It wasn't joking, as it actually hit the woman in the face, tearing a large piece of skin and then throwing her many meters away, smearing blood across the floor. Oh, it turns out that this monster threw the nurse into the main character's room, so there was no need to worry anymore. They would solve all the problems again with jokes and antics. Although the events developed so rapidly that even Zhang and Lin Feng initially did not understand what exactly was happening here, and simply looked at the insectoid. They also did not intervene when the demon again grabbed the woman by the throat and began to squeeze, while she desperately begged for at least someone to help her and protect her. If anything, they were never positive characters in the literal sense. They were psychopaths, and they didn't care that a demon was trying to kill someone right there. The rest of the medical staff, however, also did not try to help their colleague, since they were ordinary people, and the appearance of the demon frightened them to the point of panic. The monster, who was already looking very much like a delirious madman, hissed that he would definitely cut his victim's throat, because only then would she stop screaming. Seeing everyone abandoning her, running away to save their own skins, the poor girl, already on the verge of losing consciousness, repeated these desperate words, "Please save me." Help finally arrived when Zhang poked the insectoid in the leg with a needle and, in the tone of a stern doctor, declared that it was indeed very sick and that its body was in serious trouble. But there's no need to get upset in advance because he's a master of acupuncture and will be happy to help anyone who needs it, even if the next patient is a bit scary. Naturally, the demon was deeply offended that someone dared to treat him so arrogantly and indifferently, and he screamed at the boy to ask if he wanted to die. Since the object of his rage was someone else, he threw the poor nurse away with indifference, but with such force that it was a miracle she didn't break her spine. And then something strange started to happen. Instead of focusing on the attack, the insect-like monster began to turn its head from side to side with great force and speed. It was as if he was trying to drive away a swarm of small but very annoying enemies, and when he finally managed to concentrate, he reached out with his paw to Zhang's head. The white-haired teenager literally didn't blink an eye when the creepy black paw reached out to him, because he knew that Lin Feng would not let anyone hurt him, and that's what actually happened. The protagonist didn't care that the demon fly was trying to kill some unknown woman, but no one should ever hurt his own friend. But before the next massacre of the innocents began, Zhang added that he wanted to help this man and would be grateful if the brunette asked him for permission. Of course, the protagonist agreed and asked the question only to have the mutated monster growl again about how much he wanted to cut throats. Even a psychopath would have realized that dialogue with this character was impossible, and Lin Feng was no exception. So without further ado, he snapped the demon's arm like a stick. Maintaining the expression of a dead, indifferent fish, he asked again if the fly wanted to be treated by the good Dr. Zhang, clearly threatening more beatings. Since there was clearly some human part left in this demon, he was clearly horrified as he looked at his own broken, bloody, and helpless hand. But his true demonic essence was alien to trivial human fears and emotions. It knew only one directive: to kill everything that irritated him. Therefore, the mutated man burst out with such speed and force that even Lin Feng, who was used to always and casually defeating everyone, stared at him in bewilderment. The monster squealed that it would simply chop the insolent little man into pieces, after which it made a sharp swing with its entire body, creating at least 2 deadly shockwaves. And for the first time in history, the protagonist's face ceased to resemble a dull, brainless mask, instead being replaced by a predatory concentration. Even by insect standards, flies are considered very fast and agile flyers, but the main character managed to grab this parasite by the wing in a matter of moments. Any hint of that schizophrenic boy with manic ideas had completely disappeared from his gaze, and now he looked much more like a typical cultivator. After this, with a bloodthirsty face, he began to literally tear off the fly-like monster's wings, causing it to scream for the first time in pain, weakness, and horror. This execution did not last long, but when it was over, the demon, shaking with fear and panic, cowered in a corner, in pools of his own dark blood, and did not dare to look up. Looking at him without any expression, the main character, in the voice of an indifferent machine, asked if the insectoid needed Zhang's help, since he was now wounded. The monster was unable to respond because his body was still being torn to pieces by incomparable pain, and then the teenager grabbed him in the most brutal way. There was no false indifference or stoicism left on the little psychopath's face, only the intention to continue the torture if the demon dared to refuse his game. Having completely broken the monster's resistance, Lin Feng forcefully dragged it to the feet of the satisfied Zhang, like a disobedient dog, and said that they could begin the treatment. Pouting like a flirtatious girl on a date, the white-haired psychopath said that the protagonist was holding his patient roughly. He was clearly uncomfortable. It was better to let him go. The main character responded by pouting his lips, as if he was about to take a selfie for Instagram, and reminded her that the demon had treated the girl in exactly the same way, and he clearly liked it. The second protagonist easily and happily agreed that the first was absolutely right, so the flyman had no choice but to groan in anger. Having finished exchanging words, the madmen began their usual method of treatment and roughly drove a huge, thick needle right into the center of their captive's face. He suffered hellish torment and even more cruel humiliation from the fact that all this was being done to him by mere mortals, and that same nurse watched it from the corner with a tremor. In less than a few minutes, the monster's head was completely covered in needles. Zhang had almost completed his signature technique, and only the final touch remained. As he announced this, his face was extremely focused, like that of a surgeon who had to make an incision into a man's heart, knowing that the price of a mistake would be death. The demonic insect kept its eyes on him, and in the depths of its primitive consciousness, anxiety, even panic, beat, for it had never seen such a terrible threat. As soon as he had stuck the needle in a little, the monster suddenly spoke in human language, ordering him to stop. The monster admitted that it was actually a demonic parasite that entered people's bodies and gradually assimilated them, which is what it had already done with Uncle Wang. It was impossible to kill him without inflicting a mortal wound on the body he was sitting in, and the demon knew very well how serious a taboo this was for the vast majority of people. And he didn't just wander around the hospital and beat up random women while he was parasitizing on Vanga. But through him, he laid eggs inside his lovers, including the girlfriend of that security guard. If he finds the perfect vessel for his offspring, it will have a chance to awaken his power as the founder of the lineage and will inherit the memories of all other larvae. Thus, Zhang has trapped himself. He will hesitate for a long time, look for workarounds, but in the end, he will understand what a pathetic, good-for-nothing hypocrite and worthless person he is. But when the young man carelessly shouted that the last 13th needle would now be used, the parasite was stunned and did not blink in confusion only because he had no eyelids at all. When the young man pressed on the needle, the monster began to thrash about in hysterics from pain and disappointment, unable to understand how and why the pathetic little man had refused to play by his rules. Spewing blood from every orifice and falling to the floor, the insect demon only had time to think about why this disgusting couple was so different from other people. What happened to his body after that was too disgusting to describe in human language, but the main thing is that the death of their progenitor was felt by all the infected. The fat, and in fact pregnant girl in the yellow dress who was courting the security guard and now showed her true face, literally, was no exception. Needless to say, when he saw his waifu's face transform into a hideous black, red-eyed insect face, he went crazy. And that was just the beginning. Just a few seconds later, a disgusting humanoid insect appeared before him, pitifully repeating that daddy was dead. Although the boy immediately hid behind the bed, he was not afraid to stick his head out for a moment, just to take back his credit card that fell out of the demon's pocket. And having completed this little act of prudent stinginess, he finally took to his heels, kicking as if the gates of hell were opening behind every step he took, and sobbing. In a record short period of time, he found himself outside the ward, at the other end of the corridor, behind a steel door, and he closed this very door behind him in a split second. The brown-haired man already thought that everything was fine. He had happily avoided a meeting with death. But no way. The demonic insect began to pound on the door with crazy force. A passing nurse, characteristically, first asked if this couple was in a happy romantic relationship, and only then what was going on. This made the young security guard scream hysterically that he could forgive his girlfriend for everything, that she became fat, that she conceived a child from another man and made him a cuckold. But he, damn it, will never forgive her for becoming such an ugly creature. No, not him. And putting a bag over his head certainly won't convince him otherwise. A black hand, covered in stiff, insectoid hair, smashed through the door so sharply and forcefully that one could easily assume that the fly girl was offended by these words. When a terrible head appeared from the opening, resembling a mixture of a fly's muzzle and a human face with long hair, a very eerie and awkward silence reigned. Whoever the god of this cultivating universe was, he had such a unique sense of humor that the guard and demoness could almost hear the romantic music in the background. And then the same hand made another hole in the passage, and the insect woman screamed furiously that she would kill this bastard since he didn't like her anymore. One would think that after this deer would meet a cruel, bloody, and uncompromising end, but someone's familiar hand grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him. It turned out to be Li Laifu himself, the deputy head of this hospital, and he was ready to defend his institution literally with weapons in his hands. He was clutching a huge Chinese saber. She shone so pathetically in the light that one could easily imagine that somewhere behind the scenes there was a director giving orders to people with lamps and cameras. As it turned out, it wasn't even a saber, but a halberd. And the young man was so delighted that someone was willing to defend him that he tearfully grabbed the older man's leg. The huge insect, meanwhile, slowly approached the people, and Laifu allowed his mask of a brave ancient warrior to crack, showing fear. It should have started with the fact that up to this point the man had slept for 10 hours in the doctor's office, recovering his strength after a 10-hour operation on the protagonist. He woke up suddenly from that very feeling, so familiar to many people, that they had suddenly forgotten something incredibly important, and now bedlam reigned. After a few seconds, he realized what it was. And yes, it was a conversation with the director of the mental hospital about an annual subscription for a certain couple of idiots. When he raised his head, his eyes were literally burning with bloodlust, and they very quickly came across the halberd, making you wonder who left such things in hospitals anyway. Grabbing the razor-sharp weapon, he confirmed in a deliberately slow and calm voice, behind which the raging flames were hidden, that he would show Shi Hagu something. But instead of breaking a few bones on the slimy old bastard, he had to face a vile demonic abomination, and in his own hospital no less. The situation, no doubt about it, was absolutely disgusting, but the vice president didn't think it was necessary to panic, since Boss Huang had already called for help with cultivators. Then, one of the young orderlies appeared in the corridor, running, screaming hysterically that he had already carried out the order. He had called the right people and reinforcements would soon be here. This seemed to infuriate the demoness, because she stopped limping along at a snail's pace and now ran at a tremendous speed, waving her claws. The mutant, however, didn't care about Leifa, the nurse, or anyone else in the area. The only thing she wanted was to gut her ungrateful boyfriend. The guard, in the voice of an offended child on the verge of hysteria, retorted that she had cheated on him and that she was not even close to being a good girl. Laifu stood motionless for a moment, never taking his eyes off the enraged beast, and then turned around abruptly, covered the teenager with his body, and brought him down to the floor, protecting him from the blow. A normal person in such a situation would have thought about anything else, or more likely, not thought at all. But this boy was blushing, as if he had already fallen madly in love with Lee. Then a real cringe started. He tried to slobber all over the man, moaning about how he no longer cared about women, and the doctor could barely restrain himself from hitting him. Someone took out glowing paper talismans, which have been used since ancient times in China to drive away and destroy evil spirits, and threw them at the devilish insect. As soon as the amulets touched her, the demoness was entangled in supernatural glowing green tentacles, reliably immobilizing her and preventing her from interfering with the exorcism ritual. This power, of course, did not belong to Life, his annoying boyfriend, or his subordinates, but to a squad of Yanhai guards who pounced on the enemy like wolves on an elk. By their will, the monster was engulfed in sacred flame that burns away any evil, and the insect woman made a desperate sound, something between a chirp and a scream. A bald man dressed in the trappings of a Buddhist priest kept his gaze fixed on the creature, while a long-haired, bespectacled youth prepared to use his magic sword. He pierced the screaming insect's throat right through, and frankly, if it hadn't been a fight with a devilish parasite, it would have been the most brutal abuse in history. After that, the fighting finally stopped, and a team of people in blue uniforms burst into the hospital. They were operatives from a special squad, and they needed space. The already familiar young man, wearing stern silver glasses and holding a tablet, confirmed that the cultivators had completed their work, the monster was dead, and there were no traces of the demon's aura. However, they had detected traces of a higher-ranking demon, the parent of this parasite, so all squads needed to find and destroy it as quickly as possible. None of them noticed that the female, pot-bellied corpse began to twitch strangely until the system in the tablet warned that a strong burst of energy had begun. But then, when they turned around, such disgust and shock appeared on the faces of everyone present that even the greatest poets could not convey it in words. Like a chestburster, the larva of the legendary xenomorph space monster, several hairy, clawed arms burst forth from the body of what had been a human woman. The sight was so disgusting and sinister that one of the young hospital employees literally couldn't stay on his feet and fell on his butt, shaking nervously. What hatched from the infected woman's body was not another anthropomorphic insect, but a monster whose shapeless shadow covered the entire hospital floor. Orderlies, nurses, junior doctors, they all forgot about their duty and now simply ran, saving their own lives because the hospital had completely turned into a slaughterhouse. When the dust settled and the debris scattered, it turned out that the latest chaos had been caused by a huge three-headed demon, very similar to an enlarged version of the Fly People. But while this creature was rampaging, and people were desperately trying to run as far away as possible, the main characters were moving as calmly as if it was a morning jog. Moreover, this damn Jang literally had no idea why everyone around him was running away screaming, as if he hadn't heard the screams and hadn't seen all this massive destruction. The three-headed insectoid not only inherited all the memories of the parasite that sat in Vanga, but also gained much greater power than before, becoming a 7th-level demon. And now that he had a new body, arms, and extra heads, he was going to take great pleasure in ripping the arms and legs off those two little bastards. Naturally, the madmen did not react to this sight in any way. Only the white-haired one asked in confusion whether he should look at this big fly, and the black-haired one said yes. 10 minutes before this, seeing the body of the fat insect split into two and rot, Zhang wept bitterly because he did not want this. He did not know that the patient would suddenly die. Naturally, the main character patted him on the head while he was in hysterics and tried to console him by saying that since the guy was dead, that meant he was supposed to die. Vanga's soul heard this, and words cannot describe how she cursed, stamped her feet, and waved her arms, while the souls of the hellhound, the huge octopus, and the python calmly consoled her. The white-haired man continued to cry and insist that he was to blame and would be punished for it, but Lin only replied that they had started this together and would take responsibility together. The spirit of Wang, invisible and inaudible, growled that he would take revenge on them for everything at the first opportunity, and this time all the other ghosts were ready to support him. The protagonist easily broke the glass with one hook without getting a single scratch, and then told his friend that they must run immediately. As befits the cliched Xianxia antagonists, the ghosts bled from their mouths in surprise that this is what the protagonist understands by responsibility. But Zhang, of course, was happy to agree, since it sounded very much like a fun adventure, and it was clearly better than seriously going to jail. As they made their way outside, they didn't even remember the nurse who had started it all, although that frightened and traumatized woman hadn't disappeared, not at all. She quickly realized that they were sleepwalkers who could be deadly to everyone, but she still thanked them for saving her life, even if it was by accident. Tellingly, the boys heard this and reacted. Lin Feng nodded calmly, while Zhang giggled shyly and smiled, making it clear that he accepted her praise. Their room was at a great height, and any ordinary person would have been seriously injured at the very least if they had fallen from it. But the protagonist could no longer be harmed. Before straightening up and helping his friend, the brunette looked around very carefully to see if there were any witnesses who would call the police for their lives. After making sure everything was in order, the main character straightened up and prepared to help Zhang land softly by catching him with his hands. Just like in the movies, the young men didn't know it yet, but they didn't have to worry about outside interference because everyone was currently focused on saving themselves. They ran away, almost pushing each other with their elbows and using the bodies of the fallen as a sidewalk, and the protagonists watched this from the bushes, skillfully camouflaged. The Yanhai cultivator headquarters was going crazy because the appearance of a 7th-rank demon in the middle of the city was a real, uncompromising, and unrestrained kaput, damn it. It was the same as the sudden awakening of a volcano or the onset of a tsunami. And what was most disgusting was that they did not currently have any warriors above the 4th rank. The one-eyed warrior didn't hesitate for long before calmly declaring that he would go out to fight himself to help the people. But the analyst from the general staff ordered him to stand still. They couldn't risk losing one of their best fighters because they had no idea what was behind this attack, or if it was just a cruel, calculated trap. Therefore, no matter how heartless it sounded, they had no right to risk wasting national-level warriors like him, and he would have to stay at headquarters. However, this did not mean that this woman's heart was made of stone, since she was ready to use completely different people as the ultimate weapon. It was a special squad, a quartet, each of whom had the 8th rank, one step higher than the 3-headed demon fly, and perhaps higher than the one-eyed one. Such power could be called the living equivalent of a nuclear bomb, and the red-haired woman was confident that such power was enough to defeat the demon. Meanwhile, the main characters were acting exactly the same as always, calling the ugly demonic spawn cute and discussing whether Feng wanted to eat anything else. Needless to say, this many-headed fly king had no such feelings in return, and could only whine about how much he wanted to kill them. This unfortunate creature did not even realize that he was already doomed to a painful death, for the system warned the cultivator that by eating this demon, he would be fed for 7 weeks. Screaming with rage like a huge, ugly hydra, the enormous parasite finally decided to go on the attack, and the first thing it did was try to crush the heroes with its paw. The protagonists reacted to this in the same way they always did, deliriously. Zhang winced in irritation and pinched his nose as if from the stench, and Lin, with a fish face, read the system's message. There were only a few seconds left before the fatal slap, when the brunette began to talk in an emotionless voice about the voice of the psycho in his head, but he was interrupted by someone else's scream. Some man called on them to stop fooling around and run away, to save their own lives, but of course no one listened to him, and the cultivator even extended his hand forward. If he had been an ordinary person, this would have resulted in a very painful and humiliating end for him. But the hero, of course, was not harmed at all. But with just one extended finger, like in the "that's the smell of my ass" meme, he destroyed one of the demon's heads, releasing a huge beam of light blue flame. The bleeding, wounded cultivator from the one-eyed man's squad, who had been shouting warnings to the patients, now seriously wondered if he had begun to hallucinate. The monster, which just recently seemed so terrible, powerful and invulnerable, could now only scream desperately in pain, and Zhang also screamed, but from delight. Moreover, as the system kindly warned, a single strike from such a beam was equivalent to an attack from an ordinary 9th-level warrior, and that was the minimum. Lin Feng was, however, dissatisfied because he was told that he would finish off the enemy with one such blow, but the computer voice reminded him that the attack power first needed to be built up. That was only half the trouble because Zhang asked a very logical question. If touching was required to strike, then how was his friend going to reach such a lanky guy? The main character simply said that he could use this method, and then completely turned into a huge blur on the edge of perception. Yes, he just jumped without even taking a running start, because when a person gained the power of a god and the physical strength of Superman, the laws of physics became his slaves. At this moment, he was again uncharacteristically serious and brutal, without the usual expression of brainlessness or total indifference on his face. Most likely, the demonfly had time to regret that he had the faceted, all-seeing eyes of an insect, because he saw the embodiment of his death everywhere. It seemed as if time had slowed down and sped up at the same time, and the entire world had now narrowed down to one tiny point, a teenager's fist flying into a huge, pink-red eye. The blow was so powerful that it left a trail of white-blue fire in the air, the hottest fire in existence, and the monster's second head burst into a spray of blood. Oh, and the bald cultivator, who had been seriously injured by the demon before, was now unable to pick his jaw up from the floor because incredible, divine power was unfolding before him. He ended up asking the most banal, cliched, but logical question in a situation like this, namely, who the hell is this guy to do such things? The monster, however, also had to be given his due, because even now, once again finding himself on the brink of death, he refused to surrender and only growled, cursing his enemy. Now, with only his head left, she moved with lightning speed, desperately trying to grab the boy with her jaws, but of course to no avail. But luck eventually smiled on the demon, as he managed to seize the moment and hit the boy with his forehead with such force that he began to fall, losing control. Pleased with his long-awaited success, the insectoid raised his palm and clearly demonstrated his claws, all of which were extremely long, thin, and sharp. However, it would be naive to think that the protagonist was sprawled on the ground, unable to move a finger. On the contrary, he instantly rose to his feet and prepared for the blow. He slashed with his paw with such terrifying speed that he could have turned the fastest dragonfly into stew, yet Lin Feng dodged all the damage with incredible grace. But the system understood that even its current favorite, given these conditions, could still ultimately lose, so it activated another cheat skill, invulnerability. Thanks to this, when the demon managed to hit the young man, it failed to cause any damage. On the contrary, its own claws shattered against Feng's body like crystal against stone. This left the monstrous insect even more stunned with shock, because such phenomena were completely beyond the bounds of everything it knew. However, this was not the end of his humiliation. As his attempt to pull his hand away was also unsuccessful, the main character held it tighter than anything. And then, without saying a single word, he struck with such force that, if he had decided to strike the earth with such force, a colossal earthquake would have started. As more pieces of stinking brown flesh flew in all directions, Zhang, without even looking at them, wondered how his friend could think this fly was cute, since it was ugly. Taking this into account, it turns out that he and Lin actually have different tastes, and the realization of this scared the young madman to the point of a cold sweat, because suddenly they would quarrel later. To make the scene even more comedic, emphasis was placed on how the main character continued to beat the demonic insect like a giant punching bag. Only after this did the second main character turn around and wonder out loud if his friend wasn't hungry, and if that was why he was beating up that ugly bastard right now. In any case, he won't eat it this time because it's disgusting, not the same as a roasted octopus, a python stew, or a dog that hasn't been gutted and skinned. By this point, the cultivator had finished beating the crap out of the monster, and as it fell lifeless, the teenager approached his adopted brother with concern. Well, yes, that's right. This incredibly exciting debate about whether the disgusting thing could be tasty made them immediately forget about the escape attempt and everything else. Lin Feng's face took on that legendary doll-like and lifeless expression, after which he instantly waved his hand and sent something large and heavy into the air. As it turned out, he completely destroyed the demon's body, because if his beloved, precious, and revered Zhang tearfully whined that it was disgusting, then that's how it was. The white-haired psychopath was happy again, which couldn't be said about the system, which was once again dumbfounded and wondered how anyone could behave like this. She practically screamed through the messages, urging Feng to devour the thing because it was level 7, incredibly valuable, and would satisfy his hunger for 2 months. Seeing that there was not a single thought or emotion in his eyes, as if she was talking to a corpse, the almighty computer simply gave up and cried, realizing that he would never understand such a psychopath. Meanwhile, the normal cultivators, among those who could still stand on their feet, desperately fought to keep the debris from falling and destroying the ordinary people. And they weren't the only ones working tirelessly now, because one girl, for example, was healing everyone who had managed to get wounds, fractures, and even bruises in the last few hours. However, it was clear to everyone that such a standoff would not last long, and the girl tried to somehow support the others, reminding them that help would soon arrive. The tablet of that same bespectacled young man, who was now lying under the rubble, resembling a bloody heap, unexpectedly reported to everyone that the demon had been destroyed. And while they were desperately fighting for their lives, the two fools walked forward with a carefree, sweeping stride, and Zhang, beaming with joy, suggested that they run further from the police. The system continued its desperate attempts to dissuade the main character, but frankly, it would have been much easier to teach a fish higher mathematics than to hammer something into his head. However, the world computer may have felt some malicious satisfaction from the fact that the teenager fell to the ground looking very sick and exhausted. Wow, it turns out that even such an all-powerful fool as he was not exempt from the consequences of his actions, because he spent so much energy and did not replenish it with anything. In a different situation with a different person, Jang would have simply grabbed his needles, but now he could only whine pitifully, like a small child, begging the hero not to die. He continued to scream, cry, and call out for Lin Feng, completely unaware that the surroundings had become lively and 8th-level elite cultivators had approached the pair of friends. One woman in a beautiful European dress even gently touched the fair-haired young man on the shoulder, and with sincere sympathy asked what had happened here. The men, on the other hand, were puzzled as to where the demon had disappeared to, his body nowhere to be seen, although there were still unmistakable traces of his devilish aura in the air. The last member of the group pointed out to everyone that they didn't need to look for the demon anymore, because there he was, dead and crushed under the rubble, like an ordinary fly under a slipper. It was hard to tell whether these people were relieved that the main problem had been solved so quickly, or disappointed that the trophy had not gone to them. They were all stronger than this parasite, but even for them, warriors of the 8th rank, this would have been a dangerous battle. So who else was able to destroy such a terrible spawn of hell? Meanwhile, the girl in the dress, Zhou Xiaoxiao, continued to examine the protagonist, and she was very confused by the fact that he was physically completely unharmed, but his energy reserves were depleted. Zhang also looked like he had just returned from a leisurely stroll. But why then did the energy lines in his soul feel as if they belonged to an old man? In her practice, there had obviously never been such strange and paradoxical cases, but before she could say anything else, a squad mate called out to her. And then the same thing happened to the wounded bald cultivator, whose presence no one had noticed until that moment, which caused Zhou to feel a very powerful attack of shame. It was a brave 4th-level warrior named Liu Ying, who fought under the One-Eyed Man, and he, spending his last strength, admitted that the evil insect was defeated by the protagonist. Just a few simple words, but even they cost this poor fellow a terrible price, as he began to cough up his own blood with a terrible wheezing sound. To Xiao's credit, she instantly forgot about the main character, who was just lying unconscious, and literally in the blink of an eye, she moved to Liu's side to help him. After advising him to remain silent at first, she decided to use a particularly powerful artifact for a quick healing. It resembled a large, round red pill, and green, glowing energy literally emanated from it in waves. Even looking at it brought relief to the soul. After this, with true maternal tenderness, she helped the cultivator lie down under the tree, rejoicing that the eyewitness of the disaster had survived, and that now she could take care of others. Like many high-ranking warriors, Zhou did not bother to move in the same way as mere mortals, but rather galloped and ran like a huge, powerful flea. Many hours passed, and the typical blue day gave way to an orange sunset, by which time the hospital ruins were swarming with ambulances, paramedics, and nurses. One of them examined the main character, but realizing that he had no wounds, asked him to wait at the end of the line, because first they had to save those who were close to death. No matter how abnormal Zhang was in ordinary situations, here and now he behaved surprisingly sane and calm, even when the paramedics suggested calling Feng's relatives. When these words were spoken, something unexpected happened to the other characters. The absolutely motionless young man suddenly jerked almost inaudibly and whispered the word home. And then he opened his eyes so sharply and suddenly as if some invisible wasp had stung him in the ass, if not the whole hive. The worker didn't care. He didn't even notice it because he went to help people who really needed it, and Zhang was simply happy, as always. Unfortunately, Liu Ying also woke up, and it turned out that he had become a victim of the cultivator's feet witness syndrome. That is, he looked at the main character as if he were a living god. But the funniest thing was that they didn't understand at all what he was shouting about with such enthusiasm, and completely believed in their own theory that all these people had come to arrest them. These psychopaths existed in a universe where only their own logic worked, and they paid no attention to the world around them, so they were determined to escape. It wasn't that Zhang had any objections to it. Even if Lin had suggested that he jump headfirst into the roaring flames, he would have done so with a cheerful giggling. The poor bald warrior, who so desperately wanted to express his sincere respect to the mysterious young master, found himself cynically ignored by the pair. He was more wounded by this than by the debris or the demon, and now he was hysterically pounding the ground with his fist, while a bewildered orderly with gifts asked where the heroes had gone. The main characters were traveling along a busy avenue, and the brunette assured the blonde that he didn't have to be afraid of anything, because Lin would protect his friend like a dog. Oh, of course, anyone would appreciate such a gift, and Zhang was no exception, although he stated that he would also be happy to do any favor for his good friend. They began to dance and jump right in the street, and people looked at them exactly as one would expect, with bewilderment, fear, and even contempt, as if they were lunatics. After that, they came to a hill not far from the bridge, the very one where they killed the demonic octopus, and now they looked at the clouds, while discussing their memories. In heaven, the souls they had killed were still watching, and the hellhound and the dark python were barely keeping the octopus girl from falling out of the cloud. She was so angry. Then, their anger and condemnation turned to Wong, who wistfully, but unfortunately tactlessly, declared that fried octopus was indeed an incredibly delicious dish. A few minutes later, only the plump octopus lounged leisurely on the cloud, and she muttered with satisfaction that not only human meat was tasty, but also souls. After this, the comical episode ended, and the action returned to the main characters, among whom Zhang noticed something important and pointed it out to Lin Feng. It looked very much like a kidnapping truck, and the resemblance was further enhanced by the fact that a tied-up girl could be seen through the slightly open door. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that this was not a girl, but an effeminate teenager from a wealthy family, and he perceived the gun pointed at him with a poker face. Even when the scarred brute demanded that the little devil say hello to his daddy, the blonde did so indifferently and asked to be saved. The man then took the phone back and began to demand $5 million through it, until a strange voice suddenly advised him to increase the amount 100-fold. The thug's jaw dropped to his feet, while the teenager, with the same calm expression, began to explain the current situation on the market, about the rise in prices and the previous ransom demands. The driver and accomplice in crime leaned out from behind his seat and added that these were, in fact, completely logical things. So, Brother Hu announced the sum of 500 million. The criminal looked at them with a confused look, but both his partner and the kidnapped youth were absolutely serious in their words, so he chose to nod. Returning to the phone, he shouted to the billionaire that the conditions had changed, that he should now pay $500 million and deliver it wherever they told him otherwise. The blonde shook his head in disappointment and said again that this was wrong. It was always necessary to immediately and clearly state the place of transfer, the deadline, and the punishment for violating the conditions. The driver and even Brother Hu were no longer angry that the victim was talking too much. On the contrary, they both stared at the tied-up teenager with great interest. It got to the point of a completely ridiculous scene where this brutal, muscle-bound criminal was yelling horrible things into the phone, which that same prisoner was quietly whispering to him. Everything only became funnier when Brother Hu began to whisper to the blonde what he should answer in such and such a situation, just like a schoolboy during a test. And the teenager continued to explain, seriously and honestly, what and when to say to him, what this effective manipulative technique was, and where it was important not to overdo it. The apotheosis of this comedy was when the kidnapper, having finished the conversation, began to ask his own prisoner for an assessment of his actions, saying, "I really scared your dad, didn't I?" The boy admitted that it was not bad, but then added that Hu's main mistake was that he left the call on for too long, allowing their location to be tracked. His family should already know exactly where he was. And if all his calculations were correct, then within 10 minutes, these ropes would already be removed from him by bodyguards. Both criminals were dumbfounded, but if the driver was simply terrified, then the first one, who had organized all this, quickly became enraged, cursed, and pointed a gun at the boy. Looking at him with disdain, as if he were a dirty, flea-ridden monkey, the teenager explained that Hu could not remember the simplest words, and they had to be dictated to him for a very long time. Almost bursting with rage, the thug again pointed the gun at his prisoner and growled that he would blow his brains out right now because he was driving him crazy. His partner begged him not to act rashly, as there were still 500 million yuan at stake, and the still serene teenager calculated that there were less than 9 minutes left. He was no longer so imperturbable, and the criminals' bodies were covered in huge beads of sweat when Zhang looked into the back and asked what kind of quarrel they had had. They all stared at him with dumbfounded expressions on their faces, because sometimes it just happens that a perfectly good scenario is ruined by a completely random factor. No matter how much of an idiot Hu was, to his credit, he was the first to get his bearings and, in a very cold voice, croaked that they didn't need any witnesses to their already difficult situation. With a bloodthirsty smile, thrilled that he could at least take out his anger on someone, he turned sharply towards the white-haired youth and fired a bullet at him. And since Zhang was a psychopath, he made no attempt to dodge or run away, his twisted mind completely suppressing his instincts for self-preservation. But there was also this kind of lucky guy who could actually afford such behavior. The same bullet was caught and ground into powder by an invulnerable, powerful fist. The only thing that could normally upset Lin Feng was threats to his adopted brother and mentor. They would immediately send him into fighting dog mode. Like a small child, the protagonist explained to his gray-haired friend that it was a gun, that guns hurt, and therefore they both simply had to take revenge for this. True, they still shouldn't kill them because it's illegal and the police are already looking for them for the murder of a person, so the brunette will have to hit very gently. The cultivators, surprisingly, were so little known to ordinary people that the frightened bandit mistook the protagonist not for one of them, but for a demon, a cursed monster. And before he could even finish saying that he wasn't afraid of these weird guys in pajamas who caught bullets with their hands, Feng slammed his fist into him and gave him a hardcore beating. These incredibly weak, gentle, and sparing by the standards of the protagonist, blows were more than enough to send the unfortunate Hu flying, knocking out the wall of the truck with him. He ended up landing in the lake, raising a huge fountain of spray, and the driver, who looked very much like a typical nerd with silly round glasses, ran after him anxiously. None of the fugitives thought of pursuing him or otherwise punishing these poor fellows, because they had done the main thing. They had demonstratively taken revenge on their offender without taking his life. The young blonde man kept a very attentive eye on these eccentrics, and when they turned directly to him, he politely asked them to free him from the ropes. Outside, dusting himself off, he admitted that his saviors were somehow abnormal, leaving the duo to silently wonder who he was saying such bad things about. Like the night butterfly many arches earlier, he recognized them at first glance as escaped patients of a certain mental hospital. It was clearly popular. Meanwhile, the main character complained to Jang again about how hungry he was, his stomach even growling like an angry T-Rex. The system, figuratively speaking, sighed heavily and once again complained about how stupid he was to refuse the meat of the 7th rank, and now they were preparing to study him in the laboratory. The atmosphere changed dramatically when the rescued teenager declared that since he owed them for his life and freedom, it would be logical for him to pay them with a feast. Of course, the boys did not refuse and enthusiastically ran after the boy, who also warned them that his servants would appear very soon. The little blonde guy, it turned out, wasn't exaggerating at all when he described to the bandits what awaited them. A real army of special forces with numerous helicopters showed up for him. The irony was that they didn't recognize the kidnappers when they came across the bespectacled man, giving Brother Hu a heart massage, mistaking them for some random passers-by. And the second criminal, although he seemed like some kind of ridiculous comic character, immediately became wary when he was asked if he had seen a certain child there. The sly little bastard came up with a brilliant plan for revenge, declaring with a straight face that the real criminals were the people in pajamas and that they were trying to stop them. This man was a must-see for an acting school. He incredibly convincingly and talentedly fed the fighters nonsense about how his partner was beaten by 2 maniacs without a drop of pity. When the Special Forces soldier, after a brief silence, asked where the bandits had taken the child, Hu woke up and groaned about how much pain he was in after such a blow. Realizing that this idiot could accidentally ruin everything, the driver feigned incredible joy that his heroic and kind brother had survived and hugged him tightly. In another situation, this maneuver would have worked without a hitch, but the same soldier frowned, fully aware that Hu's voice was very familiar. He would certainly have arrested these scoundrels to question them further about the young master, but then the commander ordered him to move on, because they had found their target. When they left, the bespectacled kidnapper wiped the sweat from his forehead with relief and praised himself for his ingenuity, not noticing that his partner was already half dead. And at the ruins of the hospital, Ying, with an inspired face, described to the cultivators how exactly Lin defeated the demon fly, like a child retelling the exploits of his favorite superhero. They, of course, did not argue with the fact that the mysterious savior was incredibly powerful. But there was another question. Where was he at all? Why was he not here? Hearing from the bald guy that his idol simply abandoned him, one of the fighters only nodded respectfully as if to say, a real hero is doing a good deed and is not looking for glory. In any case, Lu was more than willing to paint portraits of Feng and his companion so that the entire city would know about them if necessary. A special team gave him paper and all the other art supplies, and with serious faces they began to wait for the final result. When the one-eyed man's subordinate finished and handed over the drawings, he immediately began boastfully describing his own artistic skill. And the entire quartet agreed that it was truly something magnificent, including Zhou Xiao, who had seen the young madman up close as a medic. Only the bald and bearded cultivator was shocked and tried to understand whether his comrades had gone crazy or whether he himself was crazy enough to say such things about this. And all because Lu Ying drew some unintelligible scribbles that looked much more like the drawing of a small child.